Anybody approach the city
No,
with any?
not as of now.
For the record, that'll be the time we'll address it. If there's any citizens of Laredo who want to join us in our discussions, that would be an excellent opportunity. Excellent. Mr. Valdez, do you want to address what we're going to do, how we're going to
Yes,
touch the
if I
first
may,
three
just
articles today?
a quick description of, I think, of the process that I envisioned, I guess, and we can always adjust as we go. Right now, the charter is made up of 12 articles. Each article, there's different sections, correct? And so some articles are longer than others. We're looking at a schedule of maybe a monthly meeting, the third Tuesday of every month. Unless there's a holiday or for whatever reason, we'll let everyone know. We'll move it maybe a day after or a day before, whatever's feasible for everybody to make the meetings. And so we're looking at like maybe going over 3 articles per meeting. You're welcome to discuss these sections as we go through them. You can always make recommendations right now, and we'll jot those recommendations down. You're also welcome just to discuss in general, see different opinions of what issues may come up during these discussions. And then I'm envisioning maybe in the 4th month, maybe the 5th month, to revisit the whole charter, and at that point you can also make more recommendations and amendments after you looked at it and gone through it slowly, because I know sometimes it's overwhelming and you might have a concern and you might want to know more information on a section, why it was done, and we'll hopefully be able to fill that information or that information that you might need. And if not, then we'll get subject matter experts in those sections to get information, and we'll email it to whoever needs the information, right? So you can make an informative decision. Again, we're going to revisit this whole thing probably at the end of 4 months. But during, if you want to make motions, we can make motions too. I've left a page just as it is in the charter, so you can take notes if you want. And I guess we'll start.
Excellent, Mr. Valdez. Mr. Valdez, in an ideal world, if we are going to do, we're advisory only, we're going to be presenting it to the city council. City council will take up the decision whether they want to pursue it, whether they want to post it for an election. So we do have a hard deadline that...
Yes, and unfortunately, we're figuring to finish the section part of it, the 12 sections, by March. From what I remember offhand, because I did present this to council, I didn't bring it with me. But July, between June the 18th and July the 12th, we're going to have to call a special meeting for city council so they can be presented all the changes. And during that, they can either accept them, change them, or deny them, or not want to do anything, right? It's up to them at the end of the day. I will recommend to the commission, there is a section that talks about the Charter Revision Commission. And so you may want to change that and look at it as more than just advisory. That's up to you guys to present, and they have to accept, right? Accept or not accept, right? But at least you can make that recommendation and see what they want to do.
Excellent.
To give, I guess, as they say, more teeth to the commission.
Again, it was not to put you on the spot, but just so that we could start, okay, we know how much we're going to have to chew on, and we have a sense of time, so we don't get behind the ball. It's actually very reasonable what's being presented. It looks like it's very doable.
So as long as we keep the monthly meetings going, I think we'll be okay. Again, we can have special meetings also, and we can call those and poll everyone. Hopefully everybody can make those too.
I think, and with that, I just jinxed us with that little, oh, of course it's done. Fumble on this first carry, okay.
We appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Valdez. If you want to lead us on the first one, or...
Yes, read it into the record. Section 1, Article 1, Incorporation, Form of Government and Powers of the City. Section 1.01, Incorporation. The inhabitants of the city of Laredo in Webb County, Texas, residing within the corporate limits as now established and as hereafter extended, shall continue to be and are hereby constitute a municipality, body, politic, and corporate in perpetuity under the name of the city of Laredo, herein referred to the city, and having such powers, privileges, rights, duties, and immunity as are herein provided. That's the first section. So, I mean, we don't have to change things, I just added everything. Some of
Excellent.
this stuff, we're not gonna be able to change.
Some of the things that for section 1, article 1, Danny, he's really good at editing. So he's saw some semantic things that we can possibly propose to you, like City of Laredo, right?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, further on, it makes reference in here under the name of City of Laredo, after referred to as the city, and then throughout, you'll keep seeing City of Laredo again, instead of city, so that's just a small change, we can make throughout, or a small,
And then you also had something about foreign states on 106.
yeah, shall we wait till we get to the 106?
Well, in this section, I don't know if there's any other major issues. As I don't know if you want to go section by section. In this,
I would just go section by section, but if we wanna jump around, get through this quickly.
all I'm saying is Article 1 is, I don't think there's anything going to change.
Yeah, there's no change, I don't see.
I don't know if the chair,
Does the committee feel any way regarding that? We heard that's a grammatical, but it does make legal documents, it got flow better when you just say one hereafter is called city so that everyone knows. Does anybody have any input that would like to talk about that? Again, I'm very grateful for this committee showing up. Laredo's got a long tradition. What was it, 1755? In January, they were already telling Spain we're here and did their first charter revision. You could consider that when the state was formed. We were there. We made sure, let's do the translation Spanish to English and make sure Laredo's there. So we're upholding a long tradition. I'm very proud about that. If there is nothing or any comments, if there is, raise your hand. I would love to. Yes, sir, Jack.
I just want to say that sounds very sensible, a very sensible change to make. So it's almost a no-brainer to me.
Yeah, Danny, nice and clean. That sounds good. Absolutely.
if I may, 103, powers of the city, something that was addressed by our office. You know, we had a little powwow before this meeting, but you know, some of y'all are aware of the Death Star bill from the state of Texas. It says home rule cities can now no longer infringe on certain laws that the state of Texas governs, like employment matters and some of these safety issues. However, that's still being litigated. I don't think, from my recommendation, that the city should cede its powers just yet. So I would recommend leaving 103 so that the city of Laredo can exercise all the authority of a home rule city. However, that litigation might ensue.
Just quick comment.
Yes, sir, Mr. Sonia.
Did we not cover 1.02? Did I miss that? Or
No. We
I prefer if we're going to be covering
stayed
those.
in order.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, it just, I mean, we may not have any comments to that,
Absolutely.
but I'd rather follow it in order.
All right. Let's table 103. We'll come back and we can always visit it with a motion from the committee. Let's go ahead and go to section 102 and talk about that. On a form of government. Mr. Valdez, do you want to read that? or-
Yeah, I have more to read.
Okay.
Okay, section 1.02, form of government. The municipal government provided by this charter shall be known as the council-manager government pursuant to its provisions and subject only to the limitations imposed by the state constitution and laws in this charter. All powers of the city shall be vested in an elective council, hereinafter referred to as the council or the city council, which shall enact local legislation, adopt budgets, determine policies, and appoint the city manager, who shall execute the laws and administer the government of the city. All powers of the city shall be exercised in the manner prescribed by the state constitution and laws, this charter, or the council's adopted ordinances.
Thank you. Any discussion? Does anyone want to talk about our history of that? I know, I'm old enough, I remember when we were a strong mayor form of government and there was a switch over.
I would like to discuss something.
Yes.
I mean, aside from the history that we have in constructing this council manager government, I would like to propose someone looking into the possibility of changing the structure, because in our recent history, we have had issues with the city government spending a lot of money, for example, on trying to see whether we should hire a police officer. Then they come before the city council, and the city council doesn't even accept the recommendations of the city manager. And so I would like to maybe look into other structures of government where maybe, first of all, we wouldn't waste so much public money on, we don't even know if they're gonna take our recommendations. That's how doubtful I am of the process. And so I would like to consider other structures that would allow for public input, and also for the city council to not have all the power when the citizens may want something else.
Okay. Dr. Reyes brings up a good point, and now, why don't we just address this, whenever we have a discussion, we'll follow the Robert's Rule of Order. We can have just comments, and if someone feels strong, they can make a motion. I'll ask for a committee, at that point, I'll ask if there's a second. If there is, we'll have a call for the vote, and we can take it from there as a committee to make our recommendations. With that being said, does anybody want to add anything to that comment of Dr. Reyes? Yes.
Maybe it would be a good idea if we had, to explain the different options out there, the different structures.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
I was going to speak just to that very point. The Texas State Constitution, so I too wondered about that kind of change, right? The balance of power. And so I was reviewing the Texas State Constitution, and this is a kind of an all or nothing thing. You've got to abandon the council manager structure, and the way you do that is by submitting it to a vote in an at-large election. So the idea that the city manager works for the council and can be fired by the council, all of that is, there's very little we can actually tweak regarding this. What we would have to do is, in an at-large election, get the people to abandon the council manager form of government. But I stand to be corrected on that. That's just what I read in the Texas State Constitution. I'm pretty sure that's the law. I'm in a great, I have this.
It is a guide, right? But it would be good for maybe a committee among us to look into what forms of government other cities may have.
Well,
Because even if we put it up for a vote to a large election,
Yeah.
it would be good to know what to replace it with.
right. So so in the United States, I'm teaching Texas government, so I feel like so forgive me. I was just actually thinking about this. There's two main forms. You've got the council manager, where the city manager is under the direction of the city council, or you've got the mayor council, right? And those are the two main forms. That's like 99% of local government in the United States. And the form that we have, the council manager is popular by a ratio, more popular by a ratio of almost 2 to 1. But I would be open to considering that change. I guess all I'm saying is we don't really have a lot of room to tweak that structure. We have to abandon it and replace it.
That's true.
Yeah.
And I think to Jack's point that there's basically two options, right? And so there's one where it's more with the council manager or council mayor. So those are really the only two. And obviously we have the council manager.
But there is a good thing, though, going through the charter. There are opportunities here that we can essentially enforce the city manager in his abilities to do things and essentially place more power in there, and that might be the opportunity you're looking for.
Absolutely. Yes, sir, Mr. Song.
Yeah, if I may, this is barely scratching the surface, as the professor was saying. So the idea of a professional manager is just that you have a professional manager and a city manager who covers like an executive with the legislative body as the city council. The alternative is like a mayor form, like the city of Houston, right? You elect a mayor, and that mayor that's a very strong mayor. But you can also have a mayor-led government with a weak mayor where a council controls, but then, you know, you have 8 separate districts, you might have 8 separate agendas, possibly, right? You also have, just leave it up to the commission, like, you know, like the council only with no lead. Then you might have like a prime minister kind of thing, right? And that's the rarer form, I believe, right? So I believe that a city like Laredo, that's the thinking that, you know, instead of having part-time or elected leaders, we opted for a professional manager. And, you know, yes, we've had some issues, 5 city managers in 5 years, or 8 years, and, you know, 5 city attorneys in 5 years.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's ups and downs, plus and minuses, but as far as just scratching the surface, I believe those are the options. I hope that helps.
To Maria's point, though, you know, I mean, typically city managers are very well qualified individuals, and you know, they're controlled by council members who have less stringent requirements for getting into office. You know, and so maybe it's, you know, maybe.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Mr. Valdez.
I just want to chime in on something, but I'll wait till after Commissioner Biden is finished with his.
I'll make sure to recognize you
Sure.
after. That was a comment?
Yeah. Oh, that's done. I'm done.
Absolutely, Mr. Valdez. Yes, sir.
I was gonna say that maybe you don't have to change the form of government, but you can look at other sections of the charter that might tighten up little things that you guys have concerns with, right? Powers of the city manager, powers of council.
Yeah.
There's different forms of I guess, give more structure if you want to one or the other. And so it's not just change the form of government, but might want to leave it and then look at other things to adjust.
I would, can I?
Yes, sir, Dr. Reyes.
Okay, I just wanted to acknowledge that I guess what I proposed was a committee to tell all of the members of this committee the different forms of government and structures, and how each structure may empower the citizens or take power away from the citizens. So, if you guys don't mind, is there any members in this committee that would like to work with me to look into those types of government and then come and present to this committee our findings?
If I could tweak that just a little bit, Dr. Reyes, we're just in the discussion, and I was gonna tell you, if you feel strong, why don't you make it as a form of a motion, and we can vote it as a committee, and we could go from there, from that point. And with that being said, remember the recommendation, even though we don't address it today, doesn't mean, you know, it's over, we will never come back and visit it. We're right now just feeling the waters, and we're just starting off here, so. With that in mind, does anybody have any motions that they would like to present or
No.
make it? Yes, Dr. Reyes, if you would just put in the form of a motion.
I want to propose a motion that we form a committee to look at the different types of local government and look into the different powers exercised within those structures, especially in relation to citizen powers when it comes to government decision.
We have a motion by Dr. Reyes. Do we have a second by any commissioners up here?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Hale. That means there's a call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Do we get
Is there
discussion?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Cliff. I ran right past it. There was not a discussion. Let's go ahead. Yes, sir. Let me recognize you for, thank you, Cliff. If you would.
You know, one,
Apologies.
you know, I think that's a good suggestion, but I also wanted to kind of put out there, maybe that's something where the city attorney could maybe, or their team could maybe help to fulfill some of that function for us and help give us their analysis, or maybe some of that would help inform us, so that we, you know, best use the charter committee's time as well.
Okay.
Since we are serving on this committee, then to create another committee for the committee. And obviously they're very knowledgeable on municipal government, and maybe they could potentially help us get, you know, better informed on some of those considerations.
Does anybody want to add to that discussion? Yes, sir.
I do. I just have a question, really. What for Maria? I think it's for Maria. But what is the problem to which that reconsideration would be a response?
Like I said, it has to do with the fact that Right now, we have all the power concentrated in the city manager to manage all the city. They do allow him to go and spend thousands of dollars on research, just like we just had with the police chief. Then he comes and presents to the city council, and the city council votes down all of the recommendations. That to me seems like a waste of resources, a waste of funds. So I would like to see other forms or structures of government where the politics that are in recent history affecting decision-making, especially effective decision-making within our city government.
I mean, okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Killo, go ahead.
And
I guess one question too is, and maybe this is again where the city attorney's office can help us with this, is that, you know, to understand what, you know, more better what those roles are. I mean, is council supposed to set policy? Are they supposed to ultimately make a decision on some of these recommendations? I mean, the city manager can certainly make a recommendation, and maybe the council heeds that recommendation, but they're also representatives of the community, of their districts, and they have a viewpoint on what they think is potentially best for the community. And I'm not weighing in on one side or the other in that particular situation, but just to illustrate that, even to say that it is a waste, I mean, there still was a process. They evaluated candidates. They presented those different candidates. Those council members evaluated on their own. And while there may have been one recommendation, they still came up with, you know, a different choice. And so, and then that was implemented. And so, at least my perspective of the council manager situation is that the council helps to set policy. They can make choices. They can get a recommendation, but still make ultimately their choice as a council. And the city manager is someone that is qualified in managing the city staff, and is there to execute on that, to apply that, implement that. And so, yeah, that's just sort of my kind of understanding of that.
Okay, let me put it in another way. If I may.
If I could just real briefly, Dr. Reyes, Mr. Killo, actually, your comments do jive with hers. If I understood and heard you correctly, the discussion was, yes, a committee and include the city, which sounds very reasonable, and that can be modified in a motion. And again, without us getting too lost into the intricate details, we could still honor the intentions of both parties here of having a committee that is
I
addressing
just wanted to put it on another way in case somebody's still doubtful. Let's think about the form of government we established in the United States. We have 3 branches, and one of the main things that creates stability in those 3 branches is checks and balance. Right now, in our city government, there isn't a checks and balance. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Reyes. With that being said, is there any other discussion regarding this matter? Mr. Sutton, did you? I'm sorry, I was already jumping the gun. I thought there was a movement there. Okay. If there is no further discussion, of course, Ms. Hill.
Adding to what he says, I know the city makes the policy, but the police and fire, I don't even think that has to do with the charter, because I think that's the local government code, correct? That says that the city council actually makes the final decision. So I understand her point with regards to other positions that maybe we can visit, but with regards to police and fire, if that's the concern, we wouldn't be able to change it, you know, anyway. So it's just something that we need to consider.
Could you explain that to me?
If I may,
I was going to first just thank Ms. Hill for that point. Yes, sir, Mr. Nguyen.
Background, the local government code, as Ms. Held mentioned, states that the city attorney appoints the police chief and the city council confirms. That's all it said. The mechanism, how it went about, the interviews and so forth, you know, that played out the way it played out, but that's what the local government code required.
And I'm sorry.
Yes, sir,
I'm not
Mr.
understand-
Sounier, you had a
I'm not
question.
understanding. The local government code sets the decision-making process for selecting the police chief and fire chief. So what is the difference between the local government code and the city charter?
Okay, excellent point. Real brief history, everybody knows we're home rule, right? We're not general rule. Big difference with that, whatever is not enunciated by our state constitution or US Constitution reverts to the city. The city can make their plans on that in certain areas. There is caveat where you cannot interfere, where you cannot usurp certain ones. If, jumping to the next section, Mr. Nguyen brought up a very good point. There's gonna be what is city boundary and what is state, and without giving that up, maybe we should address it. It'll be coming up on the next one, but that's what we're gonna look at now. Now, we can make mistakes. Again, we're advisor, we're gonna propose it. It could go up the chain and go, you guys crossed, and that's not something we're gonna address. But it is something this committee can look at. We have the power to look at it, Dr. Reyes, so it's very good that all this discussion is being brought up. Yes, sir, Mr. Carrasco.
One, I'd like to call for the question. Before I do that, I'd like to see if, Doctor, you might be willing to amend your motion slightly, because I think what you're looking for is vestiture of power in the bureaucratic processes, which should exist without meddling of outside forces, essentially trusting in the machinations of the city as it stands. Perhaps, and I agree with you, I think we should look at that. If you would be willing to amend it so that you would say that the committee or the subcommittee would be advised by the city attorney's office. If you would do that, I think it'd be great. And if you were to do that, I'd like to call for the question so that we could keep on moving with the agenda.
Definitely.
Okay, we have a call for the question.
With the amendment, if she chooses to make that amendment.
Dr. Reyes?
Yeah.
Is that acceptable to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now this is gonna be the tough part. Let's now read, you call for the question with the accepted change. If you would propose it one more time.
With the advice of the city attorneys, to look into different types of government at the local level in the state of Texas.
We have a motion by Dr. Reyes. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Hale. That means there's a call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? We have none in oppose and one abstention of Mr. Cisneros. With that, the ayes have it, Doctor. Now that we have a committee, I think, I can imagine what the next question's gonna be. Who is gonna be in the committee? That's right.
Who wants to join the committee, the subcommittee?
We have Mr. Souvigny, we have Benavides. Anybody else want to? I do not mind joining. I hope I could contribute something. Great minds here. Maybe I'll just be.
Question.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Chair.
Carrasco.
What is the, how many members can be on the committee without breaking, I'm not quite sure how that would work.
As long as you don't have quorum.
Yeah, we don't want a walking quorum. Very good, Mr.
So that'd be
Carrasco.
four people, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have three so
For
far.
9, so that would keep us underneath the.
The three of you plus you, so that's 4.
Gotta keep it under
Who's
5.
the third one?
Commissioner Ornelas.
At this point, I'm gonna hold back then from being on the
Okay.
committee, just not to trigger any open. And everybody understands when we talk about that, walking quorum, even if we do something very noble, we all agree to give our organs to this. It's deemed against public policy because we violated an open meeting, which we will not do. So with that being said, I'm gonna pull myself out from that committee, Dr. Reyes. And just so we have 3 people,
Yeah, we have Tanya.
Ms. Benavides, Mr. Souvigny, and Mr. Carrasco, and yourself, 4. Okay, perfect. Mr. Valdez, was that duly noted onto the record?
Yes, sir. So noted.
Excellent. And we'll call you all the committee for form of government, section 102, so that way we know exactly what you guys are addressing. With that, is there any other discussion on that section? If there's not, I'm gonna propose that we move on to the next one, section 1.03, that we briefly visited, if we could read that into the record.
Section 1.03, power of the city. The city is and shall continue to be a home rule city with full power of local self-government, including the right to amend this charter as provided by the state constitution and laws, which shall prevail if there is a conflict. It shall have all the powers possible for a home rule city under the state constitution and laws as fully and completely as through they were specifically enumerated in this charter.
Thank you. with that, do we have any discussion regarding this? If not, Mr. Zone, you briefly talked about this subject, if you don't mind revisiting it one more time.
All I ask is possibly, the commission, not, cede any powers in this section. There is House Bill 2127, the so-called Death Star bill that pretty much takes away powers from the home rule cities, and kind of, in essence, says you have all the powers of a general city, and there are certain areas that you cannot get into, like employment and some of these safety and some of these other matters. I remember now Danny found the case, the judge in Austin struck it down as unconstitutional, so it's still being litigated. I advise that possibly we leave this section alone. That way, the city of Laredo enjoys all the powers that is conveyed to it by law.
Thank you, Mr. Zone, appreciate that. Does anybody, any committee members have any discussion regarding this subject that they would like to visit? Yes, sir. Jack.
I just want to speak in support of what he mentioned. I think it's good that we're a home rule city, and I think we should stay that way if we can.
Excellent, excellent.
I would just like to ask, what actions, if any, has the city taken to either support or, give a head nod to the current litigation that's been happening? I know that other city attorneys and managers and local elected officials have taken action to file amicus briefs and the like to support the current litigation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Benavides. Any comments are you open to any comments because it is pending, or is this one of those?
No, I'll give you a background. I have a small man's mentality. I'm always ready for a fight. but before I was able to try to talk our city into it, other cities have already championed this. We have not signed up for it. The council has not approved us to move forward. But I've been monitoring. We've been monitoring it. It's of interest to me. It bothers me because I think that home rule city should be afforded all of its authority. So. We're monitoring it. We have not joined it. I haven't found any particular additional insights to write an amicus brief, because I believe it's being covered. So.
And Ms. Benavides, you bring up a good point. The city does hire lobbyists that does have their point. So, yeah, is there one way the city's already looking at? And
I think it's
already
fair to bring up the question, considering that the case is now going to go on to the Third Court of Appeals, and this is going to trigger probably a much longer process than any of us would like. And, who knows, come around next city charter revision, hopefully we won't be in a position where the home rule status will be threatened. So something for the city to consider.
That being said, Ms. Benavides, is there any further discussion? Anyone wants to add to that comment? Or yes, sir. Jack.
I just have a question. I don't mean to take up time.
No, go ahead.
Essentially, but what's behind that motivation of the state to remove some of those privileges of home rule? Do we know? What are their concerns? Why would they even be considering this?
If I may.
Yeah, please.
And
Run the board.
some of this non-attribution, I hope.
Yeah.
Legally, the idea is, you shouldn't step on the toes of, the higher levels, right? The comity, the state and the federal and so forth.
Yeah.
On a political, maybe almost a cynical view, that the concern is that a lot of these home rule cities are heavily blue and pushing for more powers and left-leaning authorities, and the red-controlled state wants to fight back. That's one view. I'm not saying that that's the accurate view, but that's out there. I just wanted to let you know.
It is a view. We'll put it that way.
Well,
But I would also like to bring up the fact that
Yes,
in the
Dr.
state of
Reyes, go ahead.
Texas, all local governments are the children of the state. That's a fact. And so because of that, every legislative section, they have preemptive bills, right? It just happens to be this one, they just went a bit too far. But in reality, yeah, the state treats all local governments as children. They have taken away our freedom to
I'm sorry.
environmental protection, to
Yes.
I'll yield for Mr. Yes, sir, Mr. Suinier.
So no, I'm not understanding the language you're using, but I'll put it this way. We saw this play out during COVID. And so what happens is that some communities home rule had allowed communities in the past prior to COVID, and I'm using that as an example, that wasn't necessarily the breaking case, but as an example, communities were allowed to pass laws that benefited their communities, and it differs from community to community. What happened during COVID is that some cities, as you were pointing out, had more restrictions because that particular city felt that was in its best interest of its citizens, and other cities had fewer restrictions because they thought that was in the best interest of their citizens, and the state decided, we'll decide what is in the best interest of all the citizens regardless of what city they live in, and that was something new. And I think that's where a lot of this is born from. So yes, I think you're right. It is a red versus blue deal at this point. That's the discussion that's going on. And we're just gonna have to sit it out and watch it go through its political process. But there was a while when municipalities, there is a tradition in the state of Texas where municipalities decide what's going on within their own city limits.
Thank you, Mr. Suvigne. And just to a little explanation, if you see me, I'm not trying to point, I try to use more than one finger, and I read the name just so that we're perfecting the record. So, Dr. Reyes, if you want to make a point, you know, if you make a hand, I'll recognize you just so that we stay very clear so people know exactly who said what and what was the follow-up. With that being said, is there any other discussion or anything anyone else would like to add? I don't see any hands going up. With that, let's then go ahead and go to the next one. We will revisit that subject as it's coming up. Let's go to the next one.
Section 1.04, annexation. The city council shall have the power by ordinance to fix the boundary limits of the city of Laredo and to provide for the alteration and the extension of said boundary limits and the annexation of additional territory in accordance with applicable provisions of the Constitution and laws of the state of Texas. The city council shall have the power by ordinance to contract with owners of land for its voluntary annexation.
Thank you. Is there any discussion, anything, Mr. Killam?
Yeah, no, I guess one thing I just wanted to mention was that, you know, there is another committee that also is working on something that's related to this with the Impact Fees Committee.
Okay.
And I don't think that they've gathered just yet, but that is in creation, so it might be worth getting any comments that they may have. And then I was also contacted by Donato Ramos, and who's with the
Big Donato or Little Donato?
little Don David, I guess you.
Donnie, yeah.
And who's with the Real Estate Council, and he asked that I think maybe in a future meeting they'd like to be present and maybe have some comments or thoughts on this issue.
Excellent. We welcome him. Does anybody else have any other discussion, any other point? Yes, sir, Mr. Suvigne, and then Jack, I'll recognize you right after.
Just echoing what Cliff was saying, something that comes to mind is that, you know, we're talking about controlling the budget and controlling of expenses. And so part of maybe what's going to go into that, or we should consider, it's not a motion, I'm not suggesting something we put there, just something in our minds that if you're going to grow, it should make fiscal sense. And that's through formula, a process. And so I don't know if down the line when we're talking about that issue, that this would be the place to address it or not, but something for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Suvigne. Jack, you had your hand up. Yes, sir.
I just had some questions for clarification.
Of course.
Can this be done at any time, expansions, and is all it takes a vote of city council? Or does this have to happen at regular interval, or can it happen anytime, just city council decides to expand?
As far as timing, yes, but, you know, we have a process.
Okay, you've got a process.
Yeah, and there's a new bill that allows certain land developers and landowners to petition to get out of annexation, which is a new wrinkle, right?
Oh, I see.
But
And so while the expansion doesn't necessarily imply ownership of the land, it does imply the jurisdiction of city authority in whatever is there? Okay.
And obligations. If you
Yeah,
annex,
tax obligation.
you have to have police, you have to have garbage, you're paying the same taxes as everybody else, they want the same service as everybody else.
I see.
And annexation, not to overstep our city attorney, is also limited by other people's ETJ, or if there's another city, you don't just swallow another city, go, we annex you, and
Yeah,
not
yeah,
a risk,
right.
that we could just
Like a Monopoly game.
push people away. Is there any other comment, any other hands for discussion? If there isn't any discussion, we're gonna move on to the next one.
Section 1.05, construction. The powers of the city under this charter shall be construed liberally in favor of the city as a home rule city, and the specific mention of particular powers in the charter shall not be construed as limiting in any way the general powers stated in this article.
All right. Any discussions regarding that? I see none. All right, let's go ahead and move to the next one then. Thank you.
Section 1.06, intergovernmental relations. The city may exercise any of its powers or perform any of its functions by contract or otherwise jointly or in cooperation with any state and civil authority, including the United States and foreign states. As a general principle, the city of Laredo shall endeavor to create an environment of governmental cooperation with the County of Webb, the public school districts, and any other governmental entity or political subdivision of the state of Texas that abuts or is located within the city of Laredo. Such cooperation shall promote a seamless, efficient, effective, equitable, and accountable delivery of services to all citizens and residents of the city of Laredo, and to extend the allowable by law to those citizens that fall under the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the city of Laredo. This endeavors shall be memorialized in the form of intergovernmental contracts, joint services agreements, or memorandums of understanding, which will call for cooperation and sharing of services and resources among the governmental bodies herein mentioned.
Do we have any discussion from our committee regarding this subject? Yes, sir, Jack.
It's nice and idealistic. Sounds very nice.
The big takeaway was that we don't limit our government, just like the state does, and just like the federals don't. Even if we don't mention it, doesn't mean we don't have a say-so regarding that. So a little cover yourself situation there. Okay. Any other discussion? I see no hands. Let's go ahead and go to the next one.
Section 1.07, notice of claim. The city of Laredo shall not be responsible on account of any claim for damages to any person or property unless the person making such complaint or claiming such damage shall, within 180 days after the time at which it is claimed such damages were inflicted upon such person or property, file with the city secretary a true statement under oath as to the nature and character of such damages or injuries, the extent of the same, and the place where the same happened, the circumstances under which happened, the conditions causing the same, with a detailed statement of each item of damages and the amount thereof. And if it be for personal injuries, giving a list of the witnesses, if any known to affiants, who witnessed such accident.
Thank you. Any discussion? Yes, sir, Mr.
I have a
Killam.
question. Yeah, I guess does 180 days, does that seem short? And I don't know, I mean, I guess, I think, I'm not a lawyer, but for like civil procedure, it's probably like, I would imagine it's longer, maybe 2 years or something like that, and so.
Unless you're dealing with minors, and then it's not till they become adults, and then it's.
So I don't know if if it's reasonable to consider a longer period of time. I mean, I'm not,
Mr. Valdez, since you usually are the person that served as the city secretary, would you give us some insight into that, sir?
I don't know as far as, if it should be more or not, right, but I have seen in the past, I think in prior charters, I don't have any with me, but I did see where it used to be 90 days, so they had doubled it at some point in time. So I don't know if that would be enough. Mostly, let me see. I thought it was at the point that the person, finds out, then it's 180 days from that point, something like that. I might be wrong. But that's when the clock starts on that.
I'm gonna recognize Dr. Reyes. You had a comment?
I think that was my issue, what you just said. I think right here that it says, the time at which it is claimed such damages were inflicted upon such person, but you just made the difference. You just said when someone found out. And I think that's the language that I'm having issues with. Not so much the 180 days or 90 days, but because what if somebody doesn't find out the damage that was inflicted upon somebody, like contamination or, you know, the development of disease because some factory was allowed close to our city or, and so maybe the language, I would suggest changing the language, but I don't know if the lawyers would allow that because I know they're about protecting the cities.
Well, I think, if I may,
Yes, and then I'm gonna recognize Mr. Carranco because he did have his hand up. Yes, sir, Mr. Valdez.
this is not against, in other words, the city doesn't control if you sue a company. This is if you're suing the city. And so if the city was negligent in something and you realize 6 months down the road, you know, that accident that happened with the city, I didn't do anything about it, but now I'm feeling something, I think at that point, they have 180 days to file something against the city. Correct me if I'm wrong, Zone, but this isn't if somebody gets poisoned by a company or something outside the city's powers. This is where they're suing the city.
But my issue is the
Okay.
language of when you found out or when you were inflicted.
To be honest, this language, I mean,
Of course, Mr. Zone.
Is it standard?
this language follows the language from the Texas Tort Claims Act,
I was
101.101, and it says 6 months, and it doesn't have a tolling
clause.
provision, so
I thought we were special.
And
it's always followed.
I haven't forgot you, Mr.
That's right.
Carranco, just see, once we're done, Mr. Zone,
Medical
then,
processes first, please.
okay.
Yeah, if there's any other statement. Mine is actually a little more just structurally speaking. Why is this notice of claim in the first section of the charter and not in another section of the charter? I feel like it feels a little bit out of place here.
I believe it's in this first part because it's Article 1, it's dealing with the city as a whole as opposed to, the other articles, that's all.
And this is how you serve the city to make them a party in the suit. And there is tolling in that, it's not till the claim has been perfected, if there's ongoing medical treatments, Dr. Reyes, that doesn't finish till now we have a full and final damages and it's presented as a claim. It's also limited by federal law too. If you have an individual from Mexico, the tolling doesn't apply until they step back in, so theirs doesn't leave neither until they're back into the United States. But again, this is how you sue the city of Laredo. It's a very formal process, has to go through the city secretary's office. They have to be served with notice, and the city secretary will then has the obligation to dispense it to city attorney and onward and upward on their behalf. Does anybody have any comments they want to make on that, or any motion that they would like to make? If there is no other discussion, let's go to the next one. So that's the next part of our agenda here, right? Because we're not going to the next section, okay? Yes, to section 2, please.
Article 2, City Council, Section 2, 2.01, Composition, Qualifications, and Terms. Section A, Composition. There is hereby created as the governing body of the city, a city council composed of a mayor and 8 council members. The city shall be divided into 8 districts, which shall be drawn by ordinance. A city council member shall be elected from each of these 8 districts. Whenever the term city council member is used in this charter, it refers to a member of the city council other than the mayor. However, the term city council shall mean the 8 council members and the mayor.
I think we'll go section A and B and C.
Yes. And if anybody wants to make a discussion on there, raise your hand, I'll recognize it, but let's go ahead and proceed like that. Of course, we could go on to, was there any comment on section A? None? Then let's go ahead and go to B.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Reyes, I didn't mean to.
No, that's fine. I was just waiting for anybody else to. I would like to mention that I have had several people approach me, and they would like to know, because this is the section that breaks our city into 8 districts, and there's several people that would like to know if we can have more at-large districts, and so maybe we could have a discussion on that.
Well, it's coming up on section C, if I'm looking on terms and limits, right now, we're just doing, I mean, you're right. Well, why don't we have a discussion if you wanna have one right now, Dr. Reyes? Does anybody have any comments regarding that?
I just don't know if any of you feel like, that merits a discussion on at-large districts, single-member districts, the fact that we have 8.
We could discuss that.
Of course.
If this is the time, I do have a comment to.
Mr. Souvigny, if you would, please share it with
So
us.
this was something that was taken up at the city, if I'm not mistaken, the last time there was a
And
charter.
that's 3 or 4, charter amendments. I know there was a group that tried.
Right. So, there was a group of citizens that tried to speak to this very board at the last time it was formed and made a suggestion related to that. And, I don't recall whether the board presented it to the city council or not. But in effect, the city council did not accept any of those changes, which is why the citizens committee took action and for the first time in Laredo's history, actually, through petition, added charter revisions to the ballot. And part of it was a recommendation that the charter be changed so that there was a 4-4, 4 at large and 4 districts. How the idea was 4-4, I'm not sure. I think they were kind of
Compromise.
maybe mimicking the county, how the county has 4 county judges, but they didn't feel that you should have fewer officials. They 4 were at large. So 4 would represent the city at large, 4 would represent the districts that probably would be the same as the county, and then the mayor was there. So the city has, this has been discussed before and put up for vote before, and I think it's worth our time in discussing it as well.
Thank you, Mr. Souvigny. If there isn't, I'll share a little bit of history. There was once a time where Laredoans said all city councilmen were from one neighborhood, one street, and then it became they wanted their own districts. That 4-4 was a look at a compromise going, there should be at large, and there should be kind of a hybrid system. And again, we could visit that. Does anybody have any comments they would like to read in, or?
I think, if I may, it would be
It's gonna
worth
be this, yes.
to look at localities of comparable size,
Okay.
just to have a reference point. And we don't have to decide right now, right, whether we are okay with single-member districts or with a combination of district and at large, but there is a concern in smaller localities, which I wouldn't consider Laredo a small locality, but smaller than others, where there could be log rolling or bargaining of like more quid pro quo, where there's single-member districts that are representing small numbers of people. Now, if we don't have any parts of town that are underrepresented in terms of votes, then it could make sense to have at-large districts in combination with a number of single-member districts.
Any comments on that? Yes, sir, Mr. Souvigny.
So, yeah, I see that in terms of, many of us have probably lived in other cities, and I'm gonna use something that's probably familiar to many of us, and that's San Antonio. So a council person in San Antonio represents approximately 100,000 people, as compared to what a council person in Laredo represents, how many citizens?
We did the divisions on the cities, and the districts, and try to keep them even.
More or
I
less,
forgot what it
more or
was.
less.
Yeah, 40 to 50 maybe.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think, and I don't say that as a, we should do it this way versus that, I'm just using that as you're pointing out, there's a comparison. So, but then I agree with you in that, smaller communities also, have certain interests that the larger communities may, not have, and so that's why you have the number of council people you have. And we have almost as many council people as San Antonio does. But but I don't, I don't know that, I'm not proposing fewer council people.
Well, just to address to Ms. Benavides, we do meet, and there are the districts that are formed every 10 years.
I was gonna mention that, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, if you would, Mr. Valdez.
I think by law, we're required to do when we get the census, I think within after a year of the census being official and adopted, the city council has to adjust their borders or boundaries for districts. So
Avoiding-
it's based on population of every district. I think there's not supposed to be, percentage-wise, maybe not more than 10% or something like that, between districts, right? So the population's always adjusted, the boundaries are adjusted, so that almost every district has the same amount of people. Now, from the 10th year to the new 10th year, certain parts of the city grow, and so you're gonna have sections. I remember when I served on council a long time ago, one of my district was one of the bigger ones, and I think, Alfredo Agradanos down in South Laredo just expanded tremendously, so his was one of the bigger ones. His was the biggest one that time, during that time. And so when the boundary commission came in to play and they adjusted all the boundaries, so everybody kind of came back. And that's why we kind of moved the boundaries, and some districts are not the same as they were when I was around on the council. So they do adjust by, and under law.
Populations and
Yeah, by
population
population
growth.
every 10 years.
And just to address that, I was on that committee, they're also limited, they make sure there's not gerrymandering, because it's still under federal scrutiny that you don't leave little pinkies, that it's really going to one neighborhood again. They try to avoid that, and it's gotta avoid federal scrutiny, and it has to be passed. But that's one of the ways they address that, and try to keep it equal. Anybody else? Yes, sir, Jack.
Henry, do you have a vision for change that you believe would be beneficial to the city regarding this issue?
Well, I did at that time, and I still think that members at large serve the interest of the city at large. I'm open to discussion as to how many at large. 4-4 was what was on the ballot the last time.
Right.
But it could be 2-6, and it could be none. I mean, I want to discuss it with the group here, but I take your meeting and your discussion there, and also the idea about districts being so small that, the interests of the citizens then are not being met because there's bartering going on.
Any other discussions, or?
What action would you
Mr.
all?
Carranco, yes, sir.
What action would you all like to take on something like this? Is this something, we're obviously not gonna solve this issue right here, and right now. Does this mean that we should probably meet again formally as a group, to discuss this at a future time and date? Having received some research?
I'm not prepared to make any kind of decision or anything like that.
No motion.
Yeah, not even a motion. I think it's something that we should strongly look at, but we're bringing it up. I thought the purpose of these meetings, at least these initial meetings,
It is.
are just to bring to the table some discussion for us to consider for the future.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, sir, Mr. Valdez.
As we're proceeding with each section, I don't know, there might be sections that you all think are okay and you really don't want to revisit them, but sections like this, you want to revisit it. And so maybe we can say, motion to revisit this section in the future.
Sounds
That
good.
way you can get some information, we can highlight it. We're gonna visit this one again, we'll bring it back, and that way we're not going through the whole thing again.
Put a
We're
little
going through
check
the-
mark on the
through
side
the
of it
sections
that's
that you guys have really big concerns
That's a
or
smart idea.
questions.
So
Fair enough. Mr. Sune, with that information.
Normally I say so moved, but I believe I need to say the motion, right? So, thank you very much. Timely advice, Mr. City Secretary. I move that we revisit this, are we talking about composite,
It's just a composition section.
composition,
for
right?
now.
Revisit this, after some thinking of individuals to revisit the concept of single-member districts.
So moved.
Second.
You mean you second that?
So we have a motion by Mr. Sune, we have a second by Mr. Carranco. Any discussion?
I would just like to recommend everybody read some of this, go and inform yourself, so when we come back,
Yeah.
we have something to contribute.
And Can I,
Noted,
further discussion on that? So do Google, just, at-large districts, single-member districts, all of that information will pop up doing that kind of a Google.
I can present some research if you want to.
Yes, sir, Mr. Zone, because after that, I'm gonna do the motion, second, call for the vote. So go ahead. Yes, sir, under discussion.
On a side matter, under subsection A here, there is differentiation between city council member excluding the mayor and city council includes the mayor. And it's gonna be something that is gonna be a theme throughout this article too, is just the powers of the mayor. So just to give you a preview, certain positions like city manager, city attorney, city secretary, and the internal auditor have to be approved by 5 council members, which excludes the mayor. But then you have issues that we confront dealing with, for instance, when the Planning and Zoning Commission disapproves an application and it comes before the city council, the local government code says that to overturn a denial of the Planning and Zoning Commission and approve, city council needs the governing body needs to approve by 3/4. So governing body, I interpret means everybody, right? Including the mayor, but then the mayor doesn't vote except a tie, so then, you need more council members. So it's something that I would like for you all to think about. Is there a reason to exclude the mayor from voting? And then there's also more issues with the mayor. But that's something I'd like for you to consider under A, please.
Is that clear?
Noted, Mr. Zone. Yes, sir, Mr. Killam.
I guess a couple things. One is, by having to flag every section and saying that we're gonna, are we sort of ceding the fact that we can't bring it up later? I mean, do we need to actually?
I mean, we
Sort
can,
of. I think it's just house cleaning, just to put a little check
I
mark.
think a little emphasis on this section, we really wanna visit. I mean, you
But we
bring
can
up
certainly go
anything.
back to.
We'll still put the whole thing back on and you.
For the record, we could visit everything, Mr. Killam. Yeah, it
And-
doesn't exclude us.
And then I guess also, since the city attorney brought it up, I mean, would it be, I don't know if there's any suggestions that y'all have, whether it be sort of the type of issue you just brought up, or where you could share that with us so that we can see that in advance, or we can kind of have something to look at on paper of whether that or any other kind of typos or other, issues in terms of streamlining things, just so we can have something in advance.
If I may just address that to Mr. Killam, we have a motion by Mr. Suvinay and a second from Mr. Caranco. I think if we do pass it, we can also instruct the city to give us input regarding that. And again, just because we talked about it doesn't mean we've excluded it, or does that say, no, we can never go revisit it because we never made a motion. So that always stays on the table, Mr. Killam. With that being said, is there any other discussion by the committee? No other discussion. Let's go ahead and call for, we had a motion by Mr. Suvinay, a second by Mr. Caranco. We have a call for the vote. All in favor to revisit this subject in the future, and I believe afterwards we'll ask the city for input. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed, with Mr. Cisneros in abstention. Now, if you want to do it, or do you want me to read it in, Mr. Killam? Or you request the city to give it?
Sure, yeah, I guess I'd like to request any suggestions or changes by the city or city attorney's office to share with the committee.
When we revisit that.
Endorse city
May I ask for clarification? Do you want it in writing beforehand, or you want me just to brief you?
I think in writing ahead of time would be helpful, and I guess mine is sort of more broadly against, what we're gonna be.
I'm gonna be a little expansive if we could include input from the city secretary's office
Yes,
too.
yes.
Because we all have different opinions. You might get more than one opinion.
It's good, and we always invite the city citizens to come join us in this discussion and give us their input. All right, excellent. So we already had the passing of that. Let's go ahead and jump to the next one.
Section B, qualifications, the mayor and all city council members shall be registered voters of the city and shall have resided within the city for 12 months immediately preceding the last day for filing an application for candidacy. Additionally, city council members shall have resided within the district for which they file for candidacy for 90 days preceding the last day for filing of an application for candidacy and must maintain their residence in the district from which elected throughout their term of office.
I have a question on that.
Yes, sir, Mr. Killam.
Maybe it's for the city attorney as well. Is that a government code thing, or is that, how much discretion is around, the time duration that one needs to live in the city as well as live in the district?
This one is, up to you all. This is not, state prescribed.
And I guess, I know that, just,
Mr. Valdez, yes, sir.
The state does require you to live in the territory and in the state itself, they have certain time period, but I think we can be more tight on that, but there's a minimum. Offhand, I don't remember, we're not doing elections this year, so I'm not into it too much.
Yes, sir.
But there is a limit.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry.
Valdez. Jack, yes, sir, I saw your hand up.
I had a question here about residency. It doesn't seem like the language of this section requires that the address they declare as their residency also be the same as the one they declare as their homestead. For tax purposes, for example. I mean, should that be clarified here so that, go ahead.
If I could,
Yeah.
homestead, you could claim one
Right.
in the United States. So if I know you have one in Michigan, I could, and it doesn't mean that that's where you reside. The courts have generally looked, it's where you hang your hat and all these nice flowery stuff,
Could
that's what you reside. Yes, sir, Mr. Killam.
could it be both? You have-
Yes. You could have both. You could actually have, no, my homestead is the South Padre one, cause that's worth more. I want my exemption up there, but I reside here.
No, I guess what I'm suggesting is to Jack's point is, can you have it to where it needs to be your homestead and it needs to be your place of residence?
Well, that was the point he brought up. He
Yeah.
goes, maybe we should make it as well.
Like, you've got to actually live there, right?
If we're done with that, I saw Mr. Souvenir's hand up. Yes, sir, Mr. Souvenir, if you would like to add to the discussion.
When I was transitioning to Laredo from another place, my residency for a while was outside of Laredo, and I wanted to participate in matters related to the government here. So I took the decision that it was important that I be a registered voter in the city that I was going to be opining on. And so I maybe that's also something to take into consideration, where you're registered to vote. So I think I maintained this registering to, do you have to be you have to be a resident of the city you register to vote at, right?
Yes. Yes, you do, unless that's your last place and you changed your residency, it doesn't go in. I'm sorry. I'm gonna recognize you right now. Jack, did you have your hand up too? Cause I saw
No,
both of you.
I did briefly, but there may be
I'm
better
not
ways
recognizing you, Doctor.
to express what I'm trying to say. And I think perhaps.
I was just
you
throwing
hit
that,
on it.
I was just
Yeah.
throwing that one out,
Yeah, that's all.
Thanks, sir.
I have a-
Yes, sir. Mr. Killam.
I guess, I know that, in the past, there might have been, at least allegedly, some people that were, filing certain places and lived in one neighborhood and saying they were in another, for their district. And so I think to, the previous points, is there a way to either say, more time needs to be there and another way to, make sure that that person actually lives there? And so I guess that's
Very
more
tough.
broadly the question for our, committee or to get input from either city attorney's office or city secretary in terms of, to make sure that the folks that are filing there, they're asking for the, vote of their citizens in the district actually, should be on the ballot.
Yes, sir,
Chairman.
Mr. Valdez.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, when people come, let's say they're candidates, right? They're gonna vote with us. They're signing an affidavit, so they're legally stating that all the information on the form is true. The law at the state level says, I, as the administrator of the elections, have to, and I can't question what they're signing. In other words, that's my responsibility. So I can't be a judge and say, well, I heard that you don't live there. And that's happened before. And so it's state law, and so I can't do that now. When they register, I think that's also an affidavit that they're signing, and so they have to take it the elections administrator has to say, okay, you're signing this affidavit, you're telling the truth. Now, if you don't and they catch you, then they're in trouble. And so, and I know some people may not
And I guess my,
do that, but that's how legally,
And just to be clear, because he had 2 points, it wasn't just there, he was talking also about the policing of it. And I think that's what we're addressing there, is the policing, and when you file a sworn affidavit, anything notarized, you're subject to perjury now. You've now testified under oath, and that is now a court document. Tampering with government records, even to the opposite. What happens if it's not notarized? The city secretary also has the right.
yeah, and
Reject
the
it.
application,
It's
like,
effective.
and I deal with the candidates, right? And so they have to the law says you have to fill this section, you cannot leave sections blank, certain sections, right? Others you can. And so, like with our staff, if I'm not around, I always tell them, this is the highlighted areas that they have to fill. And we always try to help all candidates and tell them, you have to, fill this section, and if they want to submit it, I have 5 days to review it. So if you submit it the last 3 or 4 days, I don't have to give it back to you till after the last day of registration. So I encourage anybody that's interested in running to always go on the first day that you can register. And that way, if there's any mistakes, we can always help them out, right? And so we're trying to help them. Again, as far as people registered, where they're registered, they're signing affidavits. And the law says that, and it's really weird and it's kind of comical in a sense, the paragraph where it says that you must, when you submit that document, unless somebody shows the elections administrator a public record that they don't live there. And then in the same breath, the next sentence says, there is no public record that exists that can identify residency. Only a court of law, basically a judge, so you have to take whatever proof, you gotta sue the person.
You have to
You have to have, the word, like the right to sue them to begin with, I think. Standing, there you go. You have to have standing, another candidate has to sue the person, that's happened, I've done that myself. And it's hard to prove that somebody doesn't live there. I know the law recently changed about residents, that you can't change your address to impact an election. But in the past, we go back to residence is a state of mind. So like if you're a college student, you live outside, you still register with your parents at their house. And so you might you might be over there 4 years, but you're always voting over here. And so it's a state of mind. I think that part might have changed somewhat. So I'm not familiar with all the new laws, but those are some of the issues. I know here it states that you have to be a registered voter of the city. So right there, they're telling you have to be registered in the city of Laredo for the part of the qualifications, and at least 12 months, and in the district, 90 days before. So that means you have to be registered and in the area you're running. So, Mr. Zone.
Mr. Zone, yes, sir.
If I may, just
You wanna
for
add?
this conversation, as far as your leeway, 12 months is the max that you can require residency within the city or the state. So really, what you can adjust is the 90 days within the district. You can add up to 12 months.
And that was the
Mr. Carranco, yes, sir, you had your hand.
And that was the point I was going to make. Right now, we're assuming that the citizenry who are applying for this may have nefarious motives to be here. So why don't we empower the citizenry who want to vote and give them more power to prove that they're residents in a particular area, and let's say double the dates there from 90 to 180 days. That might abate serious questions, because for 90 days, I mean, I might be out of town for 3 weeks, 4 weeks for whatever reason. I might want to go on a road trip. And I may not be, I live there, but I can't prove it. But if I'm there for 180 days, that might actually abate those sort of questions.
Anybody have any feelings towards that? Any other discussions? Do you want to make a motion, Mr. Carranco?
Well, I'm not quite sure if I want to make a motion, but I think that it's something we may want to reconsider or visit when we come back to this in the future.
And do you want to present it as that, a motion to revisit this with?
A motion to be added to the list compiled by the city secretary to revisit at such a time we have an opportunity to return to such item, which would be section 2.01, section B of the city council makeup. With a note that we should consider the 90 days to 180 days. at such time we have an opportunity to do our proper research.
We have a motion by Mr. Carranco. Do we have a second? We have a second by Mr. Killam. We have a call for the vote, or any discussions regarding, no discussion? We have a call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None opposed, with just, Mr. Cicero saying abstention. So this one also has a check mark. Now, if it has a smiley face, I want that to.
108 days, smiley face.
One check mark, Cody, just one. Okay. Let's go ahead. If there's nothing further, let's go to the next section.
Section C, terms and limits. The term of the city council member is 4 years. No person shall be elected as a city council member for more than 2 terms. The vacating of office by the city council member, whether by resignation or otherwise, shall constitute a full term irrespective of the length of the time served. A person who has been elected as city council member through a special election to finish an unexpired term longer than 2 years shall be deemed to have served a full term. No person shall be elected as a city council member through a special election if they have been elected to 2 terms. The terms of the city council members shall be staggered, with half of the city council members being elected every 2 years, subject to the prohibitions and limitations of section 2.03A. Service as a city council member does not limit service in another elected position.
Any discussion regarding this matter? If there's none, then if we could proceed to the next one. Yes, sir, Mr. Valdez. And then I'll recognize
No,
John.
you go ahead.
I was gonna say, I would like for the commission, maybe to revisit this and consider, an issue that happened once, and, I remember when former council member Veta was removed from office, so there's no appointments, right? And so, maybe it might not fit in here, but, if you had a former council member in that area that has the experience, knows what, they're doing, and so we don't have appointments, but there was a vacancy there for several months, at least 120 days, max. And so maybe the commission might wanna consider either an appointment in certain situations or something like that, so that the district's not, vacant
Mr. Chair, can I ask a
for longer
question?
than a month.
And I'll
He was
recognize
removed
Jack.
through a
I forgot
recall?
him.
I'm sorry?
Do you recall if he was removed through a
He was,
recall?
he was removed through a recall.
Maybe
Yeah.
we can put it in that section that.
Maybe in that section, I just thought of it, I forgot, I said, let me say it before I forget.
Christie. Jack, you had your hand up. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if anybody thought it worth discussing the very idea of term limits. There's many offices at the level of the state where there's no term limits. Look at the state level and the national level. Legislators don't have term limits. On the one hand, it seems like it protects democratic governance to have term limits, but on the other, if you have quality representatives, it seems to be kind of arbitrary to limit the people's choice and making them ineligible to continue to serve the city well. So I don't know if this is something that others think is up for consideration or.
Any follow-up discussion regarding that? Yes, sir, Mr. Zoll?
I have 2 items I'd like for you that I'd like to
And
question.
I'll make a comment
But
regarding that.
this is one of them, that's my question is, do you want to continue having the exact 2-year term limit and no more, right? Or would you all consider limiting it to 2 consecutive terms and then they can come back after, a pause in someone else?
Wow.
Or you have no term limits but then you might have someone be there for a while. So it's something that we have to play out and live with, but it's
Right.
your recommendation. I'm not trying to impose my recommendation on you.
No, I appreciate, those are definitely all options.
Mr. Valdez, you had one, and I'll make a comment. to
For the
that
record,
statement.
this section was probably mainly done for me. It
I knew
was-
that, but I didn't want to say it.
Referred to
Wow.
this section. I sued the city to run because I had an issue with the charter a long time ago, and I won in court. And so I won the election, right? Fact. And so I got the opportunity to come back, and so I was elected 3 times, but only served 8 years. The judge considered a special election, or not, he said
An unexpired term.
an unexpired term, so he gave me the 2.5 years that were still pending. So council and I voted to change it. I didn't say I always want to be here, but here I am at a different form, right? Just when you thought it was safe to come back to the city. I show my face again. But yeah, I mean, a lot of times, and I've always been of the opinion, I guess now I'm throwing my personal, I know Zone just mentioned, so I'm gonna go off of what he said, wasn't my idea. But again, you have to look at what you all, how can I say this? Your policy, right, your thought process, because again, unlimited terms is the people are deciding, and so do you want people to decide or not?
Right.
And so if that's the case, that could be an option. You wanna limit them, that's fine too. I know sometimes at the federal level, I'm thinking, why do these people keep running? But they keep voting for them, so anyway, that's just a consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Valdez. Yes, Ms. Benavides?
I would just like to take into consideration the voter turnout and how low of a voter turnout we have. I think based on that, it doesn't suffice to say that the people are choosing when the people are like 16% or 20% of voters.
Noted. I'll share with you guys, I was elected official. I termed out as municipal court. There's never enough time to finish. It's one of those like, have you done enough parenting? Well, there's never enough time. There's always room for more. You always say, there was still stuff to make. I could see the logic saying that, yeah, if he's going to be in office, let's open it up and have other people be in office. There is a sense of expertise. You get smoother, faster, quicker. And there is that little learning curve that's kicked in. That being said, democracy, it's not pretty, but it is the best form of government. And yeah, there is low, it's really amazing. You go with how low the turnout, and then you just need a majority of that low. And that's the magic number to have quite a bit of power. So, just to address that.
So it doesn't only, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Mr. Suinet, yes, sir.
please, Henry.
Henry, yes, sir.
It not only occurs in smaller communities where, there's low voter turnout. It happens in larger cities. San Antonio changed that. I'm sorry, I'm referencing it because that's my point of reference.
Sure.
It went from unlimited terms to term limits in the late 80s because you had a couple of council people that had served 14, 15 years. And these are not small turnouts. These were districts that were turning out thousands of voters. But the city at large had said, you know what? Yeah, they're great, they're fantastic, but it's time for somebody else to have a chance. So how long is too long is the question.
Okay.
I can share at least my
Mr.
view
Gillum,
is
yes,
that,
sir.
I think that having a little bit of, having limits is probably a good thing, and giving other citizens an opportunity to have public service. And while certainly someone can spend that time and get good at it, I mean, there might be other avenues for them to give back with their time. And I do think there can be a concern if you have something without any term limits, and so it's good to have fresh perspectives.
Yes.
If I may ask a
Mr.
question to
Caranco, yes,
Henry.
sir.
Henry, does San Antonio allow city council folks to come back after a certain amount of terms, or they're out for life?
When I lived there 8 years ago. You could not come back.
Yeah, even if you die and they resuscitate you, that's not an exception. You're not. Well, I'm on my second life now.
But yeah, I don't believe so.
So just to be clear, and that's the way it is here. Once you do your 2 terms, it's okay. Cooling off. I could no. You're done. Enjoy retirement. I'm
What
sorry.
if you move districts? Would that make
I'm
it?
sorry?
If you moved a different district, or was it?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Technically, does it limit you on city council? Because then you're tied to the position, just like municipal court is tied to a 4-year, 2 terms.
I mean, I don't know, I'm not a legal person, but I
Because
like
city
to argue.
councilman run for mayor.
Well, it says that you have to live in the territory, right? And it talks about term limits, but what if you live in a new territory, 12 months, and does that start it up again?
So,
I don't.
I know that,
Just say
the
yes.
council members have, served their 2 terms and then, gone to mayor, right? However, I read this, and again, I would like some clarification, because I read this as city council member, not city council of that district, so.
One, exactly.
There's some things that I would like clarification so I can interpret it more easily and be accepted, more readily, so. So, yeah, I asked you all to consider the terms, right? And also, in this section, if I may, I'd ask for y'all to possibly see if there should be a distinction between the partial term and then the special election term. Because you see the partial term, the first 2 sentences, if they're vacated, if they serve and they're vacated by resignation or otherwise, that still counts as a term. So it could be like 1 day, 1 year, whatever, right? But then if they come in through a special election, then there's that 2-year mark. If they serve 2 years and a day, that counts as a full term. If they serve less than 2 years, it doesn't count as a term. They can serve.
And that has happened.
2 years plus, 2 more terms, 10 years. So it seems like it's inconsistent and arbitrary. That's why I asked for y'all to possibly consider it.
You're asking us to consider also, appointments, is that?
That was brought up. That's a good idea, I believe.
Well,
But
sure.
I'm not sure if you hear this section. That's all.
Yeah, and I just brought that up because I know that was a situation that's happened, I think, once when Mr. Reda removed. And just for consideration, because you leave the district without representation.
I don't think it's a bad idea.
Could-
I was just,
Yeah, I guess the idea is that if there is a vacancy, then someone is appointed there in an.
Yeah, and I mean,
I was once where we went a
We're in
long
section
time without it. It
I
was
would-
just, we're gonna ignore it and keep functioning.
I would possibly put that in like section 204 as far as
204.
vacancies, filling vacancies.
okay.
yeah, I just brought it up before I forget. No, you're right.
And just for the record, I served 10.5 years ago. Well, it was 2 terms. I
No, we
didn't
need
get to
limits.
the special election. It got changed back to November, so I was holed over, and then the next election. So your terms are the terms as per the city. Yes.
No, I was just gonna say, I know Zone mentioned a couple of different ways of doing this. No limits, 2 terms, and maybe staying out 1 term that you qualify
It's like
for
an off
again.
period.
There's different options that you all can consider, so take your time. We're not voting tonight on this, I hope. I don't know. There's different options.
With that being said, is there any other discussion? Does somebody want to make a motion regarding that? Again, we could always revisit it. We could give it the look-see later.
I would like to make a motion.
Yes, Ms. Benavides, if you would.
I would like to make a motion to revisit Article 2, Section 201, subsection C at a later time.
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Benavides. We have a second by Jack. Any discussion? No discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed. The ayes have it with Mr. Cisneros in abstention. With that, let's go ahead and go to the next one.
Section 2.02, compensation expenses. Unless otherwise provided by law, each member of the council member shall receive compensation for his or her service in office. The city council may determine the annual salary of the mayor and city council members by ordinance, but no ordinance increasing such salary shall become effective for the mayor or city council members until the date of commencement of their respective new term, provided that such respective new term follows the adoption of the ordinance by at least 3 months. The mayor and the city council members shall get a salary deduction to be assessed for each unexcused absence for any regular city council meeting. The mayor and city council members shall receive reimbursement for their actual and necessary expenses incurred in the performance of their duties of office.
Any discussion regarding that?
I have a question, I
Yes,
guess.
sir, Mr. Killam, and then I'll recognize you, Jack.
I guess, is there other, right now, I guess the city council determines that, is there other ways to determine that? I don't know if other cities, how they handle that issue. I mean, I do believe that a council member should be compensated. I mean, it's a lot of work, and I think that not everybody has, I mean, I think that there's a variety of different reasons, I mean, where different socioeconomic backgrounds in terms of each individual, and so I think that, you know, they're putting a lot of time into this, and I think it's important to compensate them for their time. And so I think that should be done, and I think that it should be a significant, I mean, I think it should be an appropriate amount for that, because given the level of commitment required for that, and that there are different people with different backgrounds, and I think it's important to do that for those individuals. So, you know, it's sort of my point, and I guess more broadly, is there another way to, you know, what is the appropriate amount for that? Is there a way to peg that to something? I mean, I guess one way is through city council, or is there another way to determine what is an appropriate amount for this person's, you know, time in public service for this?
Okay, noted. Those, hand up, Jack? Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I just wanted to ask some clarifying questions for me. What is the current salary for city council members?
I believe it's
50?
50,000, 75 for the mayor.
And then I think-
50,000 and then 75 for the mayor.
But they also have an additional, or it's all inclusive, right?
That was.
That's,
Then you go to
clarification.
discretionary funds, or is still?
No, this is something different.
You know, they have
Yeah.
allowances, but
Yeah.
it was termed to be inclusive, so those amounts
Those
have
are
to
the-
add up to 60,000. It's not 60,000 as a base salary. It's including everything,
Oh,
which could be different, because some people may have a home office allowance, and that's included. Others don't have a home, but it's still 60,000. So that's.
So everybody's capped at 60,000. I didn't know that. I knew the 50, but that is cool. It's cool to know.
Morgan?
Yes, Mr. Carranco, I'm sorry.
Cliff, can I ask a question of you, if you don't mind? If you're talking about compensation and setting that, are you considering maybe not necessarily the base salary, but perhaps what they're increasing their salary by? It's kind of, in some way, it's like, all right, you get to judge what your own salary is, which, you know, that'd be very nice. But depending on where you're at in the world, you know, maybe you should be arbitrated by like a cost of living increase on an annual basis or something like that. But I guess the question would be like, what's that base salary?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, what is that, is it pegged to, is there something that it can be tied to in some way, that takes into those things of cost of living issues, but also like what, you know, more broadly, what is an appropriate amount for that? I mean, I think it's a big time commitment, and especially to do that, function well, and so I think that, I guess really that's my question more broadly is, you know, how is that determined, and is there a way to have it to where it is sort of non-politicized in some way because you are tying it to some other benchmark? And ultimately, I mean, what I think that we would all likely agree to is we would not want to have someone who is a very highly qualified citizen of Laredo that their voters would support not run because they're not financially
Blessed with the ability.
right. And so I think that it's, you know, how do we get the best people in our community that want to run, and to help them that you know, make sure that a fair wage is paid for their time in public service.
Make a quick comment. I'm gonna recognize Jack and then our city secretary, assistant city manager. Just a quick comment. Remember, just because you're compensated doesn't mean you have to keep it. You could go, like, all goes to scholarships. You know, I'm very blessed. It's a nice salary, but it could go into scholarships. That's one option. Jack, you had your hand up, sir.
yeah, just another question of clarification. What kind of time commitment is it to be a council person?
We consider it a full-time job. A 40-hour week is technically a full-time job, but Mr. City Secretary, Assistant City Manager,
And
Mr.
that's
Valdez.
my personal observation.
Yes, sir.
And I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm not supposed to be giving my opinion.
Well, you have prior experience as a
Yes, and so, yes, it is a full-time job. I get calls at 3 a.m, hey, they just crashed into my house, help me, and stuff like that, and then, you know, but it depends on the person. I've seen, in the past, my present council that I love, this does not apply to them, but I've seen other council members that really don't put the time into it. And so, I was gonna just mention that in some cities, I think they're paid by meetings. There's
Yeah.
different ways of doing this.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Some cities pay $50 a meeting. So, but it doesn't make sense, because you're putting a lot of time into this. Anyways, I just wanted to.
I believe Ms. Benavides had her hand, and I'll recognize you, Henry.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to point out, thank you for asking the clarification on whether this is considered a full-time or a part-time position. I wonder, back to Andrew's point, could we tie, I believe it's you, Cliff. Could we tie an adjustment on salary to something like a consideration on whether a city council member is allowed to hold another full-time position concurrently with being in city council? Meaning that if we were to raise the salary to be a fair full-time salary based on cost of living and based on geographical considerations, that there would be a requirement that another full-time job cannot be held.
Yes, Mr. Cosby, I would just, to address that, it's very hard, if I'm blessed, I'm also an investor, I do oil and gas, but they're not my jobs, but I still collect a paycheck from a mailbox, does that qualify? And again, if I do have a lot of bills, I'm also a landlord, does that qualify versus, no, sir, you have to punch in here, you need to only address stuff at this time. Mr. Caraco, now I'm gonna recognize you, Henry. Yes, sir, Andrew.
I think part of the thing we should approach this as is, because it's very easy to come to civic government kind of, with a narcissistic point, or a kind of a pessimistic point of view. They're here to abuse us. And in some way, I mean, the Constitution and our laws are written so that we don't get abused by them. But I think we also have to look at it in the sense that we have to assume that the people we elect are the ideal citizen. I mean, that's not always the case, very clearly. But, I want to be the idealist. I try to be the idealist here. And maybe we should, when we approach it that way, we have to assume that the city council person who we elect will be here for us, X amount of hours a week. And at least in my experience with city council people, most of them do treat it as a full-time job, 40 hours a week. And back to Cliff's point, we want to make sure that someone who may not have the monetary means to do this volunteer job are not precluded from that. I mean, that's an argument as old as the ancient Greeks. So I think the central point to it is not so much what's the increase of the salary, and maybe we can just attach that to what the Wall Street Journal says for cost of living, but what is the base salary and what's an acceptable form of salary? Is it a managerial salary? Do we look at what LISD is paying a principal or a janitor? Who knows? So.
Thank you, Andrew. Henry, you had your hand up. Yes, sir.
Just a thought. I think it is true that we say the job is a full-time job because it could be a full-time job. But there's no way you're going to get rid of an elected official because they're not spending time on the job. In other words, yeah, it's a full-time job, and we all say you should be here full-time. But if you're only here 2 hours a week, you're not fired. And if you have a job where it is a full-time job, and you're not coming to the job at IBC, trust me, there are consequences. So what I'm trying to say is, yeah, it's easy to say, and not easy, I'm sorry, it's true to say it could be a full-time job if you make it a full-time job. But if you have a second job, then someone's going to say, well, you know what, I'm paying equal attention to both jobs. I'm not suggesting that you couldn't have a second job or shouldn't have a second deal, but that is a consideration. I think those points need to be thought about, because if you're paying, I'll make up a number, $75,000 for a council person per year, we assume they're going to be devoting 40 hours a week to this. But if you also happen to have a job at fill in the blank, then I can't say you're unelected because you're not working 40 hours a week, but you're taking home this salary plus that salary, and I know you cannot be giving me the time I'm paying you for. Just something to think about.
Well, if I could just address real quick, and I'll recognize you, Mr. Valdez, and I'm not going to forget you, Dr. Reyes. The citizens are ultimately responsible. They can call you into question. They can recall you. I know there's also a limit on unexcused absences. If you have consecutive ones, it could be brought up also. And again, whenever a citizen would go up to any elected official, be it a judge, mayor, whatever, and says, I put you in office, I can take you out, they're absolutely right. They're servants. They serve the people. They're not lords or kings. So they're ultimately always responsible to the voters.
Right.
Last little point, just to address, I do want to see that there is fair compensation, because I do want it open to those that are blessed with means, or those that are going to make sacrifices and a hard choice and go, I am going to dedicate myself to this, and might sever another employment one and opportunities, but we don't close the door to that individual to serve his community. Yes, Mr. Valdez, you had your hand up. Yes, sir.
I just remembered right now that I think didn't council declare themselves so they could get retirement, that they were working full-time? I think was that
Yes.
correct, so, or maybe
It
I'm
was,
That was one of the changes in
Yes,
CESA.
It was a declaration on their
Talked about that.
part, I think, right?
It's in an ordinance that
The
they,
ordinance, right, but they passed the ordinance saying that they're working at least full-time, or 1,000 hours or something like that, a year.
that's required by TMRS and it
For the
was
retirement.
that they are
Full-time.
working that amount, and therefore they are full-time.
Yes, sir. Jack.
Has it always been the case that city council can give itself a raise?
It has existed, but I think if you read the way it's done,
Mhm.
it's
The
not
next-
for me, it's for the
The
next
next
person's
guy.
term.
Yeah.
So
Right.
if we vote, and I'll give you an example, if I'm on my first term and that comes up and we give a raise, it won't happen to the individual until they come in again for their second term. So they have to get reelected. That's one. Or the new people coming in, they'll benefit from it. So there's been times when some council members are getting the old salary, some are getting the new one because they can't get it immediately. Unlike other government entities, which they can give themselves
Yeah.
salaries right now. So I think, well, I won't give my opinion.
It doesn't seem,
That's just a fact.
if I'm hearing everybody correctly, it seems like we're generally of the consideration that they're not paid enough. I think I'm hearing that sentiment correctly.
That's
And-
what I think.
Yeah, and so it doesn't seem, I mean, for having the power to grant themselves raises, albeit in the next term, it doesn't seem like they've abused that power, if we're all agreeing that, or is that not the case?
We'll address it. A lot of times when they even bring it up, the crowd will roar, and it looks bad if I'm asking it for myself. So you'll see a lot of, no, it applies to the next time.
That's true. When I started, it was $6,000 a year.
Yeah.
Right now they're 50. And so we increased it, I think, within 2 years to 12,000. So we figured someone that's well off, they don't need the 6,000, right?
Right.
But the thought process back then was, okay, someone working a part-time job,
Yeah.
making $12,000 somewhere, and then if the city gives them 12,000, that's 24. They can survive. They can function. They can represent the community. And so that was the thought process back then. So we raised it, and then I know they wanted to raise it again. We said, no, let's leave it alone for right now. And we left it alone. So it was 6,000, and eventually I think either 12 or 24. I don't remember. But now it's at 50. So that's kind of what happened since 2000 this way.
I think it's hard to imagine giving the people in an at-large election the authority to approve of a raise for city council. I think that, because, I mean, the problem with the people in that sense is that they see from a distance and they don't have a first-hand account of just how difficult and how much time city council persons are actually devoting. And so I guess this aspect of the current charter where they have the authority, I guess I think that's probably for the better.
Thank you for sharing that. Anybody else? I don't want to ignore this section. Dr. Reyes, and then I'll recognize you, Henry.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate here.
Yes.
I am not sure that higher pay is something I would consider. I actually would, from my point of view, if in your district the highest paying person is making $45,000 a year, why are you making 50? If you're economically not enriching your community, why are we enriching you? That's one point. The second point I'm gonna bring up is this. when we look at the federal government representation, right? We actually judge them by their pay, the fact they have health insurance, the fact that they have all these benefits that citizens don't have. And so why would I want that at the local level amongst politicians that we don't already trust? So even if they haven't abused it, you know, there are some sitting right now that have given up their pay because they can afford it. I understand that pay may be necessary to allow someone to run for office as well. And, you know, if they're gonna spend. But legally, none of them are required to work. The only qualifications we force them to do is attend meetings. Legally, that's all. And we're treating these as if it's a job when it isn't. We don't require them but to be registered citizens and attend meetings. That's it. And we want to compensate them? Come on. I'm just thinking, don't think of it as a job unless we're gonna legally treat it as a contract. Right? There you go, devil's advocate.
Just in response, if you look federally, state, they don't really give themselves a raise. What they do is they tie it to the judiciary, but whatever the judges get, their retirement. So it doesn't look like you gave it to yourself, yeah, but it went in a circle. It wasn't really directly. I gave it to the judges, and it just so happened I now get compensation like a judge, so. Anyway, is there any other comments from the, yes, sir, Henry?
So I just wanted a clarification about a point that was made by city staff. Do the city council people, the persons, they are entitled to a pension from the city after serving how many years?
They have the same 7% of their pay taken out of their salary, and that's their money.
But they qualify-
The match, the 2 times match,
So if I
they're
serve
best
one
after
term
5
for
years.
4 years?
No, 5 years.
5 years,
You have to
okay.
make it
A
past
minimum of
Really?
5 years, and then the 8 years, and then you use the formula that the state has for that.
Gilmore.
And so, by virtue of that, they're considered full-time employees
Yes.
of government. Does the city allow you, as employees, to hold another job in addition to the job you have?
Oh, great question.
As far as employees,
Can you hold a job with the county? Can you be hired by a
School district?
school district? Can you be hired by a private sector and have a 40-hour job and also have a job with the
generally,
city?
no, but.
40 hour not.
But employees do have, outside businesses, firefighters do have second jobs,
Right.
police officers do have
And
night jobs.
I'm just asking the question. I'm not trying to find a flaw. I'm just trying to define this so that I understand what an elected official will be, if we're gonna be paying an elected official more, how much more time an elected official can devote to another job? Because, I understand they do have other jobs. I mean, if they're an attorney and they have a law firm, you're not gonna put a hold on that, for that period of time. But I just want to understand it.
Well, just for the record, municipal court judge could not have a private practice no more, so.
Yeah.
He's limited to just his municipal court judge.
I'm sorry, that's a very good point. I didn't realize that. So it's an elected judge may not have the private practice, but can they have another job?
Yeah, the charter only prohibits private practice.
Yeah, I believe he has a real estate
could
license.
be a
Technically, he
waitress
can
if
sell
you want.
houses like that.
I'm just asking, again, just
No,
taking
no,
into consideration
that's a
all the
good
questions
point.
we're discussing.
Yeah.
Because certainly we want to compensate, and I agree with some of the people up here that are saying we want to compensate someone correctly if they're going to be giving up a job to work for the city or so that they can support their families. Just the question is, what about the matter of time that they're contributing to the position? That's the only, I see that point as well.
Perhaps,
Yes, sir, Mr. Caraco.
perhaps you bring up a good point. Perhaps what we ought to do is, if you're going to assign yourself a certain salary, it should be tied to a certain obligation and commitments that need to be met by the individual who's holding public office. It doesn't necessarily have to be particularly strict or, structured, but a vague sense of what that means may be sufficient to get over this hurdle.
And
Mr.
just,
Chair, I have a
yes, Ms. Hale, go ahead.
suggestion, since,
Sure.
this is a lot for us to consider, maybe we should definitely put this in a future agenda or create a committee so that we can
I agree.
address all these good points.
Any other discussion regarding that? Do you want to make it as a motion, Ms. Hale?
Yes, I would make a motion that we revisit section 2.02, at a later time and get maybe more information ahead of time so that we can make better.
We have a motion by Ms. Hale, we have a second by Mr. Sune, no discussion. Call for the vote, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed, just Mr. Cicero's an abstention. Let's go ahead and go to the next one, or, I see our city planner here, Mr. Navarro, thank you for joining us. You're in attendance, just listening? Understood, thank you, sir, well, we welcome you here. Let's go ahead and go to the next subject.
Section 2.03 prohibition, Section A, holding other office, except where authorized by law, neither the mayor nor the city council member shall hold any other city office or city employment during the term for which he or she was elected, and no former mayor or council member shall hold any compensated appointed city office or city employment until 1 year after the expiration of the term for which he or she was elected.
Any discussions regarding that, or?
Can we discuss whether we should include commissions in here?
Any discussion regarding Dr. Reyes's recommendation or suggestion that we consider commissions or committee appointments?
Can you qualify commissions, please?
Commissions like this one, or,
Oh.
yeah, or committees by the city commissions, city committees.
So if a city councilman wants to serve on the airport committee, he should not be on there, or she should not be.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they should wait a year.
The difference, just Dr. Reyes, was compensated, that's uncompensated, but that's open if you want to include something like that, say even uncompensated. We do have lobbyist laws here too. If they register as a lobbyist, they're supposed to abstain for a while. I know Ethics Committee has visited that. So does anyone want any discussion or care to join in that conversation? There is no further discussion regarding that. Let's go ahead and move on to the next subject.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
may
Mr.
I ask
Zone,
something
of
you
course.
consider? There have been instances where a council member was a previous employee. So the question is, would this preclude him or her from going back to previous employment? I believe the spirit of this is that you don't want to use your position as a council member to get yourself a plum job with the city when you leave. But, what about someone who, was an employee, becomes an elected council member, and then leaves office? Should there possibly be an exception like that?
To go, for a city employee to run for office and go back? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
You selected to run for office, and that was you decided, I'm gonna run for public office, and this is the condition under which you were running for office. You're not taking a break from being a city employee to be an elected official to go back to being a city employee. That's my personal opinion.
Okay, any other discussion regarding that? Jack, yes, sir.
Does city council have the authority to make exceptions to the rule? Like, can they say, well, for a set of employees similarly situated like this, can we make enough?
This charter is our constitution, so the ordinances that we pass are lower
This
level
becomes the
laws.
new basis.
So this trumps, yes. So we can't pass an ordinance to overturn a charter.
Just to be clear, barring any prior agreements that were reached by the city with an individual, because this would be going forward, not going back in time, so there's no non-pro-tunc, we're not going this way, we're going this way forward. An example would be, I'm a fireman and I run for office, can I go back to being the fireman, again, same position, or do I start, do I have to go to the academy? I doubt the academy, but whatever the lowest rung is, and then, I don't know. So that's open for discussion here.
Henry, what if you were to add language, because I can see that point, I have my own business and I'm very happy doing it. If I leave, and I come back and start to pick up again. And people who may be employed by the city are probably middle class, and it might be hard to take a year off. What if we were to consider some language that would say along the lines, unless otherwise employed by the city within a 30 days previous to their successful election, or something along those lines, or registration to run?
There's a politics and there's an energy between city employees and elected officials that exists. We don't have that relationship with your company. So you leave your company, you come here, you go back to your company. It's not as if there was a symbiotic relationship there of sorts.
Right.
And so in order to prevent that wall that says, hey, Andrew, why don't you run for office? I'll support you. Don't worry, you can go back to that office when you finish. Because I need whatever I need. That relationship there is just too cozy in my mind for us to allow for that. For me to say I would support something like that.
That's a fair point.
Okay, any other discussion? I'll just enter, City of Laredo is a huge employer. A lot of people are, short of the school districts, are the number one. City punches pretty good for its weight, so that's including a lot of employees, whether they'd be able to then run for office and come back. But okay. Do we want to add any
So
language? I'm sorry, yes, Dr.
Yeah,
Reyes.
I just have a question for you guys. So does that happens right now? So if a city employee runs for office, then they have to wait a year to go back to that position? What if that position was already occupied? Do they give it up legally? Are they still
Most of
putting
the
stuff
ones I
in their
know of is-
retirement? Like what's happening to
Yeah,
the
you have to
police officer?
resign. I don't think you're fired, so.
It's just that this provision says that he or she would have to wait a year before even being
But do
employed.
they resign right now?
Yes, of course.
So they resign. Do we still maintain their retirement and stuff?
Yes.
Yes, you won't.
Okay. So they resign, they have to wait a year after they finish their term, but what if that position has been filled? Or do they hold it for them?
No, nothing's being held.
They would apply for a job after a year for a city position.
It's not like serving your country for no, there's an obligation to hold that position.
No, I mean, it would happen in any employment, right?
Not necessarily, if you're a National Guard, then you have to
That's
go,
the
you're
only,
called
that's the
up,
only
then you
protected
have to hold it.
employment, yeah. But
Right.
if, let's say I work in the bank and I run for office and I tell my boss, you know what, I cannot do 2 jobs, my boss wouldn't hold my position, of course.
Depends, were you a good councilman to the bank? I'm just throwing it
No,
out there.
he's
not
already
saying
told me he
anything.
wouldn't.
I'm
How
not saying
dare
anything.
No, I wouldn't hold the job.
Right,
I didn't say I wouldn't rehire you.
right, exactly. Thank you.
With that being said, does anybody have a motion they would like to make regarding the subject?
I think I would like to revisit this,
Okay.
because I think it's a good point and I would like to think about it. Can I do a motion for revisit?
Of course, I was gonna urge that from you, Dr. Reyes.
Anyone wants to second?
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Reyes, if I understand, to revisit this subject in the future. Do we have a second by Ms. Benavides? Do we have any discussion regarding that? No discussion. Let's go ahead and have a call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed. So put a check mark on that one.
Section B, appointments and approvals. Unless it is otherwise specifically provided in this chapter, or this charter, excuse me, the city council shall not in any manner dictate the appointment or removal of any city administrative officer or employee with the city manager or any of his subordinates are empowered to appoint or remove, but the city council may express its views city manager anything pertaining to appointment and removal of such officers and employees.
Any discussion regarding this matter? I see no discussion. Let's go ahead and go to the next subject.
Section C, interference with administration. Except for the purpose of inquiries for obtaining information or reporting problems with services and of investigation under section 2.06, the city council shall deal with city officers and employees who are subject to the discretion and supervision of the city manager solely through the city manager, and they shall not give orders to any such officer or employee, either publicly or privately.
Any discussion regarding this? Yes, Dr. Reyes.
I think I'm gonna talk about B and C together, simply because, I mean, these are great clauses, but what happens if they do?
You're micromanaging and saying right here.
No,
here,
yeah, but what's the consequence to the city council that violates this law?
You're in violation right there, and you
But
have
what
now,
happens?
you have now left, you are now subject, it depends, what do you wanna do? If you affected me, I'm gonna quote this, I'm gonna say you're out of bounds and you've caused me
But what can they
irreparable
do?
harm, and I'm gonna sue the city and show that you're in violation.
I want to logically understand this. What happens, for example, if, I don't know,
Councilman micromanages.
no, forget about micromanaging, because right here, they're just saying communicate with officers. So let's say I call, I don't know, I'm the city of District Two. Yeah, somebody good representing you. And so, I call, I don't know, the city police
Landfill,
department or landfill, and I say I'm the city council member and I want this information without going through the proper channels, right? Through the city manager, I violated this clause. What's gonna happen to me?
Can I answer?
Well,
Yeah.
talk about the ethics violation, you can go.
Actually, that is, in the spirit of this, you can, ask
Right.
questions, you just can't dictate, direct, and micromanage. So what this allows is, if that occurs, it allows me as the city attorney and the city manager to say that they're in violation and to prevent them from continuing to do so. That's the effect, but there's no like sanction penalty or such.
Okay,
That
Should there be?
provides,
that's
basis
the
to
point I was
say-
trying to make.
But you,
There's
you
no
could,
consequence.
you could be brought into the ethics and it could go escalating.
I think I would like to revisit this. I think I'm gonna go look at what other cities may do and see if we can put consequences this, because it seems powerless. This seems powerless.
Is there any discussion? Because I saw Andrew's hand up. Yes, Mr. Carranco.
Really, what you're doing is you're protecting the bureaucratic nature of the city, which is important because we want the city to be able to operate without interference, generally speaking. And maybe looking into that spirit and saying that instead of prohibitions for the city council, look at it maybe protections for the city to operate in that way. Because really, you want to provide incentives for people to operate within these frameworks, not penalties, because it incentivizes people to do the right thing as opposed to penalizing them for trying to get away with something.
Is there any other discussion? And if not, I would,
I'd like to.
Yes,
I
Ms.
think
Hale,
with
go
regards to what she's saying, I think that's part of the problem is that the ethics code does not cover, like, for example, that. So
Punishments.
there is no consequence, so maybe that could be a suggestion that we do is have these subject to ethics codes, filing of ethics complaints, maybe this particular section.
just as a point of discussion, because it came out, okay, you're in violation of the ethics code. What does it mean? Who enforces that? How do I know you've done it? Okay, I said you have to attend classes, you have to pay how much? Who's gonna enforce it? What if they don't do it, then what's the legal remedy? Now, with that, I would urge to leave it as broad. Let's say the city attorney could address that, or I don't know if anyone wants to add anything to that. If not, I believe Ms. Dr. Reyes has a motion she would like to urge.
Yes,
Can we
I would like
revisit
to
if you wanna-
revisit this. I wanna go and look for some solutions and bring them to you guys.
We have a motion by Dr. Reyes to get additional information and revisit it, this subject. Do we have a second to her motion? We have a second by Andrew Carranco. Do we have any discussion regarding that? If there's no discussion, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed with Mr. Cisneros in abstention. If you could note it, Mr. Valdez, and
Yes,
if we
sir.
could go to the next subject.
Section 2.04 vacancies, forfeiture of office, filling of vacancies. Vacancies. The office of the mayor or of city council member shall become vacant upon death, resignation, removal of office in any manner authorized by law or by forfeiture of office. Do you want me to read the section, the other part, or up there?
Yes, please, just so that, or unless, Dr. Reyes, did you
No, no,
wanna?
go ahead. Go.
Okay,
Okay.
yes, please.
Section B, forfeiture of office. 1, mandatory grounds. The mayor or a city council member shall forfeit office if he or she, A, lacks any time during the term of office, any qualification for holding the office prescribed by this charter or by law, B, fails to meet residency requirements for election of office, C, is convicted of felony, D, fails to attend 3 consecutive regular council meetings without being excused by the council, E, violates the prohibited personal financial interest provision set forth in section 12.01 or any other provisions of this charter that prescribe forfeiture, or F, fails to attend 6 consecutive or non-consecutive regular council meetings in any 12-month period with or without being excused by the city council. And 2, potential grounds. If the mayor or a council member is convicted of any criminal offense other than a felony or Class C misdemeanor, the city attorney shall file a petition for declaratory judgment with the district courts of Webb County for the determination on whether the crime is one involving moral turpitude. If it is determined by the district court judge that the mayor or or council member was convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude, then the city council shall automatically order a recall election at the next available election date under the Texas Election Code and dispense of the certified recall petition required in section 11.05 of the charter.
Any discussion regarding this subject?
Yeah, I think I would like to consider adding, sorry, yeah.
No,
Give me.
No, I just, to perfect the record, I don't want you to lose your thought.
Right. I just want, maybe we can add in this section the teeth for the other 2 paragraphs.
The moral turpitude paragraph, or what?
No, for interference with administration and appointments and approval. And maybe in this section, we can discuss the appointment of someone that has been,
That will be in section C, the following section. I haven't read that one
okay,
yet.
okay.
But
Oh, yeah, filling of vacancies, yeah.
I see our city attorney's hands up. Yes, sir, Mr. Song.
If I may just tee this up for a possibility going along the lines of what Dr. Reyes is saying, is the ability for a council to police itself. There really is no mechanism in this charter. And what I'd like for y'all to possibly consider, and I'm not proposing anything, but just the possibilities that we've seen in other city councils. But is there a mechanism to suspend a council member, put them on admin leave, censure, remove, right? And instances besides just a conviction, because there are times, like in San Antonio, for instance, where council members were arrested. What if they're indicted pending trial? How does that look to the public? And also just rules of how to conduct themselves one versus another. Because I believe in San Antonio, one of the council members was removed because of his conduct with another council member. I'm not saying that you have to. I'm just saying that there's no mechanism in place here, and that's the way it should be. That's fine, but it's something to at least consider.
So maybe this,
Yes, sir,
maybe this is
Mr.
the right time to ask a
Yes, sir.
question, because I had that thought in mind for the mayor, stripped, if that's the right word, the city council person of all of the committee appointments, for that reason, but the mayor had the right to do that. So was that in the charter, or
there's a mechanism for them to do so. We don't have that mechanism.
Right, but what I'm saying is maybe I'd like to see the verbiage that exists in the charter that says that the mayor can do that. And I believe it included voting of so many members of council as well. But that's how the council or the council polices itself in some respect. But if you could all collect that, that would be great to see.
We can definitely do that.
Just as a point of discussion, to Henry's point there, there's also a very fine line, because sometimes you want to punish, but not the district, just the elected official. You're not like, okay, that district will no longer get police service or sanitation, death penalty. No, you can't overstep bounds. Yes, Mr. Valdez, you had a.
Well, I just want to clarify, can you say strip them of being on the committee?
Yes,
Their committee appointments,
their
right?
committee, their council.
Employment power.
So,
Be on a particular committee?
yeah, I guess they had certain committees that this council person was participating in.
Is it to penalize them or to help them? Because I think that'd be less work for them. I'm being honest. I mean, sometimes I don't want to
Chasing
be on
them
the committee.
because they haven't appointed.
Right now, the
Recognize that.
mayor, they ask to be on certain committees, sometimes they don't wanna be on any.
That's
And so I don't think that's,
But in that case, they stripped them of a lot more than that.
or we put him on a bunch of them.
I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, that's a fun issue, that's a good.
I'm just kidding. But no, I mean, that's the reality sometimes.
Hell, Christina, you know the more details than I do.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I do remember she was not allowed to do anything. Like, she was not allowed to make motions on certain things. So they took a lot of the power away.
Maybe that, instead of stripping him from committees.
If
And
you
let
want,
me recognize Andrew, yes, sir.
if you want to put teeth on it, attach it to pay. Dock X amount of percent of pay. That'd keep someone on the straight and narrow usually.
Usually.
Dock 25% of their pay, 30, 40, 80 on it, That would, you connect to the pay, people start really paying attention and being careful about those sort of things.
Okay. Any other discussion regarding that, or would anyone want to make a motion for us to consider, or?
I'd like to make a comment.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I
Mr.
just,
Killam.
I think that, I think that what the city attorney is bringing forward, I think is something definitely that maybe there's a recommendation or some other information we can take a look at, but I appreciate the point of saying that is there need to be some kind of mechanism to address some of these things, and then I guess, I mean, that there's sort of in the case of moral turpitude, I mean, there's sort of is there a way to streamline that in some other fashion? There is you have to file a petition, it has to be determined, and it goes to the district judge, I guess. I mean, I guess, how do other cities, handle this, and maybe make another question more broadly of how to deal with those kinds of situations. Is there a best practices? I don't know, maybe this is it, no, but if there isn't, then there's something else we can take a look at when dealing with these situations.
Just point of comment, the judiciary's been very reluctant to interfere with elections, so they try to stand back because they don't want to open it up, and that's a way to usurp it. I don't like that district. I don't like the way you're dressed. That's a crime of moral turpitude. What? What are you talking about? Yeah, gray offended my sense of morality or something.
Fair point.
So they don't want to make it necessarily that easy it's such a terminal. Okay, you lost office. You were actually found to be in violation. You're prevented.
That's a good counterpoint.
Any additional comment or?
I just was
Yes, Ms.
wondering,
Benavides.
were we supposed to address C, filling of vacancies under this section before we
That's-
move?
That'll be next,
Okay.
I just went through A and B for right
Yes,
now.
we're gonna hit C right now. But do we,
Yeah, we're
Mr.
revisiting.
Caranco, do you wanna make a motion? Were you interested in doing that, or do you wanna revisit it, or?
I think the general consensus has been to revisit these things after some consideration personally, and reflection. So I'll make that motion to reconsider reconsider these sort of things.
We have a motion by Andrew Caranco. Do we have a second? We have a second by Ms. Benavides. Any yes,
Clarification,
of course.
is that to get recommendations? I know that was brought up by Mr. Zong,
Yes.
Yeah.
back with some recommendations,
As far as some options for policing power, self-policing power?
Yes, yes,
and
please.
maybe some, penalties or not so much just the removal, but maybe some sanctions or something like that, right?
So I'd like to amend the motion
Actions
by
removal?
that point. Bringing in the points that the city attorney will be bringing in terms of examples.
I accept those amendments.
And you're fine with seconding it, Ms. Benavides?
I just had a clarification question.
Of
Is
course.
this motion for section A and B or just B?
The motion is for section 2.03 prohibition, or sorry, section 2.04 vacancy forfeiture of offices, A and B, and A, B, 1, and 2.
Thank you.
She's still in agreement to second it? Okay, no other discussion, call for the vote, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None opposed, with Mr. Cisneros in abstention. How about we do this, just a recommendation to the committee. We would never turn away any recommendations from outside, from the city attorney's office or the city secretary. I think it adds the flavor.
Yeah.
So can we just, at anything that we're gonna revisit, you're more than welcome to submit that, we'll take it. If we don't want to, we'll just be clear and say, and we don't want to hear from the city attorney's office, which I don't foresee happening, but just, we opened it up, so it's always, Mr. Zone, if you can, always on the ones that we're gonna visit. Is that fair? Does the committee agree with that?
If I may, I appreciate it, but my objective is to provide you options. I'm not trying to impose, I'm not a member, I'm not gonna make recommendations, I just want to provide options for you.
And if I may, for the committee, I think a lot of times here's where the rubber meets the road. We're theoretical, and then you know the practicality. You know what I've come up against? Nobody's talked about this, so we want to welcome that kind of discussion, that maybe we didn't see that. Maybe, yeah, that time frame doesn't work. Let me explain why. In my practice, this has happened. Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Zoll. With that, if there's nothing further, let's go ahead and go to C.
C, filling of vacancies. Any vacancy or vacancies occurring within the city council and of the office of the mayor shall not be filled by appointment, but shall be filled by a majority vote of the qualified voters at a special election called for such purpose within 120 days after the such vacancy or vacancies occur.
Okay, any discussions regarding filling the vacancies?
Yeah, this is where, I'm sorry.
Dr. Reyes, yes,
Yeah.
please.
This is where we're gonna discuss the possibility of changing this whole paragraph, maybe with a specificity of who can appoint, who can we give the power of appointment, or whether we should recommend an ex-city council to occupy an office that has been empty. Maybe what offices someone can appoint, you know, if they become vacant, instead of waiting for election in 120 days is a lot of time for somebody not to have representation. Recall, it's a big, huge, long process.
Any discussion regarding that? I'm gonna recognize you, Henry, and then you, Cliff Killam? Yes,
Yeah,
go ahead,
so,
Henry.
San Antonio, I believe what they do is they'll ask citizens from that district to present themselves as possible appointments, and then the council selects one of those people. So they'll go up there, talk about their credentials, their qualifications, council listens and appoints one of those people to that position. And then you don't have to go through the expense of a special election, so to speak,
Oh, so that's an appointment, no sweat.
to finish the term.
Okay, here, just to address briefly to Dr. Reyes, yeah, and the other side elections are very hard. 120 days is very short to print ballots, get everything going. I don't want to cut you off. Cliff, you had your hands up. Yes, sir.
And I guess you just made a valid point, which is maybe going to counter what I'm about to say, which is that, I mean, should the time frame be shortened so that that appointment is filled much faster? But I guess the other point is, you know, is that doable in order to hold an election more quickly?
Mr. Alessio, oh, I'm sorry.
Benavides had her hand up?
Yes,
And then
Ms.
I'll-
Benavides, my
sorry.
apologies.
No,
Yes.
you're fine. Well, I wanted to just put into question the 120 days. I think I feel inclined to say that we should allow council to fill by appointment, but further than that, if council has not filled a seat by appointment within 30 days, that in that event, a special election is called within 30 days.
So a mandatory trigger, if I heard you correctly, okay?
Good idea.
Yeah, say that.
Mr. Valdez, if you would share with us the dynamics of making a special election, maybe you
Well,
could share stories?
I'm not trying to convince you all of anything, believe me, or maybe I am. But I think the issue with having an appointment finish out a term, person gets in office, has a heart attack, dies on the first day, council's gonna appoint somebody for 4 years. And so I think the issue of, and the citizens have the right to elect their person, right? And so my personal concern was just the 120-day vacancy, right? That's where I was going with this. I mean, y'all can recommend what you like, but I think that's the consideration, the other side, right? Devil's advocate playing.
I guess I,
Mr. Killen, yes.
could you have it to where, say it is vacant, but you trigger an election automatically in 30 days, and you have to, you
I don't know if the law allows you to.
no, is it?
And
How long does it take to call an election
Oh,
itself?
I was gonna, since it's a special election, it's 120 days, I don't think the general, election laws fall, because like on, let's say next year's election has to be called up 78 days before the election. And that's state law. And so I don't think that applies here. These would be elections that they call it at the next available council meeting. So let's say there's a vacancy occurs today, when's the next meeting? They'd call for an election, and normally you give 120 days, and those that have run before, you need time to go out and talk to the community and get your message or whatever your vision is, right? So people will consider you for the vote. And so it comes by really fast, and then you have to do so many days before early voting, and council agrees to that. I think it's 1 week or 2 weeks of early voting. So all of those things start playing into, and that's why I think they settled on 120 days. And I want to say that the state says that 120 days somewhere. I've seen that before also. I mean, we can get you more information. My concern was that 120 days, because it happened, a couple of years ago, that nobody was representing the district.
Yeah.
And so that, to me as a constituent, because I used to live in that district, like, not that I wanted to be appointed, but we should have somebody, right? And if it's just taking applications from citizens and people can appear for the 3 months or 4 months, whatever it is, I wouldn't have an issue as a citizen with that. But I think we should have some representation. And the only reason I said someone with experience, because we've had in the past former council members in different districts, right? And so you have a history there. If they like to serve, I think that they bring experience. Now it's up to council, if that's what you all want to implement, that they choose, whoever that is. Or it could be a citizen, anybody. But I think you should have a form of representation during that time.
let me recognize Andrew, and I saw your hand up. Henry, I'm not gonna forget you. Go ahead, Mr. Carranco.
There are three considerations here. There's a long-term consideration, the entirety of the term. There's a short-term effect, which you have to address. And then there's a democratic aspect you have to address, because it's not necessarily particularly democratic for a whole district to be essentially have an appointed person for an X amount of days. But on the flip side, to Mrs. Benavides' point, if you have some political interlock or some political grappling that may exceed 30 days, then you may not have someone appointed at all. That's a very real point. I think there's probably other cities out there who have done this better than we have, and we may take that into consideration. But a general framework, if I may offer something to consider, is that if a candidate were to die, or if an elected member should die on the 180th day, in a 4-year term, if they've been in there for 2 years, an appointment to finish off the term may be sufficient for the taxpayer purposes and would not necessarily exceed that amount of time. If it's longer than that, you may consider an election, at which point a temporary appointee for the course of 180 days, to give a sufficient amount of time for the election to be held, for campaigning to take place, may be able to fix that kind of momentary lapse of reason.
Thank you. Henry, you had your hand up. Yes, sir.
Taking what you had said earlier and plus what Mr. Carranco just said, I agree. Those are good points to take into consideration.
I think Ms. Benavides was bringing up the trigger. She wanted more a hard, if we pass that one, that triggers an election. If I stated correctly, or?
Yeah, that's correct. I think the other consideration that I'm taking into into account is what happens if these events unfold days after the regular election, and then we end up appointing someone for 3 years, 3.5 years term. So I would like to pose that question and just bring that back into the conversation, given that we've now outlined we have short-term, long-term, and democratic considerations.
Thank you, Mr. Arias. Yes, sir, Mr. Valdez.
In remembering I've been around so many, I don't feel old, but I was on council, so it's like dog years, you age quickly. LISD, I wanna say, appointed someone, and I'm not gonna mention their name, years ago. I think there was a vacancy, they appointed the person. I think they held the position until the next, election, what is it, what's the word? A state law allows you on even years, you have a uniform election. And so they're allowed in May and in November. And so I think the person held the position until the next uniform election date. So that's something y'all can consider too. I know you talked about 2 years, and so it wouldn't be as much of an expense, I think, because normally there's an election going on. And so on even number of years, especially. And so those are the opportunities also, so the city would save some money there in an election. So that's something to consider also for election, following the election code and using the next available election dates,
And just to
if you
be,
want to consider it.
just to be clear, everyone understands how expensive elections are. So when you partner with the county, the city, if there's there's a sharing of, there's already a voting site, we're gonna split the cost and stuff. So, excellent point. Is there any other hands up here for discussion? Yes, Dr. Reyes?
I would like to seriously consider who appoints, because I wouldn't like to give this appointment power to the city council. If we aim at having checks and balance, I mean, I really have in my mind the recommendation of, for example, separating the city secretary or the city lawyer, outside of that power, but we need a third neutral party.
Are you proposing the judiciary, the executive? What are we
Yeah,
talking
I just
about?
would like someone else to hold that power, not the city council.
Do you have a recommendation you would like to make?
Well, it's
or-
because I already have in my head the recommendation of the city attorney being outside that. I think the city attorney should not be, hired by the city manager nor approved by the city council, because then we would have a third person out there, challenging the power. The city secretary, I don't think should also be under there. We need to create some. Yeah.
Well,
We need to
just to
create
be
some.
clear, does he run for office or the city secretary?
In my
Then how do
mind-
you?
In my mind, they do run for office. So, yeah, but that's just my mind, in my opinion. But what I'm saying is, since I have this thing, right? Because there's no checks and balance, who would be that third neutral party to appoint a person when I don't think it should be the city council, that's all I'm saying.
If I heard correctly, there should be an appointment, but it shouldn't be the city
The
council.
city council.
Okay, fair enough. Any discussion regarding that? Is there a motion somebody wants to make? Yes, sir, Mr. Caranco.
I motion we look at this in the future.
Okay. We have a motion by Andrew Caranco that we revisit this. Do we have a second? We have a second by Henry Souvigny. Do we have any discussion? No discussion. Call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None opposed with Mr. Cisneros an abstention. So another check mark on that one.
Section 2.05, Judge of Qualifications. The city council shall
That should be.
be the judge of the election and qualifications of its members and of the grounds for forfeiture of office. The city council shall have the power to subpoena witnesses, administer oaths, and require the production of evidence. A member charged with conduct constituting, the ground for forfeiture, of office shall be entitled to a public hearing. Notice of such hearing shall be published in one or more newspapers of general circulation in the city at least 1 week in advance of the hearing. Decisions made by city council under this section are subject to judicial review.
Do we have any discussions regarding this item?
Just an
Yes, sir, Henry.
observation, and this was the reason why maybe the city of San Antonio has the council reviewing the people who want to, from the district, to submit their names. Because, as it says here, the city council shall be the judge of the election and the qualifications for its members, and of the grounds for forfeiture of office. And I think that's a responsibility that the council is placed on the council's shoulders by virtue of being elected to the city council. I'm just throwing that out there for thought.
Is there any other comment?
Should we, like, give,
Dr. Reyes? Yes.
yeah, should we give this power to, the municipal judge instead of the city council?
Any comments, any discussions regarding Dr. Reyes' recommendation?
I don't understand why they're policing themselves, that's all I'm saying.
Well,
Even in the Congress, we
says-
have the Supreme Court
which
judge
is-
coming in,
which
or,
is why it has, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
but
no, no.
That's the very last sentence.
Sure.
Decisions made by the city council under this section are subject to judicial review.
yeah, but shouldn't the judge be the one deciding instead of the city council? And then after the fact, have the judicial review? I mean, I don't know, I think this paragraph has some issues.
Sounds like you don't want them to decide anything at all.
Not anything. If we establish that they don't have a policing, they're policing themselves. They don't
Yeah.
have, they're not responsible to anyone but the people that vote, and only 20% at max vote, right? So they're not responsible to anyone. And so right now, they're even saying even if they fail to do something, they will judge themselves. And that makes no sense to me, no logical sense at all. We need a third neutral person, right?
I have a question about the language of the first
Yeah,
sentence.
yes, sir.
The city council shall be the judge of the election and qualifications of its members and of the grounds for forfeiture of office. We had just covered a section that discussed mandatory grounds of forfeiture. Does this first sentence mean that the council has the power to decide one day, on a whim, for example, what some grounds for forfeiture of office, and then expel one of their members? Is that a legal possibility?
If I may, I don't think it does. I don't think this,
Okay, so it
section
shouldn't-
actually has teeth. I mean, even
Okay.
like Mr. Samiani is saying, it's subject to judicial review, but what are they reviewing, So I would like this section to be beefed up more to just say, like, how am I supposed to proceed with this,
Yes.
You say don't go and vote 205, I'm not sure, if we talk about majority vote, or, so who presents evidence, am I representing the council, or who's gonna represent the person accused? I'd like for this to be beefed up, if
Yeah.
possible.
It really does seem to have sort of, the language of the law court is here. It's almost like they're turning themselves into a legal institution.
If I may,
Yes, of course.
if I may add, just to second, city attorney zone, I feel like this is an area where we need to set it up so that council themselves hold themselves to the highest possible standards. I'm taking a little bit after Andrew's idealistic viewpoint here. I know that Dr. Reyes would like to see some of these powers not be solely within council, but I think it's all in the teeth that the provision has itself and the ability to give council members to be able to hold each other to those high ethical standards. Because when I read that the council has the ability to be the judge of the grounds of forfeiture, there's also some language here that says a member charged with conduct, so not convicted, right? In the previous section,
Or not even judged by
Conviction
court,
of moral
just
turpitude.
mandatory,
charged by the council.
mandatory grounds, we talk about being convicted of a felony, but what happens when a member is charged and not yet convicted? And do we have the ability to encourage council to hold each other to these standards within this section?
Well, just to give a little input, the language is mandatory whenever you see shall. It's mandatory versus may. So they're going, what I believe Mr. Nguyen was talking about was clarification in that, okay, are we talking simple majority, or do we need 3/4 of those present, or is it all council? And then I believe Mr. Nguyen also talked about who would represent, in theory, he is our city attorney, only represents the city of Laredo, not the individuals. If an individual is put before him, he can't represent two. I understand his concern, he can't represent two and not give an appearance of impropriety. I'm also prosecutor and defense, but maybe we could get some language more towards that and address what do we mean by council. Yes, Dr.
I have
Reyes.
a question. So,
Sorry.
the way I understand this is an impeachment process, right?
Possibly, there's a public hearing, which sounds like a great right to have, but how do we do this
So
public
what we're
hearing?
missing is either the process, who handles it, and who presents evidence, which is, okay, thank you. I just wanted to know I was
Thank you.
understanding it correctly.
That's a very good point, Doctor. That's your subpoena power, like you said, and evidence, who's gonna do the evidence gathering and, okay. Is there any other discussion, or does anyone wanna make a motion regarding this?
I would like to make the motion to revisit, but then I would like to ask the committee, how are we revisiting these, these topics?
Okay, why don't we address the second part of it first? We're really instructing the city secretary, and he's taking a note that we are gonna come back regarding that, and we've opened the door that we would like input from the city attorney's office regarding any item we're gonna revisit. If we're looking at our timetable correctly, and if we do finish the 3 tonight, in theory, in an abstract, 4 should take care of this, and it gives us a chance to revisit with still plenty of time left in the clock to present to city council and then see what city council's input's gonna be. Yes, Mr. Zone?
And if I may, how I see this is, when you tell me you wanna revisit, then I can propose some language, but if you tell me you don't wanna revisit, then I leave it alone. That's how I'm perceiving this, so I wanna do the legwork for you all, so I just wanna see tonight, what are your interests and what do you wanna see more of?
Thank you, Mr. Song. Yes, sir. And I believe that is our intent, our request, our humble request from your office. Thank you.
Happy to.
So with that being said, there was a motion by Dr. Reyes to revisit this article. Is there a second regarding that motion?
I'll second that.
There is a second by,
Can I have a discussion?
oh, I'm so sorry. I always do that to you, don't I? Yes. Let's hold on that. There was a second by Jeff, but let's have a discussion.
My discussion is, would it make sense for us to just go through the items and then say before the meeting ends, we can just do that all in one go and say we want to go over this, and this, or,
That's great.
you know, my point is more about
Yeah,
efficiency.
efficiency. I got you. Never thought about it.
I think if we just, we'll revisit everything, right? And so you bring.
That's always the option. We've never turned
Everything
out.
will be back on
And we
at
can
some point.
eliminate things, I think.
Huh?
Yeah.
Maybe we eliminate the ones that we don't need any.
Well, that's my suggestion. I know Mr. Killam asked, that it's not the end of, and we'll revisit everything at the end anyways. The whole thing. You don't have to go through every item again. We can touch base on the ones we want to.
If I understood Cliff correctly, he was talking about efficiency, that we don't have to put time, that we're all in agreement of, that we don't have to visit. Or am I
No.
Yeah, I guess my point is, I guess it seems like every item we're saying we're flagging.
Some
And-
haven't.
Or for the most part,
Yes,
and
sir.
so, I just wonder, if it's either, we can do that either as a summary at the end, or we just sort of, is there another way to, rather than just trying to go through each item and then we're.
I'm open to any
Anyway,
suggestions. Yes.
Why don't we read into the record what we're doing here and essentially say we do not want to revisit this, as opposed to having to affirm we're going to revisit it.
Oh, well,
But
that
that won't prevent us from revisiting it if we so change our minds.
Precisely.
Okay, I got that. Okay, if I understood you correct, Andrew, if we're not, then we should make a motion saying,
we're okay with
Because what I've
this.
been doing is the shortcut is I look both ways before I cross the street. If there's no shaking of heads or raising of hands, I go, no discussion. I signal Mr. Valdez to go on to the next subject. So, but you want to do it as a motion then instead?
Same, anyone okay with this? Okay, everyone's okay, let's move, we're going to assume we don't have to revisit this.
Okay, fair enough. That's what we're technically doing, but now if we're formally putting it on the record, that's what it means whenever I give the signal, go on to, if there's no other discussion, then we formally said we're not revisiting it at this time.
How are your students at, Jack?
So to be clear, we're not going to revisit it. I'm sorry, Mr. Vargas, I had to, okay. Does anyone want to make a motion regarding that, or?
No, I don't think so. I do have one final comment.
Yes, sir, Jack, please.
I look forward to the revised language provided to us by legal on this matter. Because I like the idea of members as a group being able to police each other. I think that is something that's needed, so.
Noted, thank you. With that, if there is no other motion, if we could go to the next item?
Section 2.06, investigation. The city council shall have the power to inquire into official conduct of any department, agency, office, or employee of the city. For this purpose, the city council shall have the power to administer oaths, subpoenas, witnesses, and to compel the production of books, papers, and other evidence material to the inquiry. The city council shall provide by ordinance penalties for contempt in failing and refusing to obey any such subpoena or to produce any such books, papers, or other evidence, and shall have the power to punish any such contempt in a manner provided by an ordinance, provided by the ordinance.
Do we have any discussion regarding that?
I would like to
Mr.
consider
Benavides, yes.
beefing up this section to include some more guidance on what those penalties for contempt in failing or refusing to take part in this lawful order would be. So are we talking about a misdemeanor or a fine?
Okay.
I can provide some background if I may.
Yes, Mr. Zone.
So this item came up, and so what we did this past year is we, not charter, but through ordinance, the city council passed that if there's failure to, show up for the subpoena, failure to deliver documents, then it's up to a Class C misdemeanor, which is a $500 fine, and that's the most for a Class C misdemeanor. And the reason why it's a Class C misdemeanor is that way it's enforced by the municipal judge as opposed to having to go to the county and so forth. But if I may, my question to you is, so now we worked on the structure, right? We want people to show up, and if not, we're gonna impose a fine on them. But my question is, what is the purpose of this investigation? It's the city council saying, hey, we think there's corruption, we think there's something going on here. They do the investigation, but then, now what, after that? Because we have that other section that says they're not supposed to micromanage, direct, and so forth. So they have this, hypothetically, they have this finding after this whole big investigation, but what if the city manager doesn't act, what if the directors don't act? Should there possibly be some kind of mechanism for them to formally, to make a request for the city manager to act on this conclusion of their investigation? Because it seems like it's a big investigation, but then you don't allow possibly council to do anything with that conclusion and finding.
Yes, sir, Henry.
So, two thoughts. So, the city council has the power, I assume the kind of power they have would be by majority of the council. In other words, the rules for majority, where it's just not one council person that can bring this up, right? And I don't know if that needs to be spelled out there. And then in answer to your question about this, a suggestion would be that this is then turned over to the city manager, and the city manager does run, the city manager is the city manager. He's listened to everything that the council has brought to his attention, and he decides the action to be taken.
To be honest, this leaves a lot of interpretation, right? So the question was, because there's this past year, it's been going on. there's inquiries, right? First, someone latched onto this and says, hey, I want to do an inquiry. But then I was reading this. Everything's, to me, is based on law. It's not on what I feel is appropriate. But this says inquiry into official conduct, right? So to me, that connotes the flip side. You're investigating official misconduct, not just, this so-and-so was so-and-so tardy,
Right.
or not doing their job up to the par. But so it's official misconduct, which is a grave concern. But once you have a finding, possibly, what can council do with that finding? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, just to be fair, Ms. Benavides did bring up, she wanted clarification of what is contempt and what is the range. We did talk about Class C misdemeanor, just so that everyone knows Class C cannot be punishable by time in jail. But you can be held in contempt if you say you're going to pay and you choose not to. The judge can say you are in contempt. What's the limit of contempt? The courts have been very reluctant to say what it is. They don't want you to go to Gitmo, or no, you're not going to go to a prison for all these years. But it's supposed to be enough to get compliance back in. With that being said, I think one of the concerns Mr. Zone brought up, normally if you have a body that's going to charge you, you go through grand juries or they file, because it's supposed to be a check and balance. If I want to pick on you, Ms. Benavides, and I make up a charge and we're going to investigate you, you're already put under the gun and I'm already putting you under that obligation. So I guess if I'm correct, Ms. Benavides, you don't want to see it weaponized or used to, and just hold to what is contempt, maybe further clarification as to what does contempt mean.
Well, I think this also goes back to the previous section where, again, we have language in section 204 under forfeiture of office that is speaking of mandatory grounds, but then in section 205, we have language that indicates that even just a member being charged without them being convicted is potential grounds for forfeiture and for having a public hearing. So I guess the language just gets less and less clear and maybe more and more broad. Maybe that's the point.
Okay. Yes, sir, Andrew.
And I see where our city attorney comes up. What is the point of this? I mean, I understand why it's here. You need to have some sort of structure and limitations on the power that the council may need to launch an investigation into one thing or another. Into what that is, without being the micromanaging that we were talking about earlier, I don't know. Maybe moral turpitude. But that being said, I think that needs to be better qualified, and we should look at that in a more comprehensive manner. And actually, I'm not so much worried about what the punishment is, so to speak. I'm more worried about,
The trigger.
what's the trigger? Why do this needs to be here, but to what point?
Yes, sir, Henry.
Question for the city attorney. So you said this came up this last year, whatever it was.
Yes.
So what happened when the process was finished?
To be honest, the question was, council member saying, hey, there's this 206 investigation, I can inquire, but then I'm reading this, I see that inquire to official conduct. So to me, that connotes looking into official misconduct, not just anything else as trivial or routine. But then we got into the subpoena powers and all that, the penalties, but at the very end it says provided by ordinance. So that's why we created the ordinance. So the mechanism is in place. The question really is, what about the final conclusion? What do you do with that conclusion if you do find official misconduct in an employee, in a department, in a policy?
So the city manager's charged with running the city, and I would think that under his control is also that the departments are running well and within the rules, et cetera, And so if a council person has a concern, you bring it to the city manager. The city manager's job is to resolve that issue. If the issue is not resolved to the satisfaction of the majority of city council persons, then the city manager may have to pay a price. But this sounds like a substitute for that.
Well, if I may, I heard this too, so my question is, 206 investigation commissioners, why is it there?
Right.
What am I supposed to do with it?
I-
And the routine, the normal protocol is go through city manager, but now you have this power to inquire. And is it power from just one council member, or does it have to require a vote? There's a lot of open questions subject to interpretation, and I don't want to just say it's a law according to zone when it's, you know, what this charter demands, and I want to respect that.
Yeah, it almost sounds like, and I'm sorry to.
No, Henry, go ahead.
It almost sounds like something that's been echoed here a couple of times about council having a lot of, too much authority in some cases. You know, I believe that they're the elected officials, so they should have quite a bit of authority. But if the city manager's charged with running the city, and it's not running to their satisfaction, the ultimate person who's responsible for that is the city manager. I'm suggesting that, I'm wondering if there should even be a 2.06.
That could be the remedy too.
It's just a thought.
Any additional comment? Yes, sir, Andrew.
I motion we revisit this.
And I'll get to work.
I mean, unless someone has some sort of substantial point.
No, and we could see the revisit, and we could be more, we need definitions for words, and I think the more we give enlightenment towards or guidance, what we're looking for, it might help the process from what is contempt, what is an offense, to what is a level. Yes, sir, Andrew.
Well, I'll let my motion die in the meantime. That being said, you know, can we look at either making 2.06 disappear altogether or giving it teeth to make it make sense? It's languishing here.
Fair enough, yes, sir. Jack?
Building on Henry and Andrew's points, you know, maybe 2.06 could be blended in with 2.05 as part of the process, you know. I mean, I suppose we can wait. I'm eager to see the drafted language, and then we'll have something good to consider.
Well, one of the things, if I may, Jack,
Yeah.
we can instruct the city attorney, can you see if you could try to put these two together so it's addressed in one article? Let's see if that's something that could be done.
I like that.
It's because they appear to be two different things. The first one appears to be about impeachment of members of the city council themselves, while the second one is impeachment on city employees. So,
And
I could be wrong because specifically, Mr. Song just told us there's no clarity in the language.
if I may, Dr. Reyes, and I know you do like the separation of powers, that's why if you look for impeaching a judge or a president, it's made that the House puts the articles, but the Senate, it has to be a supermajority. They intentionally made it difficult where it's not something that could just be instantly activated or utilized. So maybe having the city attorney address that, and especially if we're blending those two, he could also take that concept into account where, yeah, I want there to be a little process there. With that being said, do we have a motion?
Motion to review 2.05 and 2.06 with the specifications we have already spoken of.
We have a motion by Andrew Carranco. Do we have a second? Second by Ms. Benavides. Any discussion? No discussion. Call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed with Mr. Sixtenos and abstention. Let's go to the next one.
He's also gonna take over. Section 2.07, procedure, A, meeting. The city council shall meet regularly at least once each month at such time and place as the city council may prescribe by ordinance. Special meetings may be called upon at written request by the mayor and at least 4 council members, or at least 4 council members. All meetings shall be posted by the city secretary and conducted in accordance to the Texas Open Meetings Act.
Any discussions regarding this? No discussion?
Could I bring that subject up?
Yes, sir, Mr. Valdez.
To take any action, city council, during any city council, and even to open a meeting, you have to have quorum. that means 5 with the current number of council members, correct?
Correct.
This issue kind of came up today. And so if 4 want to hold a meeting, that's fine, but they can't have a meeting once they've posted it, and if no one else shows up. And so I don't know if that needs to be looked at and changed to special meeting, you need 5, so 5 can open the meeting and conduct business. Or not, I mean, it's up to you all, it's just something that happened recently, so.
Could I share something with you? Sometimes when I've seen the city do that, that is the answer. If you have 4 that do a special, but you can't get 5 to show up to vote, they're telling you how much they care for that special. That was the way I've always interpreted as a taxpayer citizen out here. You're going, okay, you don't have the votes. The silence was the vote.
I know it says in section C, but in this one, just to hold a meeting or call a meeting, you only need 4, sorry.
You need 4 or the mayor by himself.
Or by the mayor by himself.
The mayor does have that power.
Yeah, but again, the mayor by himself and no friends, there'd be no quorum.
It'll be there by himself, short meeting.
That being said, I could see a situation where I'm not the mayor, but I'm the mayor. I'm gonna call it. I know they're not gonna show up because I want the citizens to know that was something that was important to me, but clearly they have spoken. So sometimes when we see those inabilities, there is a language that's spoken. There's a back language that's spoken, it seems like to me.
Maybe that's what it is.
It is.
Yeah, maybe.
Could be that.
Does anybody else have any insight or would like to discuss that matter? With that, we leave it alone and we go to the next one.
B, rules and minutes. The city council shall determine its own rules and orders of business and shall provide for keeping minutes of its proceedings. These minutes shall be a public record. All city council executive session meetings, subject to Texas law, shall be recorded with audio recording.
Any discussion regarding that? No discussion, let's go ahead and go to the next one. C.
C, quorum. A quorum must be established before the council can conduct any business, and no vote can be taken in the absence of a quorum. 5 council members or 4 council members and the mayor shall constitute a quorum, but a smaller number may adjourn or recess from time to time and may compel the attendance of absent members in a manner and subject to the penalties prescribed by the rules or procedures adopted by the council.
May I
Yes, Mr.
request some help on this one?
Okay,
Okay.
if you share.
Here's my dilemma, and it's been a couple of nights to figure something out, and I'm not sure if I'm even right, but this is the way forward, okay? So 207C says quorum is at least, a minimum quorum is 4 council members plus the mayor, right? But then, if I may, if you look at 207D, the very last sentence, it says it takes the affirmative vote at least 5 votes in order to pass anything. So if you have quorum, which means you can take action, then you should theoretically be able to pass something with all 5 votes, right? So far, but please look at 2.15C. I'm sorry, 2.153. Now there it says the mayor shall only vote in case of a tie, right? So if you have 4 plus the mayor and you wait for a 2-2 tie, that doesn't work because you need 5 votes. So what I've interpreted, and I've had some pushback on it, is that I believe the mayor is the 5th vote in essence, right? Because if you have 4 there, 4 absent, then there's this legal fiction in my mind that you have a 4-4 tie, mayor can vote. And that prevents, possibly, if you have a 4-4 tie, you say, hey, I don't want the mayor to vote for you, I'm just going to abstain, so there's a 4-3, and then, the mayor can't vote because it's not technically a tie. And if it's a tie of a 2-2, 3-3, it doesn't matter because you don't get to 5. So, could it be that you either want the mayor to vote at any time, or you want the mayor to be the 5th vote, but to have these 3 together, you have to allow me to do this crazy legal fiction to make it work, because otherwise the rubber doesn't meet the road. Unfortunately.
I see that.
So I need some help on that one.
I mean, I guess the fix here would be either to give the mayor a voting power or to change what quorum means.
But that, only in a tie, that's makes it difficult.
Right.
Maybe you want to restrict the mayor's ability to vote, so maybe the compromise is he or she can only be the fifth vote if there's four in favor.
Right.
But to say a tie, well,
If I might just add to the discussion, it's a very slippery slope. Once you start making that exception for the mayor in this occasion, it looks strange if you're not gonna keep that fallacy going through it all, or only on this one occasion, are you not the tie-breaking vote? Or is it, for this point forward, you are a super councilman, you get a vote always, no matter what?
Would you need members at large after that?
What's up? You go ahead, Henry.
No, no.
Yes,
What is the argument for not permitting the mayor to vote in general unless there's a tie? What's the logic behind that, and what's its?
Just the history of centralized power in the mayor before. That's why we have the city council, so they
that's
stripped
probably
it
not,
completely.
not too far off.
Yeah.
There was once a very strong mayor, and,
Right.
and there was an address to that.
Yeah.
But
we.
the mayor does have power, everybody knows that. There's implied where he puts stuff on the agenda once on posting, and that is a real, and sometimes that is, I know other mayors in the past have loved that position. God, I would like to vote on that one, but you know, there wasn't a tie. I agree with you guys, what are we gonna do? And then you go to the
They
next
love
one.
to say that.
Yeah.
Those
But if
old
we-
reasons,
Versus
however,
you're committing them to a vote, yes.
But if
those
we
old
give,
historical reasons don't
no,
apply.
because if we give
anymore.
you power to vote, right,
Right.
he would at least be an at-large member. Which
Yeah.
right now we don't have any.
Right.
If I may, this goes back to
Benavides.
section 201A, when we talked about the composition of city council. And in that last sentence, it says, however, the term city council shall mean the 8 council members and the mayor. So that language right there makes it seem like the mayor has this power to vote as a city council member, even though in reality,
It could be implied, like, I think you used the word implied,
and,
but,
and make one point.
Yes, sir, Mr. Zone.
On 201, council member, the mayor's excluded from that definition because council member is used when it comes to voting for city attorney, city manager, city secretary, and internal auditor. Only council members get to vote. The mayor doesn't even get to vote in case of a tie.
Well-
In those instances.
but in every other instance, it could be,
It's only in a tie, but then a tie when it's 4-4, right? But then when you have quorum, minimum quorum of 4 council members and the mayor, you're supposed to be able to operate. So the mayor can't just vote when it's a 2-2.
okay, so when you have had, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Guys, I'm gonna recognize Henry, and
Okay,
then
go
I'll go
ahead,
ahead.
Mr. Henry, I'm sorry.
Henry, yes.
So maybe it's not to be decided at this moment, but it is an appropriate time to think about granting the mayor the authority to vote, have a full vote, since he is also elected by the public. And in this case, by all of the city. So something to consider.
And again, I'm gonna say sometimes by limiting, their power was to team build. The concept is they're supposed to build a unity on it, and a good mayor is supposed to be able to build that kind of. Mr. Valdez,
No,
I tell you
I
wanna
was
add
gonna
something.
say, yeah, I think the history played a big part in this. I know recently when they did the citizen petitions, I think that's when they changed and added some of the vote, and they intended not to just allow him to vote in case of a tie, but they didn't eliminate that part. So that stayed, and so that's where the confusion is. And I think Mr. Nguyen mentioned a little while ago that, the local government code and what was it about the zoning?
Planning and zoning, what's the denial recommendation, but council can approve with 3/4.
With
Majority
3/4,
of its
and that
governing
means that 2 council members can control if it, I think if it approves, right, because you need 6 votes, or was it 7?
You need 7 votes because you're counting the mayor, but he's not allowed to vote. Because
So you count the
there's never
mayor,
gonna be a
but,
6-6 tie, right?
yeah, and so in those instances, I think we differ a little bit. I say he should be allowed as he is the 5th vote in the other circumstance, because you need that vote to pass an item. And in this case, you need a vote, let's say you have 6, and you need 1, then differ on this situation, but I think that he should be allowed to vote in those cases where you consider that also. I think that would help out a lot, and not just only in a tie, maybe remove that only in the tie section.
Henry, yes, sir.
Is it, a big assumption to say that the mayor votes, has a vote on a city council in 75% of the cities in the country? Or is this a common practice where the mayor doesn't have a vote?
The power of voting is what makes it either a weak or a strong mayor. Also the power of appointment. In this case, our mayor has power of appointment, but not power of voting.
Yeah, but that's not my question.
No, but I wanted to let you know that's what makes it weak. So weak mayors is not a common thing. It's just that it's not, I wouldn't say 75% of the cities. Would you? No.
It's rare that.
It's rare that, what, I'm sorry?
It is rare.
That
That they cannot
that
vote?
they cannot vote. They can vote.
This situation is rare.
This is the rare case.
Ours is rare.
Okay, I just wanted clarification.
Mr. Valdez,
So I was just gonna say, strong mayor, weak mayor, form of government, it's not based if he can vote, really, it's,
Right.
he was the city manager before there was a city manager.
Yeah, there
He
wasn't a
controlled
city manager.
everything.
The strong,
That was a strong man back in the day.
because
So
he led
now
the
that
council.
changed, and so, my opinion, I mean, I've been doing this since 2000. If he has the right to vote, I don't think that's an issue, from what I've seen. But that's up to the commission.
I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead.
Going along with that, because this is no longer a mayoral led city, it's a city manager led city, right?
City council, city manager form of government. And so if he votes, he's just part of the council.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I do too.
But we can bring back different options again, of what some of the benefits are.
I'll entertain any motions from the committee, and we can make a direction, I guess, that both the city secretary and the city attorney give recommendations. Does that sound correct? Does anyone want to make a motion regarding that?
Sure. I motion that we modify the charter to allow the mayor a vote.
We have a motion by Jack to allow the mayor to vote. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Mr. Killam. We have any discussion? If not, we have a call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Do we have
Point of
enough
order.
here?
I'm sorry?
Order.
Do we have enough? Do we have a quorum?
No, we have enough.
Yeah.
Point of order. So if this passes, your recommendation, then any other area which restricts him,
Well, we're gonna have to
Eliminate
visit it and put everything in alignment.
We
So
just wanna
that's
make sure.
not necessarily true. We could pass right now and then address as we go with the
I'm
remembrance
just
that we've
referring to the
already.
section where he only votes in case of a tie. So if you're allowing him to vote here, then the other section should be struck out,
Because there's no
correct?
tie. There's
Because
no
it's
such-
not a
there's
tie,
no
it
such
would
thing
be
as a tie.
all the time.
And also, are you also, may I ask, are you also including that the mayor can vote for city attorney, city manager, city secretary, and internal auditor?
Well, I think it just depends on the language there, because right now it's
But whatever-
defined differently.
I just wanna know what you're all, or
I
what
guess
proposal is for.
My understanding from our discussion is that, I mean, and to your point, is that it's a city manager-led city, and the mayor is part of the council and therefore has a vote with the council, and so to me, that makes sense.
He's another city councilman with the title of mayor.
Right.
Mr. Valdez,
I was
yes,
just
sir?
gonna say, in the sections that Mr. Zone mentioned right now, my understanding from previous,
Yes, sir.
that they want to make it a little bit more restrictive, right? And so he's allowed to vote, but those sections, and when we get to them, we can visit them, but I know they say minimum 5 council members to appoint, to remove, and so he would vote, but he'd be the 6th person, 7th, 8th, 9th. So, I mean, just to clarify that, right, I mean, he'd still be allowed to vote, unless you all want to change that, right? So that's for your consideration.
Well, no point of clarification.
Yes, sir, Henry.
You I don't know if I'm hearing you correctly. So he can't be the fifth vote?
Well, we'll get to those sections, we'll explain.
Oh, yeah, I think I'm understanding what you're saying, because if I'm understanding what you're saying, the way you're saying it,
Yeah.
if his vote doesn't count as a fifth vote, then it doesn't count.
Yeah, it doesn't count. If I may,
It doesn't
if you look
count.
at, section 301, for
Right.
instance,
Either council,
yeah, which is part of what we're gonna cover tonight.
council action, and the mayor is your fifth person vote, it doesn't count because he's not a council person.
I
You just
also
change
think
it
it
like
would
he-
change
like
the
what that
language,
is.
right? From the
Yeah.
beginning, to not make a differentiation
That's right.
between the mayor and the city council members, but call them all city council, which is what's separating this vote, right?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. You-
All right.
With the
You
honorary.
do that.
Just to be
as
clear,
part of
Ms.
it.
Reyes, that's why sometimes that you've heard him say he's councilman at large, or I believe it was Andrew that said it,
Yeah.
because in theory, that is correct. That becomes the persona that we're talking about, even though the title's mayor.
So now I have a question on the motion you're making. We've been saying we're making a motion to come back. So this is a motion to, as.
Make it.
Modify the charter.
Yes,
As charter.
That's the way I understood Jack's motion.
Okay.
With that, if there's no other, do we have a second on that motion?
Cliff, second.
Seconded.
Oh, that's right, that's right. Cliff seconded. No other discussion, there's a call for the vote. All in-
Do you know what we're voting on? We're voting on whether or not to
I'm
modify
sorry,
the,
yeah, Ms. Benavides,
modify the
this
city
is-
charter. The motion is to modify the city charter to enable the mayor to be able to vote.
On everything.
Not just in the case of ties, but in every
To make him,
ordinary instance.
to make him a full city council member. Got it.
Now, I do have a point, I have a question though for the city secretary. Secretary Valdez, does this mean that we have to go to, is this one of those things where we have to go to a general election? Or can the city have the authority to
No,
adopt that immediately after?
no, all of this are recommendations, city council needs to approve, then it would go to an election.
Then it would go to an
Make
election,
it,
yeah.
get it ratified.
We're still 2 steps away from that.
I just
Yeah.
want to know the process. Okay, cool.
So we could go
What
to
would
sleep
require-
knowing we did not do that. With that being said,
Most of the recommendations.
we have a motion, we have a second, there is no other discussion, call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No opposition, the ayes have it, except, Mr. Cisneros is an abstention. And Ms. Hale is not present, thank you, Mr. Valdez, for
You got it.
bringing that to my
I don't wanna be
attention.
that member, but I would like to know when we're stopping this meeting.
In theory, we wanted to do
Maybe
Article
for my
3,
daughter.
no, I'm glad you brought that up, and it's whatever the committee wants to do, if the committee needed a break, in theory, we were going through 3 also, we're still a little bit away.
10 pages.
Just for the record, I know 2 is very long, and so it's up to the committee. And we can pick up next meeting where we're leaving off, if that's also fine for you guys.
Does the committee want to take a break, a little break, or do you want to make a motion that we?
I mean, it's because my daughter broke her leg, so I'm
I am
taking
so
care of her, that's
sorry,
fine.
that is an emergency, Dr. Rodriguez.
She's calling me that she's hungry, and just so you know, but I don't wanna leave until we finish, so.
Okay.
So if we want to adjourn, I would love that.
Does the committee want to talk about that? Is there any discussion, or?
With all respect and sympathy, I mean, I don't think we should adjourn at this point. I think
Okay.
we're meeting so rarely already as it is. I think we need to accomplish as much as we can.
Okay.
At least
Okay.
we should make it through the second section, or the second article.
The third section is pretty short,
Okay.
so at least
okay.
let's get to the second section.
With that being said, Ms. Reyes, you are welcome to leave and
Thank
come
you.
back if you
I
want
can't
to,
leave.
or no. Okay, okay, no, fair
That's
fair
fine.
enough.
It's too much.
I've been waiting for this too long.
There is DoorDash. I know I've used it with my kids, or I have an app, send a
She
pizza.
cannot go to the door.
Oh, that is so true. What am I saying?
That's
That's
fine,
horrible.
that's fine.
Open the garage with your app. Yeah, there you go. No, I'm sorry.
She'll freak
Okay.
out if I tell the guy to walk in. Just walk in.
It's okay. Fair enough. Then let's go ahead and continue.
Okay.
Yes, Daniel.
Voting. D, voting. Voting except on. Voting except on procedural matters shall be by roll call or unanimous consent, and the ayes and the nays shall be recorded in the minutes. When the presiding officer determines that there is no objection, the minutes shall reflect all council members present as voting aye without the necessity of a roll call. When procedural matters are voted on by voice vote, show of hands, or other method, the minutes shall record aye votes for all members present unless a member registers otherwise with the city secretary. No action of the council shall be valid or binding unless adopted by the affirmative vote of at least 5 council members or of 4 council members and the mayor.
Okay. Any discussion regarding this? Mr. Killam?
So I guess that is, it's recorded, it's posted onto the city's website, correct? And on the document itself, it has people's names of the A's, the yeses and nos, correct? That, yeah.
And now it's automated, right? Now it's automated, the votes count.
Yeah, we're still working.
So I guess
Supposed to be in theory.
click like a little button or something.
Yeah, it's a touch screen, and so they're gonna be able to vote on it. We tried it, and it works for certain situations. We found out not in all situations.
And then I guess kind of that's maybe a little bit where I was going with this. So say if you have like a software system or something that helps to capture that, then would there also be maybe some kind of a Excel sheet or something that is produced for the public's benefit that has sort of the summarized, that has that information in some way that is,
Right now, what we're doing is, the new system's supposed to provide minutes, more comprised, I guess, or compressed, not as, big, as many pages, I guess. But yeah, no, mostly everything's done manually right now, so we have the minutes, and they're the official minutes that are required, and that's what we've been doing. I don't know about putting an Excel sheet together on the motions. I don't know.
It's captured, right? Who votes for what?
Oh, yeah, no, it's captured who's vote, who's absent from the meeting, who's present during the vote, who motioned, who's second, who's in favor, who's against, all of that information's there in every action.
I have a question, and this is just because, when I teach classes, I want to know I understand this correctly. But I thought by roll call, it meant you call on somebody's name and they have to out loud say yes or no.
Yes.
How would that work with the button?
Well, on the screen, theoretically, on the new system, it's gonna be, they only are allowed to for theirs, so when they vote, end of the vote, it'll pop up on the screen and show you who voted in favor
Okay.
and their name.
So it would be a visual out
It'll
loud?
visual,
Okay.
but in the minutes, it'll show also by the name who voted in favor. It'll do it automatically. What you see there is what you're gonna see over here in the minutes.
Thank you.
What takes precedence? If they say aye and they go for nay on the screen afterwards?
I think it allows them to go back and change their vote immediately. And so then when everybody's finished, because I always ask them, okay, everybody voted? Okay, end the vote. So then it pops up whatever they voted. They are not supposed to see who voted for what. In other words, they're only seeing their vote. They're not seeing anybody else's. And then when we end the vote, then everybody sees who voted and if they voted in favor or not, if the item passed
So
or not.
they're voting for every item? It's so that you don't have this general, members voting aye without the necessity of roll call anymore? Is that what you're saying? Is that what the electronic system's gonna replace?
Well, we don't do the roll call. Let me see, give me 1 second.
See,
First sentence,
It's because
roll
it
call
says or, yeah.
or
It
unanimous.
says unanimous
So
consent.
everything's either unanimous or we're gonna know who said yes, who said no. And now it's automated, so I believe it's captured.
got it. Thank you.
We still capture who voted in favor of it. If it's unanimous, we'll put who was missing from the vote, if somebody was not present.
But may I bring up one point in this section here? It's the third sentence regarding procedural matters, but now we have this exception in this area. It says, when it's a procedural matter, then it's gonna be presumed an aye unless you register otherwise with city secretary. My question is, should there be a difference between procedural matters versus other matters, especially now we have things automated. I mean, if you're gonna vote yes or no, it's gonna be captured.
Yeah, I like that.
That creates some confusion, because sometimes people think, well, if I don't, or council members have thought, well, if I don't say anything, then it's automatically a yes. But that's only automatic yes if it's a procedural thing, like, you know, motion to table, motion to adjourn, as opposed to a motion to take some
Why
action.
is that difference there?
I don't know.
Yeah, and
That it automatically defaults to that, yeah.
I don't
I
know.
hate those rules,
Yes.
Yeah.
That's my question.
because it's not clear for the public, yeah.
I would agree with Mr. Zone.
And that's
to
good,
remove
because
that,
we do want
so that
transparency.
there's voting.
But qui tacit consentire, silent is consent. It's
Yeah.
central tenet of English law.
Or it could be the flip side. Everything's gonna be, you know, acceptance and silent. But here we have two different sets, and sometimes it gets confused.
But the culture has changed, we need consent. So
So now we have an automated.
we're not out loud consent, okay?
Even then, it's sometimes, Does anyone want to entertain any motions regarding this item?
Yeah, I think we do need to make that difference between, we shouldn't make that difference between procedural and non-procedural matters. And I think it should be obvious to the public, you know, who voted and who didn't vote.
Possibly to remove the procedural
Yeah.
difference language.
So I wanna, ask for a motion to remove the procedural distinction.
Dr. Reyes made a motion, do we have a second? Second by Ms. Benavides, any discussion? No discussion, call for the vote, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed, the ayes have. We're ready for the next one.
Funny crowd.
Section 2.08, action requiring an ordinance. In addition to other acts required by law or by specific provisions of this charter to be done by ordinance, any and all of the following acts must also be done by ordinance. 1. Adopt or amend an administrative code, or establish, alter, or abolish any city department, office, or agency. 2. Provide for a fine or other penalty, or establish a rule or regulation for violation of which a fine or other penalty is imposed. 3. Levy taxes. 4. Grant, renew, or extend a franchise. 5. Regulate the rate charged for services by a public utility. 6. Authorize the borrowing of money. 7. Convey or lease or authorize the conveyance or lease of any lands of the city. 8. Create certain boards and commissions provided by state law. 9. Amend or repeal any ordinance previously adopted. And 10. Prescribe standards for issuance of business or other licenses. And 11. Determine the salary of all elected appointed officials and employees. Acts other than those referred in the preceding sentence may be done either by ordinance or by resolution as prescribed by law.
Okay, any discussion regarding this?
I just wanna ask them a
Dr.
question.
Reyes, yes.
Have there been any instances not mentioned here that may have been better served by vote of the city council?
What do you mean by vote?
Yeah.
Because it says, these are the only ones that are required, right?
Ordinance.
Ordinance.
For ordinance.
Yeah, but they approved the ordinance, right?
You can have a resolution.
Yeah, they approved the ordinance. So, like,
No, that's fine, and there was just a comment that was made by Henry, a very good point, if you want, make it again, if you want me to do it, because there's also resolutions, which are different from ordinances and
And
Right.
motions.
motions, that's right.
yeah, so there hasn't been any instances?
Well,
No, what this
Kind
says
of.
is that these 11 items have to be done by ordinance. They can't be done through anything else. But other things can be ordinances. Ordinances are laws, right? You're going to have requirements, right? Resolutions are just what the council wants done. You know, we want to protect something. We want to take a stand. If I may, I'd like for you all to possibly put in their directives, because I believe sometimes there are directives from council. Like, for instance, this last meeting, council wanted to hold a workshop. I don't think that's an ordinance, it's not law, doesn't take law to hold a workshop. Doesn't mean a resolution to say, we really want a workshop, it's just a direction, go provide a workshop. So I think there's really three categories.
Just as a point of discussion, that won't usurp the city managers, that only he can direct if we start having.
We're talking about
directives,
motions,
or-
no?
Yeah, like a motion.
Like a
It means
motion.
that- To me, a motion, as far as, if it's a motion to table, a motion to adjourn, that's a motion, but sometimes council does direct us to do something.
The workshop, we'll
You wanna add the word in that last sentence, is what
Yes.
you're saying.
Direct.
Acts other than those referred to in the preceding sentence may be done either by ordinance, resolution, or direction as prescribed by law.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's fine.
Easy fix.
I'm sorry, Dr. Luisa, I'm hard of hearing.
Easy fix.
Easy fix, okay? So with that comment, do we have a motion, Henry?
So move.
Okay, do we have a second? Second by Andrew Carranco. Any discussion? No discussion. Call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? None opposed with Christine Hale absent and Mr. Cisneros absent. And, Jack is absent right now, or just excused. Yes.
I have a question
Good, sure.
on this list here. I guess for any kind of business fees or any kind of fees, are those done in is that whatever fee that someone may have to pay in any
An
capacity?
increase in fees.
Is that done through
Reduction, yeah.
ordinance or, because I don't see that in here and
Usually.
I see taxes, I see code, I see, but I don't necessarily see that it has to, that it needs to be,
Entertainment machines.
any applied fees would done by needs to be kind of codified in ordinance.
We can add it, that's a good, good pickup, but not only that, we always do it through a public hearing, so
That's part of the reason for the ordinance is because we have to, you cannot adopt, or the charter says you cannot adopt an ordinance the same night. So it gives
Gotta
an
have two
opportunity
separate
for people to have a public hearing basically twice, right? And then even, twice. And so they have that opportunity to come, especially we're changing fees, so everybody's aware of that. That's I think one of the main purposes of it.
it'd be good to
But we
add.
can add that.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can look at that.
Because you're looking like a tax kind of, it could be so prohibitive, maybe we should address it, Cliff?
Or just so that it's, as a matter of rest process, that it's kind of codified there.
This is what we
Of whether it be to the individual or to businesses, these are the fees that,
I know we do that already, but I don't see it here, you're right.
We would do it, but it'd
You're
be
right.
nice to put it in here.
okay, so what
A motion to include that.
yeah, I'll make a motion to include that we have language that states that any fees, whether paid by an individual or by a business to the city is, placed into an ordinance.
We have a motion by Mr. Killen. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Henry Souvenir. Any discussion? No discussion. Call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None opposed. An abstention is Ms. Hale and Mr. Cisneros. We're ready for the next one.
Section 2.09, ordinance in general. A, form. Every proposed ordinance shall be introduced in writing and in the form required for final adoption. No ordinance shall contain more than one subject, and such subject shall be clearly expressed in its title. The enacting clause shall read, "Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Laredo, any ordinance amending an ordinance or a part of the city code shall set out in full the ordinance, section or subsection to be amended, and shall indicate the matter to be omitted by enclosing it in brackets and by using strikeout type, and shall indicate new matters by underscoring and by using italics."
Any discussion regarding that? I think it's clear. It just doesn't want stuff being hidden within an ordinance within an ordinance. Okay, fair enough. With that, let's go ahead and move to the next one.
B, procedure. An ordinance may be introduced by any member of the council at any regular or special meeting of the council. Upon introduction of any ordinance, the city secretary shall distribute a copy to each member of the city council and shall file a reasonable number of copies in the office of the city secretary and such other public places as the council may designate, including the internet. Except as provided in section 2.11, no ordinance shall be submitted for a vote of the council at the same meeting at which it was introduced. Except as provided in section 8.03, it shall not be necessary that an ordinance be read more than one time before submission for a vote of the council. The city council must have a public hearing or inquiry 60 days before it increases any type of taxes or service charges or passes any bond issue or utility rate increase. A public hearing shall also be required where state or federal statutes or regulations provide.
Any discussion regarding that? Any
I
comments?
mean, I would like
Dr.
to.
Reyes?
Yeah, I would like to see, it says right here, an ordinance, will be read only once, and you can publicize this in the internet, but it doesn't invite at all public input. Is there any way we can invite public input? Because it only calls for a hearing for taxes and but sometimes ordinances may, involve land ownership and zoning and.
So
Andrew?
they have to,
Yes, sir.
they do have to post it. I mean, and you can make public comment. I know that from personal experience, speaking of property. And you come up and you can make your point. And I mean, you have 2 meetings to make it. It's part of, for better or for worse, it's the obligation of a citizen. We have to keep up to date with these certain things and read the posted timelines, which I do find, including the internet here, being kind of a holdover from the 1990s, but certainly a necessary thing.
And there is the requirements of the Texas Open Meeting Act that shows that the city has to post it with sufficient time unless there's an emergency, exigent circumstance. It's very limited. If they're gonna go into executive session, what was the reasoning for it? When they come out, they actually have to say what was discussed. Was there a vote taken? Just so the public could know, even though the privacy is still held.
Yeah, but I would like an actual invitation for public input.
My counter would be the posting is the invitation.
How-
You're telling the public you want them there to discuss that matter.
I
Yes.
was gonna say,
Mr.
I mean,
Valdez.
we also posted on, I think, the Facebook, any social media that the PIO has, or that the city has. We tell them that the meeting's coming up. They can go to our website to download the agenda. We have all the background information, all the details of every ordinance, all the items that are gonna be on the agenda are in the background. Besides that, I don't know how to address inviting people. Because then who do you invite and why didn't you invite the other person, right? And so, unless you all see something else, and we're willing to look at what we can do, right? To try to get more people involved in the process.
I mean, I join you, Dr. Reyes, you want transparency, right? You want open government.
Yeah,
I'm all for
right,
that.
because you see, right here in the paragraph that we are reading, it doesn't require my government to invite public input.
But we do it on our own.
You do it on your own, but it doesn't require.
Or it requires
Only,
minimum requirements by state law, I think is what we require.
right, it only calls for a public hearing in case of taxes, increase of bond rates, utility rates. That's the only time that you as a government are forced to have a public hearing. So my question to you, you do post the city council meeting agenda, right?
There's public
How many
comment.
citizens understand that agenda? But when an ordinance is for a vote, let's say I introduce an ordinance that is going to affect somebody, right? There is not an open invitation of, we invite people to read this ordinance and come and give public input.
But we do,
Yeah,
to
yeah,
a certain
go
extent.
Isn't
Henry, I'm sorry.
2.09D addressing that issue, the publication of ordinances?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, this is once they go
I'm
into
not there
effect.
yet.
Yes,
Oh, that's only once they go into effect.
it's gonna be as if you
Yeah,
haven't.
I think
Okay, we can wait
I didn't
until the
realize.
next. Thank you.
It's different.
No,
Oh, no,
no,
go ahead,
no,
go
no,
ahead.
no, a good point was raised. This is the publication once it's been
Passed.
voted on,
Yeah.
Okay,
prior
thank you.
to. So, but isn't there something in the charter that talks about the publication of the meetings and the items to be addressed at the meetings?
So the Texas Open Meetings Act requires it, and we do post.
If you don't do it, anything that's
Can't have
passed
a
is
meeting.
deemed. I wanna give the city 1,000,000 acres and there was not a public, and it's deemed against public interest, even though, wait, he was giving it to us, why did, automatically, so there's requirements through
Yeah.
that to already post it.
And I remember.
Unless there's emergencies, and then very limited emergencies, a city water tank broke and we need to address this right now, there's
And
flooding or something.
I remember that in the training, but I was just wondering if there was any place in the charter that it talked about it. Okay.
Not only that, I would like to share with you guys, for example, that I would share the agendas in my classes, right? These are college students that would read the agenda, the way that you guys publish it. And they never thought they could come and make comments.
That's a third item usually on
Yeah,
every,
But
Public
But
comment.
what I'm telling you is, if college students read the agenda, and even though you have public comments here, right? And they're reading it, and I would ask them, can you go make comments? And they didn't know, I think that's a big warning.
So you're saying have open,
I think that's a big
Training.
warning. So if there's an ordinance for vote, could we include a paragraph that says, this ordinance is coming for a vote, we invite the public for public input? Why is that such a hard thing to require the government to be included in the city charter?
I'm gonna be devil's advocate
Yeah,
and
go
Dr. Reyes.
I thought that was.
You do not wanna make legal documents that are trying to cover up everything.
Oh, no, I
If I'm
understand.
hit by a satellite on the head while headed towards that, all votes are now no, you kind of want things to be kept kind of open, just so that it's a more living, breathing, cause then, as an attorney, the more words or the more basis I could say, you know what, you didn't word that invitation correctly, and I don't think you truly meant it, because you didn't say, in this situation, you used a different font, why was his font now smaller on that one? That did not solicit my
Yeah.
interpretation. I would say that's
add-
fine. Yes, Henry?
I want to add to that, and I understand the issue you're bringing up, but I'm also thinking about how many ordinances are passed to the city council meeting. So then, think about the emails that come in into our boxes and how our eyes just glaze over all the emails that are coming in. And really, they're literally gonna be 20 plus. I'm an ordinance, you have, come and visit about the ordinance and you have public comment. I think what we need to emphasize is that one general comment, and I take your point. If anything, we would invite maybe an expansion of what public comment is.
if I may, and I apologize, in this
Yes.
public comment,
Sure,
it's
yes.
not the one that's on the agenda. The agenda is very detailed. It says, no derogatory comments, you're invited to come
Correct all.
to discuss anything and
Oh, I'm
everything
sorry,
you're
yeah.
allowed. And
The
I apologize,
posting.
cause I didn't put this here.
Posting, in other words.
Yeah, in the posting, it'll say what the citizens are allowed to do, right? And then through our social media, and I'll give Ms. Negron, Noraida a lot of credit, when she comes out and they do the Facebook Live and all this other stuff,
Wait a minute.
she says, please come to the council meeting so you can make all your comments for all the items that are gonna be on tonight's meeting. And so she does invite them. I don't know, that's more of a procedural thing that might be in an ordinance or a motion by council. Let's make sure that this happens, right? Instead of having it in the charter that we have to invite everybody. You know what I'm saying? In other words, I don't think that part of it would belong in the charter. My 2 cents on that item.
Any discussions, additional discussion? Any motions? And if not, if we could continue?
C, effective date, except as otherwise provided in this charter, or by ordinance, or by law, all ordinances and resolutions passed by the council shall take effect at the date indicated therein.
Any discussions regarding that? No? Then we're free to continue.
D, publication of ordinances. Any ordinance imposing any penalty, fine, or forfeiture shall, after the passage thereof, be published one time in the official newspaper before the same shall go into effect. In lieu of publication of the full text of the ordinance, it shall be sufficient to publish the descriptive caption or title of the ordinance, stating in summary the purpose of the ordinance and the penalty for violation thereof. The ordinance shall take effect and be enforced from and after the publication thereof, unless otherwise expressly provided.
I have a question.
Yes, Jack?
Does this include forfeiture of office? Section 2.09, subsection D.
I'll defer to legal.
Does any ordinance imposing any penalty, fine, or forfeiture shall, after the passage
Yeah,
thereof?
not office,
Okay.
because we don't have any forfeiture of office, by ordinance. You know, it's only by, requirement, right? So
Yes.
Acts or,
Yes, that's logical. I must be getting tired.
I'm sorry.
oh, that's fine, and that's how we look at stuff. Thank you, Jack.
Why is it only one time?
Dr. Reyes?
Why can they publish it more times than one?
I have a question regarding Dr. Reyes' question.
Ms. Benavides, yes.
I don't see any designation of posting of a public hearing when it comes to taxes, services, charges, or passes of any bond issue, utility rate increase. I'm looking at B. So, in theory, if we made it in the charter a requisite to post a public hearing notice ahead of the public hearing, then at least the ordinance would be posted twice, right? Once before the hearing, and then once again after it's been passed and
Plus,
before it
there's
goes into
two
effect.
readings of an ordinance.
Mhm.
So that would have.
Well, yes, and you could count the reading at the council meeting as part of it, but the notice of the public hearing on these specific types of ordinances is what I mean. Because the distinction here is that you have to publish it in the newspaper once it's been passed.
Certain ordinances, if I may, are published in the newspaper, but not all of them. Some are published after the law allows the ordinance to be in effect
Oh,
after
into
60
effect.
days or so many days after, and that's in the body of the ordinance. And some of them are required to be published to the masses, right? And so, the community, and so that's why they're published.
Should that distinction be here?
I think
Not if a different law is already requiring it. It's up to you, but you know, it's, the charter tells us what we have to do, but there are already things that we are required to do as well.
They're still following civil procedure, and there is Texas law that addresses that. When it goes into the courthouse, you have to put in the courthouse steps versus publishing it in the paper.
I have a question. Have you found any
Yes, Henry.
problems with this?
No.
With that, is there any other discussion?
I still have issues with the one-time publishing, I'm sorry.
Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I
Dr.
wanna
Reyes?
make,
No, please.
I wanna make a motion to 2 or 3. I just think not everybody reads the same day papers, you know? What if they miss it on one day and they have an opportunity to reread it? I work in nonprofit, and we deal with changes of environmental law that are not really published. And so, I don't know, I have an issue with this one time.
But-
Passionate about it, so I'm putting a motion.
Right.
Yes, Henry.
So, my only concern there is, and I understand because you're raising the point for ordinances that
require the publishing.
you want the public to pay attention to, right? But there are so many ordinances that are passed by council on a regular basis, that when we start publishing it the second and third time, when the week after, 2 weeks after you've passed another 20 ordinances. So now we're asking the public to be attentive to the 40 to 60 ordinances, and I'm limiting it to just 20 that was passed. 60 ordinances that we're now publishing that you need to pay attention to. The ones we passed this week, the ones we passed last week, and the ones we passed the week before last, because I have to publish them 2 more times. I'm just wondering if this is so much information that no one's gonna be reading it anymore.
If I may,
Yes, Ms. Benavides.
the distinction lies not in all ordinances, but in those that impose penalty or fines. Which I think in that case, I mean, unless we're passing a bunch of penalties and fines, then I have other concerns.
Yeah, because when's the last time you saw an ordinance in your newspaper?
If I could just give a discussion, and then the receiving point is, I want to give you an opportunity, and then you hear me read into the record, so I don't want to get on your bad side, but so you know, Dr. Reyes. The opposite would be, there's a lot of expense that's involved in publishing, and there's a lot of logistics that also comes into it. By putting a lot of burdens, even though they're noble, let's go to a crazy amount. I want you guys to publish in every newspaper around the world, because there could be a Laredo one that's in the Ukraine, and I want him to know about this. Or you could get to a level that I think would go real far, even though yours is noble. What you're trying to say is, I want to make sure people see it and respond to it and give it its due diligence, if I'm correct, Dr. Reyes.
Do you guys publish
And
online?
then Andrew, I saw his hand up.
I was about to say, we do have some nice language here from 1990, including the internet.
Yes.
You know.
AOL, of course.
We updated it from World Wide Web.
America Online.
Well, I mean, to that point though, maybe, I understand your point, you know, I mean, I read the paper every day, and I get the physical newspaper, because I like holding it in my hand, and I'm certainly in a minority in that case. But, you know, maybe, instead of publishing it 2 or 3 times in the newspaper where it does incur a certain expense, for the city, maybe we amend it, so 1 time in the newspaper, and shall be published online in an easily pace to be accessed, and on social media, posted twice, or something like that. Something that's, won't cost the taxpayers a little bit more.
Which, Andrew, if I may, which social media? Is it an alt-right group? Is it a special Christians only? Is there,
whatever
'cause there's-
social-
Yeah.
Now we enter into, what is the acceptable medium? There is a billion out there.
City attorney, you're the expert. What is considered
I open that.
social, okay. Well, whatever social media should encompass, at least, look, put it, at least 3 university.
They'll be published online, and then we can link our social media to wherever the ordinance is, right?
Yes.
Whatever the city of Laredo has online at the
Now, having
moment.
said that, you want it in the charter, and I just want to emphasize something. I'm not trying to limit what changes you all want to make, because you can make as many recommendations to council. But there is a tendency that when a voter goes out to vote, and we've had this in the past where we had more than 20 amendments, people get discouraged to go vote.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to limit you, but I just want to let you know that, you know,
Well, I guess, I mean, to that point, I mean, my guess is as a committee,
Yes, sir.
we'll likely, before we finalize our recommendations, we'll probably review them.
oh no,
Oh,
definitely.
definitely.
So I think if you want to do that, I think it's okay, you know, we can look at it, and then at the very end, we'll sort of look at everything as a group and as a committee, I guess, and then finalize that, but.
I know council will look at your recommendation, but I'm sure they're gonna have their own.
Sure, of
So
course.
they're gonna add another, you know, lot to it. But throwing that out there.
So you're telling me, is
Ms.
this
Reyes, yes.
the bullet you wanna die on? So,
Oh, this is the bullet you wanna use. You got a certain number of bullets, so.
And if it
Okay.
is, I encourage you to make a motion, Dr.
all
Reyes.
right, I'm gonna make a motion to maybe consider the language at a minimum.
We'll figure it out. We'll bring back the recommendation.
We have a motion by Dr. Reyes. Do we have a second? We have a second by Ms. Benavides. Any discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed, the ayes have it.
Chairman, I just didn't wanna, I was holding back on saying that, but I think, just to be fair with you guys, right? So I know that there's a lot of things that need to be changed in the charter. I just wanted to be cognizant of that situation.
And just, the most successful were the small ones, don't seem to pass, there's 4, I think was the last one, 20 or whatever, but the bigger ones tend to intimidate and.
Yeah, no, and I hear it, I mean, I've run elections, and so I'm there, and people when they see 4 pages to vote on, they're like, I don't wanna go vote.
Yeah.
And so, talk about trying to get people out to vote, that's an issue, right? So
Thank
anyways,
you.
Sorry
Thank you.
to bring it up.
With that, let's go ahead and go to the next item.
I believe we're on section 2.10, authentication and recording, publication and codification. A, authentication and recording. The city secretary shall authenticate by his or her signature and record in full in a properly indexed book kept for the purpose all ordinances and resolutions adopted by the council. B, publication and codification. The council shall cause each ordinance and each amendment to this charter to be made available to the public promptly upon its adoption. The council shall provide for the preparation of a general codification of all city ordinances having the force of law. The general codification shall be adopted by the council by ordinance and shall be published promptly and loosely formed together with this charter and any amendments thereto. The official copy of the Code of Ordinances in the office of the city secretary shall be kept up to date and properly indexed. It shall not be necessary to repeat in the Code of Ordinances technical codes adopted by reference. One copy of the code shall be furnished to city officials and officers. It shall also be placed in libraries and public offices for public reference and made available electronically and for purchase by the public at production cost. Amendments to the Code of Ordinances may also be purchased by the public as they become available. C, printing. The council shall cause each ordinance and each amendment to this charter to be printed promptly following its adoption, and the printed ordinances and charter amendments shall be distributed or sold to the public at reasonable prices to be fixed by the council. Following publication of the first Laredo City Code and at all times thereafter. The ordinances and charter amendments shall be printed in substantially the same style as the code currently in effect and shall be suitable in form for integration therein.
Any discussion on these 3 subsections of this part?
Yeah, if I can make a comment.
Yes, sir.
I think
Mr.
they're
Valdez.
required to use Old English and, this, I think, before the internet, to be honest with you. We don't have a book of code of ordinances. It'd
I was
be
gonna
a
ask.
book like, I can't reach that long. And
But it's
so, we have it online.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so, I've never had a person in my 7 years or 6 years plus come and buy an ordinance from us, right? And so, people ask, we help them out. They do open records, ask for ordinances, they're online. I don't know if that needs to be here, I mean, maybe,
So I guess
I'll give you the
all
opposite.
ordinances are online?
not all of them. The ones that need to be published are in the, Code of Ordinances. And that's something that we've struggled with because every ordinance that gets passed, again, we're looking at 20 ordinances a meeting that could get passed. The ones that are required to be published, my understanding before were the only ones uploaded. We've been trying to upload all the ordinances, and so it's a task, I mean, you're talking about from the 80s. So some ordinances that have been identified that aren't updated, then by different departments, we try to update it, upload them. But we have the current ones, but they're all in hardcover form. We have a vault. We have all the books, all the ordinances, hard print.
And maybe this is
I
a
assume
little
you had one.
tangential, but I guess are there ordinances that are older ordinances that are in place that are maybe not being
Updated?
applied?
Well-
Or, you sort of forget, I mean, there's so many of them, right? I mean, how do you, I mean, that's sort of,
We, and again, it's talking about a long history here for Laredo. And I talked to all the directors and I let them know, especially like in planning and building department, as the newer ordinances, because they've updated their ordinances. And so I said, as you recognize something that should be there, and if it's not there for whatever reason, let us know so we can track it down, upload it, because prior to me, I don't know if they were uploading as often. And so I really don't know. And so we've been trying to catch up a lot on that. And we're trying to do our best that we can.
I'll share with you, I thought there was a big book of codified, the county would keep it.
We have like
they
the
would still
original
do their-
book where they actually did the minutes by hand in almost old English, from 1700s, I think,
Yeah.
early 1800s.
I've seen it.
We have 2 and 3 in our office, and 1 is at the library, the historical records. But again, like those ordinances, we can't scan that and upload it somewhere. OCR, no, we
First
can't.
tickets of
We wish we
municipal
could,
court,
but.
where they were racing horses.
But we try our best as we recognize some of them. And so a lot of this where it says keep a book, what ordinance do you need? Here's a computer, log on, we'll show you where they're at, try to get them.
so wouldn't it maybe?
Yes, Jack.
No, you're gonna make, I think we're gonna make the same point. Go ahead.
Then for any ordinances going forward to be put online, basically? Is that-
Instead of the book language.
Right.
Yeah. Should we change this?
We're
so
already
it doesn't
trying
say
to do
book?
that.
basis.
It's not here, but yeah, we're already trying to do that as much as we can.
I think that's a good idea.
But these
So
guys
they-
are saying not try, now it becomes mandatory, this is now.
This is the other, this is the other section.
Post that.
At least from now forward, you know, and.
Yeah, no, but, we have the land development code that contains a lot of ordinances, and so that's planning and zoning, building, and they have their own basically book or area library where those codes are updated. What we're doing is mostly fees and other regulations, and that's what we're doing online, right? And so we can't really combine them, but we have the access to both of them, and so we're trying to get all that information up. I think for the last 7 years, we've been doing that. Prior to that, we're, again, trying to catch up and see what we can do. Or not see what we can do, we're trying to do it.
The offside, Mr. Killen, if I was fighting something, I'd go, it's overly broad and put the burden on them. Clearly, they have not addressed this issue. Or it was addressed in the 70s. This is the last law, and now the burden is on them to show, no, it's been revised, and that is no longer the law of the city. You can do that through litigation.
Just want to let you know. There's no big book, sorry, Judge.
Yeah, no Facebook, that's true. Any?
Yeah, I
Yes,
just,
sir, Jack.
maybe we could add, instead of exchanging book for internet, maybe we can have book or internet database or something. Just something to reflect where they're actually being, where they're actually being recorded.
And/or.
Just, what's that?
And/or.
Yeah, and/or, something like that. Because, I mean, if you just read this section of the charter, you definitely have the impression, which you felt the need to correct just now, that all the ordinances are in a book somewhere, and you're saying that
Well,
that's
we
not
have all the
true.
ordinances in our vault, right, but it's not one book, it's like
Yeah,
500-600 books.
yeah.
So we can go by year, ordinances, resolutions, we have all of that.
But if you wanted track one, you would literally go, okay, when was the last change, it wasn't addressed, and that's kind of hard.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
I guess, maybe, ordinances get, repealed. The council's, there's times where they're saying, well, we're no longer gonna apply this ordinance, right? And, I'm just,
they get, again, currently, we are uploading everything, and so when something gets repealed, it'll tell you online.
You'll
this-
see
this is the ordinance.
italicized, and yeah.
So you'll see like a breakdown of it, and it'll tell you ordinance number, whatever, right? And so you can actually, we can track down, okay, this is like all the paperwork on that ordinance. Those are the hard copies that we have of that ordinance. But online, you're gonna see, well, you can't do this, or you can't do this, like kind of,
and
or
how far back did the ordinances go?
city was created, I guess, I don't know. I haven't seen like, I don't have
No,
like the date.
Who has read?
So I guess,
I mean, in
maybe,
theory, there's one from 1755 to the
so I guess,
Invictus General.
is there, would it make sense to say like, the only ordinances that apply are the ones that are online, or the ones that are, from 1990 forward, or, I mean, there's, I guess the point,
I know what you're
like, that
saying.
there's stuff
Like-
that's just, it's not being applied anyway, it's just there,
Yeah.
and it's not,
So like a baseline and this.
yeah, exactly.
That way, when we craft the language, the language doesn't make it seem like you're out of compliance with the law for not having laws that are 100 years old, up online.
We can do that.
I don't know, because you just mentioned earlier that there are laws that are not uploaded, but that may be still part of the books, just no one has caught them.
Or require them.
As departments in the last several years have made amendments,
Right.
we always tell them, make sure that you look at the code of ordinances, right? To make sure, we'll send them, and we normally would get a physical copy. We stopped doing that, we just get the online copy, right? And so we've always told them, keep reviewing your ordinances, make sure we have them, everything updated. I mean, that's what we've been doing for the last 6 years.
I have met very
Ms. Reyes.
professional public servants, so, and they know their code too.
Well, there's a federal judge, learned hand, he said, the laws are what people perceive them to be. What was the understanding by that? If it's not published, it is out there, that law does not exist. The old famous, if everyone's doing 90, that's, I guess, what the law is.
I do drive over the speed limit.
Not on the record, that was over 2 years ago. As your attorney, I would advise you to neither confirm or deny.
That's right.
Or there was not an exigent circumstance.
This might be a really good opportunity for
We're scared of some
the
laws
city secretary to
being
offer us
local
some suggestions as to what that language should look like.
Yeah,
We'll look at it and bring it back.
okay.
Yeah,
Appreciate
that'd
it.
be great.
Thank you.
Perfect. Do you want to do it as a motion, or we
You
good
can
with
move it.
that?
Yeah, we're good with
We'll
that.
bring it
It's
back.
gonna bring us back.
Excellent. Then, Daniel, if we could proceed to,
Section 2.11, emergency ordinances. To meet a public emergency affecting life, health, property, or the public peace, the council may adopt one or more emergency ordinances, but such ordinances may not levy taxes, grant, renew, or extend a franchise, regulate the rate charged by any public utility for its services, or authorize the borrowing of money. An emergency ordinance shall be introduced in the form and manner prescribed for ordinances generally, except that it shall be plainly designated as an emergency ordinance and shall contain, after the enacting clause, a declaration stating that an emergency exists and describing it in clear and specific terms. An emergency ordinance may be adopted with or without amendment or rejected at the meeting at which it is introduced, but the affirmative vote of 5 council members shall be required for adoption. After its adoption, the ordinance shall be published and printed as prescribed for other adopted ordinances. It shall become effective upon adoption or at such later time as it may specify. Every emergency ordinance shall automatically stand repealed as of the 61st day following the date on which it was adopted, but shall not prevent reenactment of the ordinance in the manner specified in this section if the emergency still exists. An emergency ordinance may also be repealed by adoption of a repealing ordinance in the same manner specified in this section for adoption of emergency ordinances.
any discussion? Yes, Ms. Benavides.
I just wanted to bring up the change on the vote of the mayor and ask whether that's language that we want to consider for emergency ordinances.
Any discussion regarding that?
So,
How we brought it up before, I think was the question. Yes,
Yeah.
Henry, did you have a
I
question?
thought the same thing, so, when we're talking about the mayor now voting, whatever language is put into that should include a correction with anything within the ordinance that contradicts, that may confuse or contradict that the mayor's vote is a vote. That way, this, every item in the ordinance, every item, is not listed as an item to be changed. To avoid that, you will set the generality in the enacting ordinance, giving the city the permission to change that language, right? Does that make
That
sense?
makes sense.
Yeah, so let's keep that in mind for when we write the recommendation about the mayor voting.
Okay. Any additional comments or?
I'm not gonna propose any changes, but I do
Okay, yes.
wanna bring to the attention, just for all those rebels out there like me, that I have some issues with the word public peace. Yeah, it sounds like an opportunity for anybody to just come in and say, let me create this emergency ordinance so people don't protest. Just wanna say that.
Okay. Any
Some
just,
people understand me, so.
no, it makes sense. If I heard you correctly, you were saying you want clarification as to what is public peace,
Yeah.
so it couldn't be weaponized
Thank
as
you.
okay.
That is what I'm saying.
Are you asking possibly like change peace to public safety, something like that?
Maybe, I mean, it could still be weaponized under public safety.
It's supposed to be such an exigent circumstance, the rules cannot
You see
normally
that word,
apply. And I think
exigent
that's where
circumstances.
it's the emergency.
Yeah, yeah.
We're flooding and we can't post a 72-hour notice.
I thought it meant that you couldn't, the emergency would be against public peace. It's chaos.
Affecting life, yeah. What was that?
I thought it was the against public peace,
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
big chaos.
Yeah, bring chaos. All right, just, it's on the record, right? Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
your comment is on the record. Yes. Any additional, or would you want to make a motion, or? Yes,
no.
Mr.
Oh, good.
Taranco, I'm sorry.
This is a formatting thing. You need to put a space between ordinances and section 2.12.
Just,
Noted, excellent. If there's no motion or further discussion, if we can go to the next item?
Section 2.12, ordinances still in force. All ordinances of said city now in force, not contrary to the provisions of this charter and the laws of this state, shall continue in force until repealed.
Yes, Jack.
This is what makes our prior discussion about laws hidden away in the books, still relevant, right?
Because in effect, unless there's some clear mandate or something repealing it, it stays in effect. If you're thinking a sunset provision, yeah, there is no sunset provision here.
Stealing a horse is still hanging crime, right?
Right. That's right. Be duly noted. Yeah, or interfering with cattle is a punishable offense. Yeah. Barring any state or federal, because we are still subservient there, so we can't be creative with an old Laredo law. With that being said, any other discussion or any additions? If there's none, we could continue.
Section 2.13, Codes of Technical Regulations. The council may adopt any standard code of technical regulations by reference thereto in an adopting ordinance. The procedure and requirements governing such an adopting ordinance shall be prescribed for ordinances generally, except that, 1, the requirements in section 2.09 for distribution and filing of copies of the ordinance shall be construed to include copies of the Code of Technical Regulations as well as the adopting ordinances, and 2, a copy of each adopted code of the technical regulations as well as of the adopting ordinance shall be authenticated and recorded by the city secretary pursuant to section 2.10. Copies of any adopted code of technical regulations shall be made available by the city secretary for distribution or for purchase at a reasonable price.
Any discussions on this section? If there's none, we can continue.
Section 2.14, Mayor, Election and Term. There shall be a mayor elected by the qualified voters of the city at large. The mayor shall serve a 4-year term with a limit of 2 elected 4-year terms, excluding time served through appointment or election to an unexpired term.
Any questions regarding that?
I actually.
Yes, Andrew.
Just for uniformity's sake, that's kind of different than what city councilmen have to go through. I wonder if we should, that should be part of our comprehensive reform.
Balance them to make sure, is that what you're saying?
Exactly, because if you can't, if that's not true for a city council person,
Then,
and now that we're making him more like a councilman at large, we probably need to revisit that particular ordinance. And if the commission here may indulge me, I might make a motion to the city secretary and city attorney come back with us with appropriate language to reflect a direction that we may take to make the mayor vote and become more of a councilman at large.
we have a motion by Mr. Carranco. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Benavides. We have discussion?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Andrew, but something that that allows the mayor to vote, but not necessarily takes away any of the authority he has as the mayor.
Right.
Right, so it's still, so
To set the-
it doesn't diminish.
Set the agenda, I think,
Yeah,
if I'm
yeah,
correct, all the other implied powers of the mayor currently as he
And
stands.
my motion solely for the election in term, because the election in term is different for the mayor than it is from the city council people. There's some uniformity issues there that we'll encounter in the future.
With that, is there any other discussion regarding this motion? So we have the motion by Andrew, second by Ms. Benavides. I saw your hand go up, Mr. Zone.
May I ask this?
Any input?
May I
Yes,
ask
sir.
this? It's mentioned served through appointment, but there's no mention of how you can ever appoint the mayor in this charter, so. I
Yeah.
have trouble reconciling.
Okay, I'll give you the scenario. There was a mayor passes away. We need to appoint him because we're now visiting what Ms. Benavides says. It's already going past the 120 days, so that's gonna trigger an appointment immediately and then a special election. So that would be a scenario I would fantasize.
That'd be welcoming because, you know, here without
Short of
anything
that.
else, why do we have this word in there?
And on that note, I want to make a motion to revisit that language in accordance with section 204 on subsection A and subsection C.
As the trigger, right? If I understand correctly, Ms. Benavides, okay?
There's two motions.
Okay, there's a motion to support the word.
So there's yes, correct. There's a first, a motion, there was a second. Any further discussion regarding that motion? None, let's go ahead and call for the vote on that motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed with Ms. Laurel and Mr. Cisteros in abstention. With that, let's go to the second, I believe, Ms. Benavides, would you wanna make in the form of a motion?
I would like to make a motion to revisit section 21.4 in accordance with section 2.04 subsection C.
We have a motion by Ms. Benavides, so we have a second.
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Henry Suene. Any discussion? No discussion, call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. No nays with Ms. Laurel and Mr. Cisteros in abstention. We're ready for the next one.
Section 2.15, powers and duties of the mayor. 1, shall preside at council meetings. 2, shall be recognized as the head of the city government and as the official representative of the city, but shall have no administrative duties. 3, shall only vote in case of a tie of council members. 4, shall have the veto power and his or her veto shall be executed within the next 2 regularly scheduled council meetings and may be overridden by a vote of 5 council members made at the same meeting as the veto. 5, shall make the official state of the city address by January 31st of each year of the mayor's term of office at a public place open and free to all the people of Laredo. The private sponsorship of the official state of the city address is prohibited. 6, shall have the right to initiate motions at city council meetings. 7, shall have the right to add items to the council agenda. 8, shall consult with the city manager regarding proposed agenda items to be included in the agenda of a regular and/or special council meeting.
Any discussion regarding this? Yes, Mr. Suriname, Henry.
So, the items here that are in conflict with that point that we raised about the mayor being able to vote, rather than, again, and I'm thinking now ahead of time, in adding every single issue to the item, it should be covered or taken care of when we give the mayor the power to vote. So this is a conflict. So we're giving the mayor the power to vote, we're giving the city secretary or the city attorney the authority to correct the conflicts. And I say this only because I just don't want, as we've pointed out, to have this appear 17 times that people's eyes glaze over and then nobody wants to go vote.
Isn't there a?
No, go ahead. Cliff Killen.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think earlier in the charter, it defines council, and I think it defines council member, so if you basically include the mayor in that
Yes.
definition, and then you also clean it up on part 215.3, then everything else should sort of like, you don't have to actually, I don't think you have to actually change anything. If you just change those two things, everything else should just kind of sort itself out.
Yes, Ms. Benavides.
I want to put into question giving that authority to vote as an at-large council person, but then also have the veto power. And the only reason I'm bringing that up is because it feels like giving the mayor the veto power in changing their relationship to voting makes it feel that's a little bit more in line with if they were an executive mayor and we had a mayor council of city form of government.
That's a very good point.
Okay, yes, Andrew?
2 points here to Cliff, your point may be powers and duty, additional powers and duties a mayor may satisfy the language you're looking for. If we just say the mayor and councilman and mayor, and for the mayor with the councilman, and then give the mayor additional duties. To Ms. Benavides' point, I think you bring up a very interesting point that you are giving the mayor a little more power than the councilman in many ways. I would argue that the mayor, being the sole at-large person on the council, would command that additional sort of power, assuming that remember, I'm making the assumption that the mayor will always be a fair and just person in the Aristotelian sense, but he should probably have that sort of power because he is representing the entirety of the city as opposed to a regional district. The other solution that would be create 2 at-large positions and keep the mayor where he's at.
The one thing I'd add to Andrew's comment is that, is that if there's more votes in favor, right, then that veto doesn't apply. And so it's sort of like, it's representative more of the city, collectively, they override that as well, right? So that's sort of, I think theoretically, like the mayor's supposed to represent the whole city, and then each council member, collectively, they represent the city as well, right? So,
Well, to address Cliff's point and Ms. Benavides is, that's why you had that 4 split, and then the mayor could vote, but you could override a veto with 5, because, yeah, you're not gonna vote, already had 5, you're already out of the equation, so they do have, and they have exercised it in the past, the power to veto, override a veto. Yes, and they also limited, it has to be the same council that did the veto. Okay, we're gonna have a vote, let's call for a vote right now, you can override. Yes, Dr. Reyes?
I have an issue with the 5. You require 5 votes to pass an ordinance in you can override a veto with 5, so it kind of nullifies the veto power.
No, because remember, it was 4-4 and then the mayor could vote.
Yeah,
So you override it by saying you have 5. In theory, you wouldn't have had the chance to vote before mayor, because
Right
there wasn't
now-
a time.
Right now, the mayor can only vote in a split, right?
Correct.
But the veto power is not exercised only in a split.
Correct.
So he can call on a veto of any ordinance or any decision-making, but there's already 5 voting.
Right. And that could override it.
Yeah, but then you need 5 to override it. It seems like there's no. If 5 are already passing it and he tries to veto it, and 5 are needed to override that, there's no.
Even though it sounds silly, he might do it just to send a message, even though I know you're gonna override me. So you'll see something like that where he goes, for the record, I'm gonna vote veto, because I want you, Councilman, to know I'm in agreement with it.
But you're
And the
agreeing
council
with
turns
me.
around and goes, that was nice, now we're gonna override
You're
the
agreeing
veto.
with me that it's just a symbolic thing.
It is. I absolutely agree that it is symbolic by doing that, and it's a real thing that they've left and they've actually executed, they've actually used it like that. And then, even though the mayor knowing, he goes, I'm still gonna do this. I'm sending a message. Yes, Jack.
To Maria's point, it does seem like a good objection to the number 5, in that it becomes purely symbolic, the veto, you know? I mean, one way to change that would be to increase the number required to override the veto to 6.
At that point, you're giving a superpower to the
Well,
mayor.
what-
Yes. Well, let me just address, and we'll go right back to you, Jack.
I just want to make a comment. I know that when this item, I think this changed at the last amendments. And the council did go back and forth about doing 5 or 6, and both, I guess, they all had their issues or why they wanted to do one or the other, but they landed on 5. And they had considered 6 before.
I see.
I'll do Jack, and then Henry, I will not forget you. Yes.
I think even though it does seem to increase the power of the mayor, you know, I guess I agree with Maria. I don't like the fact that it's merely symbolic anymore. It doesn't seem like it should be in there if it's merely symbolic. One compromise you could make is to deprive the mayor of the right to initiate motions. Maybe that's something that you could, you know.
Also set
Put
the
it in balance.
agenda, and there's an implied one on that one too. Henry, you had your hand up, sir.
So, I'm thinking about someone who we might convince we might convince someone to say, yeah, the mayor should have the power to vote, just like all the other council people do. That makes them equal. But then we give them the power to veto, and it more difficult to override the veto.
Right, that's a lot.
We might lose support for someone granting the mayor the right to vote when you're saying, well, not only we're granting him the right to vote, now we're also making it more difficult to override his veto, and he's the only one that can veto. So either he's equal to the other council people in that he's allowed to vote,
Or
it's not 2 branches of government where you have a 3/4 majority overriding a presidential
Right.
veto. This is one deliberative body. And so my recommendation here is, let's not create a reason why someone might not support the mayor's right to vote.
I'm fully in agreement, and that's why I think we should recommend they give themselves a nice, healthy raise. Yeah. I think that if the veto is merely symbolic, then let's just remove
Let's
it.
get rid of it, yeah.
Let's get rid of it. Let's not
I agree with
let's
that.
not give the mayor a veto power at all.
But I guess what's wrong with having something that is symbolic? Because, I mean, part of the position of the mayor, right, is to
Be a symbol.
to sort of be sort of the
Cheerleader. kind of,
yeah,
right?
to bring attention to different issues and
Yeah.
things, and so it's,
Set that Friday agenda
that's
too, that's a big
I mean,
deal.
there's value in that.
Yeah, okay.
The mayor does have a lot of implied power That's where you'll see the mayor, a good team builder. The mayor's very powerful, but you see him exercise that, which is not a bad thing, that's a good thing. Yes, sir, Andrew.
A question for staff. When was the last time a mayoral veto was successful in prohibiting an ordinance or something happening? Because every time I think of a veto from the mayor in the last 8 years, it's been unsuccessful and already symbolic to begin with.
I don't remember it being successful. I know they tried it and then just gets reversed.
Well,
But I think it's also, as Judge Boyer was saying, that it's a symbolic thing. And so, you know what, I don't agree with council, I think you're all wrong, whatever. I'm siding with the people or whatever the issue is, right? And so, even if he's overturned, he's made his point.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, I haven't seen one that's been successful, from what I can recall.
There's our symbolism.
And then, can I bring up number 5?
of course,
Yep.
of course.
You know, I think I know that the city of McAllen, the city of Mission, they have the state of the city, and they do, again, they're really well-attended events. They're really fantastic events that they've held, and they do solicit private sponsorship, and that helps to defray the costs of hosting that. And then if there is any extra money, they typically, donate that to a charity or something like that. And so, what's that?
No, it's because we've had some big ones at the LEA, but go ahead, Cliff,
Oh,
yeah.
all right, so anyway, I think that, that there's been they're nice events, they're well-attended, and, it's just something to consider to have it to where, there's more flexibility of how some of those things are conducted.
Yes, Dr. Reyes.
I have a question maybe for everyone to consider. Okay, so if we're gonna argue that the mayor is the same as the city council, just a city council member at large, right? Then we may have to actually consider not giving the power of this city address. Maybe it should be something that the city council is responsible for, because the city address, just like the state address and the nation
Yeah,
address.
it's supposed to be like State of the Union,
Yeah,
that's what it's supposed to be.
exactly. It falls under the executive branch, and
That's
we're
right.
not breaking our unless we do, right?
I
When we discuss that.
Well, Doctor, he does have executive power, there is, if you look on the appointments, and who's the only one that could.
No, yeah, but if we're,
And even who's gonna evaluate the city attorney?
but if we wanna make him the same,
What's
right?
the city manager?
But I don't know that we want to make him the same simply.
Yeah, I mean, I think that
That was my question.
And I don't wanna forget Mr. Killips here, go ahead, cause I wanna address that too,
Yeah,
about donation, private.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, where there is no vision, the people will perish, right? So I think that you need to have, somebody set out that vision, and I think it's important to have that. At the end of the day, the mayor is sort of the person representing the whole community, and so I think it is important, not to say that you couldn't have council members be a part of that. But at the end of the day, that is the main, person there, and so I think it's what I've seen at least in these other communities, when they're doing those events, they really galvanize, the community there and kind of set the vision and tone for the future, and I think you see what they've accomplished in some of those communities and some very significant things. And anyway, hopefully it can be a tool to bring people together. And so anyway, I just want, and I know that at least there, they do solicit people to participate, and those, monies are used for that specific purpose. And if there's any excess, again, it's contributed to charities and stuff. So just, and all it's live streamed, it's available to the public, what have you. And they're really quite nice events.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate, just, it's considered so important that it was the city's expense, and they didn't want to give an appearance that you had big donations that were, influencing the city government, going, okay, that's why we're not. But they do it for the Washington trip, because that is important, and that's fine, we can't get private donations. So there was a little bit of difference in that. But it is considered important, there has been big ones at the LEA, the public is invited, they really are. It tells you what's the plan for the city, what are major projects, what does he envision is gonna be brought in. I think it's also hard doing public donations. As a politician, you don't like that. It's tough, Cliff, and cause then it also,
I guess I would ask maybe is, you know, how do other communities handle some of these things? What are some of the,
Public
you know,
donations.
best practices
Yeah.
around that? And
San Antonio does the same thing, and if I recall, they do take private sector support for the deal. I'm just surprised, to be honest with you, to find it in a charter. I mean, if the mayor wanted to have a public, it wanted to have an official address, you can do it. I even wonder if this were in the charter of other cities. But the point here is that it is in ours.
I know they were tracking a lot of the United States government. There is a State of the Union. They wanted that for here, for the taxpayers to know what's going on, and there's
Right.
that was what they were envisioning. I know past charter ones talked about that.
Do
Just
you
like
think that
past one said, city manager, they're thinking about could be born Laredo. There's bad genetics here, so you can't. Just different times, different charter review, and they visit different. Dr. Reyes, did you have a comment or want to make a comment?
No, I just thought, so I guess the motion is gonna be to revisit this with
We
some
haven't made a
information?
motion. We're still in discussion.
Oh, okay.
There is not a motion. And with that happy thought, if there's no other discussion, does anyone want to make a motion?
I think so we can just revisit later, you know.
We could revisit if you want to make that as a motion.
That's all right, we'll just, make a mental note.
It's on. Well, and we can, remember, at any time, this could always be brought up again. This is not full and final, so we don't have to do it formally if you don't want to, and we'll just note it. Okay, there is something, we're gonna visit on that. And with that, if there's nothing else, we can continue.
Section
I wanna get to that one.
Section 2.16, City Secretary. The city manager shall recommend a city secretary whose appointment shall be confirmed by the affirmative vote of no less than 5 council members. The city secretary shall report to and be evaluated by the city manager. It shall be the duty of the city secretary to attend every meeting of the city council and keep accurate minutes of the proceedings thereof in a book to be provided for that purpose, and to engross and enroll all laws, resolutions, and ordinances of the city council, to keep the corporate seal, to take charge of and preserve and keep in order all the books, records, papers, documents, and files of said council, to countersign all commissions issued to the city officers and licenses issued, and any other duties and responsibilities as may be assigned by the city council or state statute. The city secretary may be removed from office by the affirmative vote of no less than 5 council members.
You go,
Mike, I guess, in the past, wasn't this an elected position a long time ago, and then it changed? I don't know if you can give us a little bit of
Back
historical
in,
context.
prior to the 80s, I think it was elected.
Gustavo was elected, and
And then there was Ms. Gonzalez also, I think, that
Yeah.
Chita Gonzalez was elected
And-
prior, and then they decided to make it more, I don't know, there was a change in government, and they said, they said really the service that they're providing is really to council, so it doesn't matter about the election, and that's when they appointed. And that changed, and also the attorney was also an elected position a long time ago, and that changed.
More or less, when was that changed? Or kind of?
I wanna say in the early 80s.
Yeah.
Early 80s, roughly, about 82 maybe, somewhere around there.
I'm not sensing where the conversation, I don't know, the question, it's going somewhere.
No, I was just,
The reason, I can see also here, when you have, the city secretary is a pretty important position.
Very important.
But an elected elected city secretary and an elected mayor, then I see sometimes where like, well, I was voted by the people too, and I was voted by the people too, and I see the city secretary as serving the city. Yet, a city secretary might see themselves as serving not the city, the people who elected me. So, I could see the evolution of the position, and that's my thought.
Well, I mean, ultimately, who are they, I mean, is it to serve the community, right? I mean, I'm just asking the question, you know, I knew there was some kind of change in the past, but I wasn't sure
Right.
when or why. I mean, I guess there's probably trade-offs to both, you know.
Yeah.
I think
I agree.
in that regard,
Ideas?
that's also where the ability that council has, you know, there's clear distinctions on the relationship that council has to city manager, right? Where we don't wanna create a culture of micromanagement, but the language in the last sentence of city secretaries does say that they can be removed from office by an affirmative vote of council. So I think in that sense, the city secretary is still somewhat accountable, right? You could say that they're still accountable to the people of the city, not just.
Very accountable, and he's the keeper of public records. Now, I'm
Does
gonna
that
give you, he's a very powerful position. My clients from Mexico goes, no, the only guy that ever signs anything is the city secretary, and he's been there for 20 years or whatever, so he is powerful. Yes, he is. Your birth certificate, yes, you see who it is. That's a very powerful position. And municipal court's also at large, so, yeah, a municipal court judge will tell, I represent all your people, they also voted for me, so. It does do dynamics in politics when you say that, yeah, the same people voted for me as you, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. Well, anyway. the
Is it
city
also
secretary, yes.
contradictory though, because it says the city secretary may be removed by the council, but then the council can't tell any, like, they have restrictions on what they can do they can't talk to, I mean, they can't tell someone what to do, they can't,
Well-
right, I mean, they have to talk, ask
You would
questions.
share where
they
that
have
would
to
come up.
Talk to the city manager, so they're, and so isn't that sort of like a
It's like a
violation by
lack of,
removing?
of faith there, that's what they're telling you when they put that
Maybe
item
just a
up.
clarification on that, or?
Mr. Valdez, if you want to, then we'll go to the city
I'd like to hear
attorney.
what Tom wants to.
Or Mr. Song.
I would ask that you all reconcile this with what you'll see later for city attorney, for instance, because city attorney and the city secretary,
Kind of have the same language.
the city manager appoints or recommends, I think you should use the same word, right? Because here it says recommends, later on, city attorney says appoints, so really, just use one word to say, so for instance, you're appointed by the city manager, then council approves, but then the city attorney, to remove the city manager has to, again, recommend removal. Here, it sounds like just 5 people get together and the city secretary's out, and that's
In 3
different
days.
than city attorney. I'm not sure if
2
there's
hours.
a need to be different.
Yeah, it could theoretically happen. We've lost faith.
And going along with what Cliff was saying, then, well, how does city council take action when they're supposed to not micromanage? So again,
Right, exactly.
maybe to be consistent with the other provision, city manager appoints, city manager recommends removal, and then council comes up with 5 votes.
If I may, on this position,
Mr. Valdez, yes.
I guess it's evolved throughout the years, right? And I want to say, and I don't know, I wasn't there when this changed, right, from an election to administrative, right, an appointment. But I want to say, if you look at what it says, we take care of the position, right, not just me, but the position, all records of council. And so it starts to become an issue with council. And so, yes, the city manager recommends. At some point prior to this language, he used to say city secretary reports to city council. It wasn't to report to city manager.
When was that changed?
I want to say a couple of, maybe 2 charges ago, 3.
It was about 3.
Some issues happened, and so they didn't want to deal with the city secretary, and so it was reports to city manager, you take care of it. But I think that the way it's structured is confusing to me as city secretary, because it says, I report to city manager and am evaluated by him. I've been with 5 city managers, no one has ever evaluated me, I just do my job. And to report to them, I tell them, what does report actually mean? Do I report what I'm doing for the day? What task I'm doing as city secretary? Or does it, I take direction from them? If you keep reading, it says the only ones that give me direction is city council, or for the position, right? City council or state law, because there's some state laws that dictate. And so, it's up to you all. I don't think I'll be here very long as city secretary. But whoever's here, do you want them to be an extra voice for council? Good or bad, sometimes I get questions on election. I'm the administrator also. I know it's not here, but council has made me the election administrator.
Just to be clear, that makes him a bad guy for council, and sometimes it could be that. Is my loyalty to council or to the city of Laredo as the holder of the information? I'm not gonna forget you.
And hence, if it's an elected role, then it's neither.
If it's an elected role, then, yeah, and then you get to, and I'm not gonna show up for office or keep the
Yeah,
documents.
whatever I want, I don't owe any,
that the
not that I don't owe
I'm not
anyone,
gonna
but
forget
I
you,
want to
but I
report
promised Henry.
to the citizens.
Give it to Henry, then I'll recognize Dr. Reyes, and then you, Ms. Benavides, so don't forget your thoughts. Yes, please.
Yeah, there are several positions within the city government that are special positions, if you will. And they don't necessarily have to be elected, and I think you see this in most cities, it's common in many cities. Aside, and I'm gonna move the police and fire chief aside, but they traditionally are the city secretary, the city attorney, and the internal auditor. And those are three positions that are treated differently because they play special role within city government.
And I would say it's sort of like a checks and balances.
Yeah. So, I need to think about it a little bit more, but yeah, those are like three positions where I'm thinking, yeah, who appoints you, who do you report to? Because you're right, if you're appointed by X, but you report to Y, yeah.
If I may, I mean, I know.
Not to forget
Go
Dr.
ahead,
Reyes
Dr.
and Ms. Benavides, okay.
I just wanna say, when we think in terms of appointment, there is a certain level of loyalty that you are owed to those that are appointed, that appointed you. And so there is a very great deal of difficulty for me to understand why this is an appointed position by the authority you're supposed to be overseeing. Because I don't think you or the city attorney or the internal auditor live in complete freedom to speak your mind when it comes to their procedures.
Forget
It's-
about appointment, evaluation also comes in, because
Yeah.
oh, you're gonna evaluate me,
And,
come on.
I mean, the city attorney shouldn't be representing the city council. They should be representing the city,
Yes,
the government.
Represents the city.
And so, I don't know,
it's true.
this is a strong point. This is a bullet I will die for.
No, that's the next one, I don't want you to forget it, I just wanna give Ms. Benavides a chance to speak
Oh,
her mind.
yeah, I'm sorry.
No,
No, you're good,
I
you're
think
good.
all of this is, it's very clear that we need to circle back to not just like section 2.16, but I am now even thinking about, I'm skipping ahead, but I'm thinking about how city council annually reviews the compensation of the city manager, but what about a formal evaluation process that also takes into account the evaluation of staff that the city manager oversees? And again, back to, we all know the relationship between council and city manager, it is not to micromanage, but given the history that we have had with our city managers, I feel like it warrants some consideration to have an evaluative process
Of the city manager.
of the city manager that will then hold the city manager to evaluate staff that works under him, such as the city.
Again, remember, if you, Ms. Benavides, are going to evaluate me, I'll fall on the sword for you because you say I'm doing good, right? So we have an understanding, and that might not be the best interest of everybody else that was in here, because there was an informal. With that being said, Mr. Valdez, if you would share.
I understand your comments, and in generalities, I would agree with them, but I think it's based on the individual that's there. The last 4 or
Absolutely.
5 city managers can tell you, I've gone to
Absolutely.
shouting matches with them because they disagree with what they were doing. And they've told me, you need to do this, and I would tell them, no, show me the law that says I have to do that. I've had these issues and these fights. Now, do I worry about my livelihood? If they influence council, they can tell council, hey, get rid of this guy, he's not listening to me. And so, should there be some independence to a certain extent? I do not disagree with that comment, the one I just made, but the people that appointed me, I think all of them are left and maybe one or two are still pending on council. So all of the new guys are all new. I don't, if you're saying I owe allegiance to them because they appointed me, that's not a factor in my situation, right? I would say this, because I still get into issues with some council members because I disagree with what they're recommending and I won't do certain things. And unfortunately, I've had issues in the past where that's cost me, right? But I do stand up for what I believe in, and I think Zone is the type of person that does the same. We're not all the same.
He's also at a higher standard, everyone understands, he's a licensed attorney and there's ethical, he is sworn an oath.
So I would say this, I've always, and I've argued, since I've been here maybe 4 years ago, that the city manager was not the only one that should be getting a contract, right, for severance, because one day I'll probably be fired because standing up for what I believe in. And unfortunately, that's what I'm willing to do. But when you have these other securities, it's easier to say, you're wrong, we can't go there, it's against the law, or whatever, right, just take a stand. I do not disagree with, well, some people will be like, and it happened to me. I was running for office one time, and the city secretary at the time told me, oh, I agree, you should be able to run. That's why they changed that law. And I said, well, because I disagree with shall and may. And so I said, I'm going to sue the city. And he says, I put you on, but I was already told that if I put you on, city manager's going to get rid of me. I'm like,
Listen to what he
right.
said,
And
yeah.
he said, I agree with you, you're right, but I'm not going to risk my livelihood. I'm here for the long haul. So that's fine, sued him, won in court, was able to win, and I won the election. But I think that, and I go back to the section where it says, may be removed by 5 council members. So we're saying that the mayor's equal, so that's gonna be out, so it's a simple majority. So you get 5 people against you. Now, I know to overturn a denial at planning and zoning, you 3/4 council. So I think if you do something so bad, the whole council is gonna say, we need to get rid of this guy. And so if you give that extra protection where you say a supermajority or 3/4 majority to remove the person, I think now instead of the 9, you're looking at 6 or 7 people to say, yeah, this guy needs to go. And sometimes that happens, right? And so I think at that point, there are some protection where you can say, wait a minute, you're doing something wrong or illegal, or you can't do that. And so I think that would give that buffer of confidence to other people, right? Again, I've been appointed somewhere else, and so eventually I'll just be doing that. But I think that would offer a buffer for this position, for the attorney, for the internal auditor who has to sometimes look at the council, and if they're appointing them, it's hard. And so I think that's one tool you could use. I'm not saying do a contract or anything like that, but I think by having a stricter requirement to remove the person than a 3-day notice, I can get a 3-day notice, say, hey, we're gonna remove the city secretary, 5 people don't like him anymore, get rid of him. When maybe it's all politics and I really haven't done anything, or the position hasn't done anything. So I'd like for you guys to consider that. And I'm speaking freely because you're allowing me to. Other charter commissions I've worked on, kind of be quiet and just let them do their work. I appreciate that on a personal level, and I think Zone does too.
Just to share, does everybody understand what he means by to make a contract? Because they could go, yeah, 3 days, great, I have a 3-year contract, so you're gonna pay me out the 125 times 3, benefits too, and also have some sick leave. So it kind of makes it, there's a built-in, and you're gonna answer to the taxpayer.
The
You
severance
fired him,
for-
but you have to pay out the whole contract.
But
Yes,
that-
sir, Henry.
That certainly hasn't stopped prior city councils for some number of years of throwing away thousands of our taxpayer money.
And
So
taxpayers are
building in the
sensitive,
contract,
they know that.
the contract there is to the benefit, with all due respect, of the city secretary. It's certainly not in the benefit of the public because the council hasn't given it a second thought. But
I'll give you a
I appreciate the comment you're making because it helps me better understand the point that the city manager may recommend the city secretary position. It is voted on by the council, so this gives the city secretary the power, so to speak truth to power, because you were appointed by he may have recommended you, or she may have recommended you for that appointment, but these are the people that appointed you, and whether it's 5, 6, or 7 votes to say goodbye, the point is they'll have your back while you're speaking truth to power to the city manager.
But sometimes I have to speak truth to them.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's why I say, please consider looking, and not just for this position.
City
But for
attorney
the ones
goes through the
inside
same
charter,
thing
I
where,
think that makes a lot of sense, I mean, to raise the
The
threshold.
requirement, because then that way we can really speak truth to
Yeah.
what we see is wrong. And sometimes, I'm not saying there's wrong, but sometimes we get in those situations where you're kind of like,
no, you have to say no,
Yeah,
correct,
so-
absolutely not.
especially during
The
election
correct
cycle.
answer is
So
absolutely not.
I've had
No
to
one
do
likes
that
hearing
before,
that.
and it's not pretty, because then you get the nasty calls. Why are you doing that? You know, stuff like that, and people don't know that, but that does happen. And you stand up, and thankfully nothing's happened, and we're still here, but the day that something happens, 3-day notice, and I'm out. That's my
Does everybody
2 cents,
remember
sorry.
what Dr. Reyes said? That's what she stands on the bullet where she said, I do not want,
That 7 votes.
the
is the bullet.
loyalty, is it to the citizens, or is it to that city manager, or is it to me that appointed you? And I'm jumping
Well, it's
in
to the
like a
council,
dog.
because if you look at the
I agree,
requirements
I
of the
agree.
duties that the
That's
city
what she
secretary
wanted
does, it's to
clarified.
council, it's not to the citizens. Yet we provide service to the citizens.
Absolutely.
With information that they require, we provide that service no matter
You're the
what.
city secretary, like the city attorney. He represents the city and the city's best interest, not an individual's. You're not a private counsel. You're not a private secretary either, so. That is
Do you
correct.
serve- do you
Yes,
serve-
sir.
Do you serve a term, a period of time?
No, it's until council's.
Used to under Cliff Killup when they were elected. They
Until
were-
you get a
that's right.
3-day notice.
Yes,
Until
Cliff,
we get
and
a
then
3-day
I'll remember
notice,
you,
right.
Andrew, I won't forget. Go ahead.
So I just, hearing the city secretary's comments, I mean, I think that seems to make a lot of sense to me. And basically what I'm kind of hearing from that is, to consider raising the threshold, which I think is a good point, and then also creating some language that clarifies around like sort of the reporting aspect, or, what sort of, giving some clarity around the role
What they
itself
respond to.
in the language.
And that was,
Yes, sir.
and to echo Cliff's point, this is the checks and balances that you're seeking in all this here. And maybe we can ask to look what other cities do, and I think ultimately what it's gonna come down to is, are we gonna increase it to 6 votes or 7 votes? I think that's an adequate way of preserving the integrity of the position without making it too complicated.
You want to hear something that's horrible? You could be appointed federal judge and turn around the people appointed for life. And that's the ultimate. That's the other extreme where they go, yeah, that was cute. You appointed me. Now let me tell you I'm the rule. And
Yeah, because
until you say you're not.
That in a form of.
Or you get thrown. No.
I apologize, I just noticed it's 10:31, and from my understanding, committee meetings, I think it only lasts up to 10:30.
Oh, we're gonna get to that one. We're gonna overturn. It's an all-nighter.
I'm thinking of Dr. Reyes.
Thank you.
Oh, this is her
Thank
daughter.
My
Not even
daughter.
daughter. It's her daughter.
My
How old is
stomach
your
is
daughter?
eating, it's at 24.
But if you wanna make a motion, I guess to reconsider
No,
this
I
later
have a
on, or
20.
revisit it,
Oh, yeah.
4-year-old.
And
So
then I
yeah,
think
no,
so.
I understand.
Let's make
The
a
last
motion to
two
reconsider this,
or
The last
revisit
this
it later.
business of the city secretary. I-
So we have a motion by Jack.
To reconsider
Do we have a
this.
second? We have a second by Cliff Killen. Any discussion?
With
No
the-
discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None opposed with Ms. Laudel and Mr. Cisneros in abstention.
We'll do the same for the attorney.
Yeah, and then.
Do we want to finish then, or should we?
If you'd like to finish the last one, I guess we
And
can.
that way, there's a nice little cutoff. We came close. We missed Article
We'll
3.
start
But
at
let's go ahead and
number
do
3
that.
next one.
Okay.
If we can.
Section 2.17, Internal Auditor. The city council shall appoint and evaluate an officer of the city who shall have the title of internal auditor and whose functions and duties shall be determined by ordinance. The internal auditor may be replaced or terminated by the affirmative vote of no less than 5 council members.
Any discussion? Yes, Jack?
I think, well, I'd like to hear what you have to say. Did you have a hand up?
Yes, if I may.
Yes,
it-
Yeah.
Mr. Toad.
Just, there's three different, mechanisms here. City attorney appointed by council, by city manager and 5 votes. Removed by the recommendation by city manager, removed, right? And then city secretary for some reason, appointed by city manager, 5 votes, or just removed by 5 votes without city manager. And then here, the city internal auditor, it's only this by the council, not even recommended by the city manager. So, do you want the
All
three to be different?
the same
or similar, whatever. That's all I'm asking. And then like Mr. Valdez was saying, increase the threshold to remove, but do you also want to match it with increasing the number of votes to appoint? That's something for you all to consider.
Henry?
So are the, I understand sometimes why an internal auditor is treated differently. Anybody who's been reviewed by an internal auditor understands. Does the internal auditor review anything the city council does?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Does the internal auditor review city council?
Yes.
Yeah, the budgets and what they have in
No,
there.
but the budget seems to be a city activity. In other words, with the city government, does it review anything related to the city council? And what does it do? How does it audit the city council?
There have been issues brought up before in the past where, let's say, whatever the issue is might tie in a council member. And so the city council as a whole will say, we want you to investigate this issue, and they all know that it's related to a council member, so they're gonna go and investigate everything associated with it.
Could be a conflict of interest, policies.
And so,
Use of funds, yes, Jack?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to finish that. So I understand the council appointing the internal auditor and keeping it independent from control of the city because they're auditing the city. It's less understandable if they're also auditing the council as well as city staff. Okay.
I have a question,
Yes,
more than a comment.
and then
I want-
Jack.
Yeah, I want to understand, the auditing from the internal auditor, right, is not done for public purposes, right? It's for,
Yes, it is.
is it?
The
Or
city
is it
council,
for
the city
efficiency?
council.
Okay, yeah,
And they
but-
base themselves on it.
but is it for changes for efficiency, internal changes, or is it for public
they,
publication? Like, this is,
I think
It's
they're.
not an auditor for like an accounting audit, it's more like an inspector general to.
so it's for the inspector general, it's for a
It's
higher.
similar to an inspector
Ah,
general,
okay.
that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
It's whatever the council is directed for investigation, so it's not just about accounting.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is this for charges of violation of law, or is it for the push for an efficient government?
That's a good question, that's what I'm saying, it's, you know, in the Army, you know, we have inspector generals, and
Right.
they're not just always looking at law, they're looking at just whatever consistencies and direction. So if the council says, I'm thinking there's something amiss here, here's the person they can use to go check it out, as opposed to going through city manager, as opposed to going to departments.
They'll review regulations, they'll review like everything.
Yeah.
And then we have an external auditor also, that the city hires to look at money-wise, how we can function better. So
And they are accountable to accounting standards, and we are posted in.
Thank you.
And I think that's where it's a little confusing, because we're using the same
Terminology, but it
auditor,
means
it's
different.
not about accounting financials, it's really about like an inspector general. activity.
Jack, you had a
I'm
question? Yes,
wondering
sir.
if we can maybe incorporate some of that greater specificity in the actual charter.
Under
'cause I-
internal auditor?
Yeah, because when I read that, just those few lines, I really wondered the same thing as we're talking about now. What exactly are they to do? What are they auditing?
Well, and it's because the intention of the role changes completely whether they should be independent or not. Because, for example, if I hire an internal auditor for my organization to review either practices of law or accounting, is for me to catch my own mistakes and correct them, right? it's not to punish somebody or make someone accountable for it.
But
And
it does
so-
when they catch them, doctor.
It's to report back to
Not
council and council
necessarily,
takes action.
it depends on the violation.
Right, but if you,
Yeah.
but the whole thing was to expose it, and that's what they
Right.
do, they'll
That's what I
expose
wanted
it.
to know. Ah, so this is for exposing.
It would be like exposing. In other words, this is what was requested, or me as a council member, I need you to look into how that grant money was used in that, was it within the terms? We expect internal auditor.
But you see, you're making it sound like a political tool.
No, not at all, the opposite. And we want to make sure it doesn't become a political tool. That's, I think the concern was the opposite. They're going, there might be influences that would force you to not be a political tool, but to be weaponized a bit,
So,
like, oh,
yeah.
where's your loyalty? Do you
It
really
needs
want to
protections against
expose?
weaponization.
Yes, who's guarding the guard situation? Who guards the guards? Okay, well, these are supposed to be the guards, they guard the guards. Okay, that makes sense.
Thank you.
Was there an additional comment, or does anyone want to make a motion regarding this? Mr. Andres, or anyone?
I was gonna say something to revisit.
Yes, okay, that's fine. Let's make that as a motion then. Cliff, do you want to make a motion that we revisit?
Revisit 2.16 and 2.17 at a later point in time.
Second.
So we have a motion, we have a second by Andrew Caranco. Any discussion?
I think the
May I just ask for clarification?
Yes.
Are you all, it sounds like you all are leaning towards possibly making the city secretary and internal auditor more of a direct report to council? So maybe possibly take out the evaluations by city manager? Is that what you want us to bring back?
No,
or
I'm not thinking that at all.
Yeah.
I haven't made it, I haven't thought about that. I just want more information.
And we want input, what you would think would help focus what my duties are and what could distract me from those duties or underlie those duties. That's fair. With that, we have a motion, we have a second, no further discussion, call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None opposed. In abstention was Ms. Laurel, Ms. Benavides, and Mr. Cisneros. With that, we finished Article 2. Does anyone want to make a motion if there is no further? And do we want to talk about the next meeting already? Do we have a proposal?
I do
Yes,
because
I'm sorry, Mr. Henry.
I do want to discuss it because if it's the third week of the month,
Yes, sir.
and given the
December
time
now.
it's been taken to do this, I don't want to just say in December because we discover the date's awkward. We're not having a meeting in December. If we're going to be meeting monthly, let's try to meet in December at a time that works for everyone, or works for most.
Christmas
Or,
Eve.
or I would like to suggest maybe that,
Have a
if,
Scrooge,
we could meet
right?
maybe twice in January or something.
That works for me too.
Yeah.
Not in December?
We meet in December if we can.
I'm candidly unbiased because my wife's having a baby and.
Oh.
Oh, congratulations. Hey, that's awesome, Cliff. Those are good time. What a present. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
And paisanos are also just, so they start showing up.
If you like, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
we
sir.
can, we can poll and see, the availability of council. You have to remember that this is the only date I could get, and I thought months ago, I said, what date is available to have a meeting here? And so, cause we have planning and zoning, we have a lot of committees that use this room. And so we're trying to have them here, and so we can pick the third Tuesday of the month for that reason. But sometimes they cancel. So if there's an opportunity, I'll let all the membership know and all the commissioners, and then we'll see if we can pull to have a meeting, or we can do it maybe twice in January.
How's your record keeping if we don't have it here, if we were at the public library, just as a?
We can look, we'll look around.
Is there an, okay, just in case it's an additional option, because we understand that
But what date are we looking at?
we don't have a date yet.
Ah,
We're,
okay.
gonna-
But we're
we're
still
voting
looking
to
at the
revisit that
Tuesday, but-
subject.
Or if you're thinking
But
maybe
December
twice in January.
19th?
If it's all, if it's
That's
okay, yeah,
Who's thinking cannot make December 19th?
I mean, it might be a little
Okay.
challenging.
Okay. I just wanted to know.
What's that?
You
She's doing the 4th.
Oh, yeah, you're technically on final approach.
Yeah, yeah.
Mine always came earlier, so I was, check your phone out.
Yeah.
For the record, keep yours ringing there, Cliff. Okay. Yes, sir.
As a
Mr.
point of
Franco.
formality, Can I make a motion to table item number 6, discussion possible action to amend City Charter Article 3?
Excellent, we have a motion by Andrew, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by, I'm gonna jump just because I saw her hand go up first, Ms. Benavides. Any discussion regarding that? If not, let's call for a vote.
Could I ask for an amendment to include at the next meeting that we start there? We'll figure it out from there.
I'll amend my motion. The motion should read, discussion to table item number 6, discussion possible action to amend the City Charter Article number 3 for the next meeting to be the first item on the agenda.
Is that acceptable, Ms. Benavides? I saw a thumbs up, so it is. No other discussion, call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed with Ms. Laurel and Mr. Cisneros in abstention. With that, I'll entertain any motion to adjourn. We have a motion by Cliff Killam. Do we have a second?
I second.
We have a second by Jack. He beat you, Henry. It just like I caught that eye. Any discussion? No discussion? That's strange. Call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed? Thank you, guys. Excellent job. This is quite a committee.
Much appreciated.
Adjourned. Let the record